Welcome, everybody, to Day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals here with the Great Push, our final tournament in the expansion Dragonflight. I can't believe we're already to the end of it. It feels like the expansion just started, but at the same time, all things must move on, and so we must move on to Day 2 of our tournament here again with Nagura, Mage, Zyronic, Tettles, and Dratnos. I'm your host, Doa, of course. Now, we've got a lot to talk about. Obviously, Day 1 had a lot of action. We had no eliminations, so all the teams are still around, but before we get there, let's take a little bit more look into the format that I just mentioned. The biggest thing is the thing I just said. No eliminations in the global finals. That's right. Each team gets 5 hours of pushing time. As usual, you got to take 20 minutes break in the middle there somewhere. And obviously, we're trying to get the most points from the highest keys pushed. A little bit of a rules change this time around. The dungeons being revealed at a 3-2-1 schedule over the 3 days versus a 4-1-1 as before. Group comps are locked. 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS. As is, WoW tradition. Historically, that's the comp we want to go for, so we're going to kind of make that a thing. Mentioned the breaks already, and we also have some streamers from each team streaming their own point of view as well. There's a good example of them on the screen right now, so if there's any role, if there's any spec that you're very curious about, you can go and see from their perspective itself. But we're going to be here hanging out all day. I think the biggest thing, the thing I want to take a look at right away is the leaderboard, because we had some big surprises coming in from day one, didn't we, Nagura? And to me, probably the biggest surprise is the team at the bottom of the list. But what do you have to say about it?
Yeah, for sure. I do think, because most of us even predicted Miscount to be winning the whole weekend. So seeing Miscount at the bottom of the leaderboard, definitely very surprising. They did not have a good day yesterday. Had to reset dungeons multiple times. Even on key levels, they were considered a little bit lower, so not any of those high chase keys that we call them. But Mandatory, on the other hand, they definitely did not underperform. They are on top of the leaderboard with that 63 score. Timing that the 22 Academy as a world record, the 21 Alderman as well as the only team yesterday, and Echo is really close behind. Echo also tried to do the 21 Alderman yesterday at the very end. Didn't quite manage though, had to reset, and then they were over time. And I'm personally also really impressed by Pages per hour. They're on the same score as Echo is as well, and they just performed really well. Some dungeons even cleared quicker than Mandatory as well. So Pages per hour looking really strong. Miscount, not sure if they just had a bad day yesterday and if they're going to be able to ramp it up today, because of course we don't have eliminations, which means that they can catch up today and tomorrow, but yeah, they have a lot of work to do.
I mean, that's the thing with Miscount, right? It's the global finals. You've made it this far at least, and thankfully you have another opportunity, right? If it had been a regular, type of weekend, they would have been eliminated. But here in the global finals, you've got a chance for redemption. So we'll see if they can do it today. One other thing that stood out yesterday was one class in particular, a class that Zyronic loves through and through, the class called Warlock. Zyronic, would you like to talk about the role that Warlock played in some of the runs we saw yesterday?
Yeah, so one of the problems with this Mage Shadow Priest AUG comp that we've seen a lot throughout the earlier cut brackets is that the AoE potential, while still very good from the Shadow Priest, isn't quite the cap of what you can do with the Warlock comp. Warlock, with their Infernal up, has the highest burst AoE damage in the game and the most consistent AoE damage in the game outside of that. And what that actually does is it takes some of the biggest potential pulls in a dungeon and makes them a ton safer. If that pull dies in half the time, which Warlock is capable of doing, you can just go for crazy pulls and save a ton of time in a key. Now, the class itself is a little bit less safe. You lose Arcane Intellect, which means your healer can do less healing. You lose Mass Barrier. You lose a couple of the more consistent stops from Dragon's Breath and Blast Wave that Mage brings. But if you're able to pull it off, it's definitely something that you can save a lot of time with. And it's one of the tools that Mandatory used to get their Ultimon done yesterday. Dratno's Guild team also used it in the Algathar Academy. I think it's going to be something teams are going to have to get used to playing this weekend if they also want to potentially match that Ultimon 21 we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the debate has kind of been ongoing about that, Mage versus Warlock, what dungeons they work better in, what spec, you want to pick, especially on the Mage side of things as well. So we'll see, but we do have a lot more to talk about from day one, actually. Makes top 5 plays. We had a lot of, it's hard to just kind of like pick 5, but we kind of have a group discussion. We distilled it down to this, and Makes will lead us through all of the glory.
Yeah, we're actually going to be taking a look together, and a little bit was already mentioned by Nagura. I do want to shout out Miscount. They had a very, very rough day yesterday, but at least they were able to recover just a little bit by plus 2ing that 20 Algathar Academy. They still have that open on the table, so that's two, well, not free points, but 2 potential points they could easily score once they actually go into this dungeon, which would put them up a little bit higher on the leaderboard. But of course, we have to shout out our 2 world record keys. First of all, Team Mandatory making it back into this Algathar Academy, where in Group A they already had scored a world record, this time around 1 minute faster, locking themselves in, beating their own timer, saying, yeah, we still got it, and some more, 1 death on the counter there, so you know there's still potential to be even faster still if they wanted to, but I think they're looking really good in there. Then also in the Uldaman, as mentioned by Zyro, they were also playing that Warlock there, allowed them to end up plus 2ing the 19, as you're seeing right now, the only team that was able to do that, and then had pretty easy access to the 21. I will say the 21 is looking very scary. I've been trying to kind of ship the idea of maybe there's a 22. I will continue to cope hard and think about it, but if you're looking at these hits here with Chronolord Deos on Skylark, it's just so much damage. I'm not sure anyone can survive that, but a nice world record key coming out there. And then, well, we have a little bit of a compilation from Brackenhide, which turned Bracken Hell for our teams yesterday, as even the 16s and 18s were causing a lot of chaos and commotion amongst all teams, really. So there was not one team that got through this dungeon without something happening, and we're not really sure what was going on there, but most of these deaths were recoverable, and specifically the one you're watching right now, I did want to shout out because Match was playing this dungeon at the very end in the overtime, and they were able to come back from this and then get everyone back up and get that plus 20 time with like 2 seconds on the clock. So really, really well played by all of our teams to be able to come back from these.
Yeah, Brackenhide is always a bit of a slog, it seems like, even on live keys. And especially when you add in Sanguine, there's just a lot to think about. There's a lot to interrupt, there's a lot to reposition, and even for players at this level, you can tell it's one of the harder dungeons. And so I'm curious, too, how much we're going to see people jump back into that today, right? Because that's a key that, like, clearly a couple teams could push a bit farther, but man, you're going to spend so much time in there potentially. So it's one thing I'm going to be looking at least today. I know there was one player that someone was looking at in particular, and that someone is Tettles, and that player is Drogo. Tettles, you wanted to talk about Drogo, so you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Pages per hour, Drogo, basically he formed this team with Yoda at the beginning of the season. Drogo was previously on the team Hope, and you know, Drogo decided that he was going to be able to take over Pages per hour and make the NA region proud, and I think he's been doing a good job. He's got some very interesting stream titles from time to time, such as Life is a Movie, Some of Y'all Just Extras, and No Pen, No Paper, but I'm still drawing attention. Drogo, well known for basically being able to play any healer. He also loves to play Fire Mage. He loves to play DPS anytime that he's able to. During Season 1, his team was also the top team on the leaderboard for an extended period of time with him playing Prot Paladin. So very, very well versed in multi-classing. Yeah, you can see that he was on a bunch of NA squads, and so him, you know, really taking the reins in Pages per hour and making NA proud, doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm not sure with that picture if he's like on the sun or if he's like in a nuclear reactor or something like that. But
he's drawing attention.
Like he's drawing attention. There's a lot of heat with Drogo in that picture, I think. Right? But yeah, we'll see what he can do today. Obviously, Pedros per hour, a team that has a lot of NA fans for good reason. A lot of fans in general. Maybe even, you know, I mean, our Europeans might even be, you know, starting to be a little bit NA fans after seeing Pedros per hour perform that way. I don't want to speak for our non-NA fans, but I'm just saying there's a lot of reason to cheer for NA. I just wanted to, you know, kind of put that out there. But as far as cheering for teams goes, you know, we're not necessarily allowed to cheer for teams. We have to remain objective. But that said, we did have to, you know, make predictions coming into this weekend. So let's take a look at those and see how we're doing so far. You know, I got to say there's a couple people.
this time.
Hey,
Interesting.
congratulations.
Here we go.
Hey, there's
now,
3
hang
people
on.
that are looking pretty good on this list, I'd say.
Wow.
I swear that yesterday there were 3 people that had miscount in first place. I think there's been some shenanigans that have happened. I think something's afoot here, because I definitely remember a lot more of those green aliens in the left column. I think somebody
Aliens?
bribed production to.
Aliens?
I think they're aliens.
I'm gonna be
goblins.
honest.
They're goblins, man.
Production griefed me yesterday and put not my prediction up.
Okay, a likely story. I don't know.
As much as
I
I,
feel like
don't
you-
want to defend a Moonkin, he did say, as this graphic came up yesterday, that's not what
Oh,
I
look,
said.
production.
He did say
Oh.
it.
He's
Hey.
even admitting.
Look,
Oh,
you've got
okay.
them covering
Production
for me now as
admits
well,
it.
but I...
Dude, look at that. They got me.
Fake news.
Either way, the mandatory echo fix definitely looking good from
Fair
everybody.
point. I mean, hey, you know, the some of us just made the right picks right away and didn't need any changes made or anything like that. You know, myself, Makes, Tettles, you know, production verified it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. But mandatory Echo, I think the question still remains. You know, can Echo claim that first place spot? They certainly look like they had the ability to yesterday, but mandatory is just playing so well this weekend. And to see them come out of an MDI win and come into a TGP looking like they haven't missed a step. In fact, they might have even gotten better. That is interesting because I don't feel like we've seen a team threaten Echo like this consistently for so long. You know.
I think Mandatory definitely looked like the best team by quite a lot yesterday. Miscount, on the other hand, were the team under the most pressure, the team that had the most disasters yesterday. Now, the good news for them is that because we don't have any eliminations, they're still in the tournament today and tomorrow. They probably have lost something like 90 minutes of tournament time to the top of the field going into today, but there's still 10 hours left in the weekend. We've still got 2 entire new dungeons that we're going to reveal in about a minute here as well that could absolutely throw a huge wrench into things. But as it stands right now, Mandatory have a big advantage coming into today in that they have an Algathar and an Uldaman that they probably never have to go to again, whereas
True.
every other team has 1, or in Missed Count's case, 2 of those dungeons that they still need to work out. Brackenhide, I think also everybody needs to improve. I don't think 20 Brackenhide is going to stay on anybody's scorecard at the end of the weekend, so I suspect that there will be a good chance we'll see some teams heading there early. Although pushing up those new dungeons, whatever they may be, is also going to be a very tempting use of time at the start.
So
I just quickly want to
go ahead.
mention we did have a chat poll to ask who they think is going to be revealed. 30 seconds to go here. And currently, Ruby Life Pools and Neltherus are winning by a fair bit.
yeah,
Those are the two
do we
dungeons that I
agree with
want to
that?
actually
What do you
see.
think?
I mean, that's what I want to see. I like Ruby. It's a nice 30-minute dungeon, very intense. I actually think that for like missed count, Ruby would be very, very
That would be very good
for them.
That's the
Yeah.
best dungeon.
Those
I
bosses
think.
are so scary, though. Let's see what it is.
Oh.
We see
Tyran.
the FXs. The bosses are Neltharis and Halls
Wow,
of Infusion
okay.
today. So no RLT, but we do get the Neltharis. All right,
I
Tyrannical
will say that
Entanglement
was the
Burst.
second place in the chat poll, so
Okay.
at least some knowers out there.
We're starting at plus 17 today, too, with these new dungeons.
We've got the Tyrannical Bolstering combo in Halls of Infusion as well, which is a
Fun.
tremendously... it's going to be difficult for the teams to reach the levels like the 21s that we've seen in previous weekends. We can see now where the teams are deciding to start their day. Looks like 4 teams heading to
Wow.
Neltharis,
Let's
2
go.
teams heading instead to Brackenhide. But Neltharis, our first time seeing it in the Great Push, and it looks like all of our teams are excited to get this new dungeon underway.
We also see some relogs, it looks like. So I wonder, I don't think they're going to be relogging to any like different classes, but they're probably going to be relogging to different races, maybe having different active racials that they want to be using this Neltharis. Very interesting to see what they're going to do in this dungeon. Of course, we haven't seen Neltharis at all in Group A or in Group B, so this is going to be the first time we see this in this TGP season. Heados per hour already pulling Echo, though, 21 Brackenhide. So they decided to go to do that 21 first, and Miscount, because they still have to do the 20 that they have to do on the board, also going to the Brackenhide as well.
Yeah, so I think it makes sense to go into the Brackenhide because that's the one dungeon where you knew that was still like on the table. And I'm a little bit surprised to see as many teams willing to kind of yeet into that Neltharis right out of the gates. But I think it's a dungeon maybe many teams were eager to get their hands on. So I'm curious if we'll see any variety, any cookings, trying to check if all of our mages on that fire mage, but it seems to look like they are.
For now, I just wish someone would tell Match that they are missing entangling on their affixes and they should reset before they waste any more time. Because the thing with entangling is as well, you probably just don't notice that it's missing, if you don't really pay attention. Because it's not something that is like super obvious. So maybe they won't notice for a while.
No.
But yeah,
Surely they will notice, right?
I hope so. All right, well...
Okay, so production is saying they got told. So as soon as they check, we're seeing that town portal come in. A little bit of an oopsie to start the day, but it's only like a minute that they lost. We're going to be looking over at Mandatory, currently our first team in the overall leaderboard. And I'm pretty curious on how high this Neltharis is actually going to go.
Yeah, Neltharis is an interesting one. Now, we of course this season had a lot of changes with the chains coming in, and it is tyrannical. The bosses here can be super difficult. Magma Task also being one of those bosses that just does so much damage on higher key levels. And then really all the bosses can do a lot of damage. I would say Warlord Sarga, the last boss, actually being one of the easiest ones in here. But Forgemaster, Gorak, and then also Chargath can be super difficult, so we'll see how these teams handle them on higher keys. Outside of that, entangling not too big of a deal for these teams, and bursting also shouldn't be that big of a problem, especially with that master spell coming in. The only time where bursting is a problem is when you pull trash onto bosses like we see here from Mandatory, and then a trash does go down at the same time as there's AoE coming out on a boss without any master spells available. Then of course it can be a little bit more dangerous, but other than it shouldn't be too big of a deal. And then, we have the 17 key start, so we'll see if we see any +2s, +3s. +3 probably gonna be a little bit tight. But +2, maybe.
Well, we'll be watching. I'll also say that the bursting issue on bosses will be a little bit less prevalent the higher we get. Yes, the bosses do more damage, but since the ads also have more HP, it's easier to kind of get that timing right, similar to what we've been seeing on other affixes as well. So we'll see how much this actually causes a commotion. At the same time, though, we will have to take a look at our other teams here. And I'm pretty sure we're all running the exact same comp and specs for our teams across that Neltharis. If I saw correctly, Mage is now in the dungeon with the right affixes as well. So everybody off to a good start here at the beginning of day 2 of the global finals.
Yeah, the one team that is sticking to the Frost Mage over the Fire Mage a lot is of course Mist Count. And Echo as well. Echo actually also adapted to the Frost Mage a lot, while other teams are still sticking to that Fire Mage. So we'll see if they maybe play Frost in Neltharis too. But even Miscount was playing Fire in Academy, where they decided that it's just going to be better. So we'll see about that. But both of those teams that are preferring the Frost Mage are currently in that Brackenhide. 21 Brackenhide is going to be the first 21 on the board in this dungeon for this weekend, if Echo is going to be timing it on the bottom left. That one can be really tricky on Fortified. So much tank damage coming through on the trash between the first and second boss, for example. Also lots of coordination required, especially because you have Incorporeal and Sanguine too. So you have to cut a lot and use some of your disrupts or displacements for Sanguine rather than disrupting the mobs, which can cause some issues as well.
Yeah, just looking at the 20 timers in the Brackenhide thus far, Echo definitely has the best timer out of all of the teams that have finished at 20. So I think it makes absolute sense for them to say, we're going back in there. I will also say, though, that the Brackenhide yesterday looked kind of scary for all of our teams. There was so much random damage. Like you said, that Sanguine also a big challenge in there. So we'll be seeing. Right now, Echo looking very good on the timer, reaching that first boss with 2:30 on the clock means they've gotten through that first kind of area very quickly without having any big Sanguine issues. On the right-hand side, Miscount a little bit slower if you compared the two.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Mandatory in the top left to see how they're gathering up this chain pool here. They did finish off Magma Task at 447. Looks like gonna be a split to beat. We'll see which how fast the other teams were. But yeah, this seems like they're gathering up a big pool. This can be pretty dangerous, especially when you gather up the mobs because of the hunters that are jumping on the players, putting that insane bleed, which can be pretty scary. We did see the Cauterize coming through immediately there by Mage onto mode. Skylight also taking so much damage from all of these mobs. They have to wait for all of them to come in. The mini-boss also being pulled here, marked with that square marker. And now they're using those chains, oppressing Roar on the mobs as well, making sure those stands are elongated. Yeah, also have to dodge the spears to the ground, which can be sometimes hard to see whenever there's so much going on. But looks like Mandatory is doing a good job so far.
Yeah, I really like that Maystine was up on that little, well, I guess amount of dirt there as well to make sure he's close enough without in the area of these hunters, like you were saying. But so far, so good. That pull is being finished off by Mandatory, and we're going to get kind of the side-by-side comparison on the right-hand side by Pedro's as well. You were saying that's a team that really surprised you, and I think I would say the same. We saw them come in, rate themselves as winner of the tournament yesterday, and so far they are looking to maybe back it up as well. I think one of the big surprises of these finals.
I agree. They just played incredibly well yesterday, and especially at the very start in this academy, it looked like they just one-shot all of their keys. They had faster runs compared to Mandatory in some of the lower runs. Unfortunately, it doesn't count anymore because the 22 was slower at the very end than the Mandatory one. But still, very, very impressive by them. And again, they're looking strong coming in here into this Neltharis. There we go. Mandatory already engaging Chargath. Looks like they're playing it somewhat safe, not having too much trash on top of the boss. Obviously just dealing with the trash with the chains before this. So Chargath without trash should be pretty doable on a 17. But yeah, as I said, this boss can be pretty dangerous later on as well. We also see the strategy coming in here where the damage dealers put their chains all onto like the same side of the room and then make sure their chain goes across the room into the same direction, making it so much easier for the tanks to cut the boss through whenever they want to.
Now we're going to be seeing how that goes for them. Just across the board, looking at the splits, you mentioned that the 447 for Mandatory is looking pretty good here on the 17. And I would say Mage and Dratnos on that same tempo. Pedro's a little bit slower, but it could be due to their routing. So we'll try to keep an eye out if anything is different in terms of how they acquire their trash counts, as that's the biggest thing. I think Neltharis being one of the dungeons where you actually have a little bit of freedom in what you pull and what way in comparison to something like the Oleman, which is more linear for sure.
Yeah, Jetto's Guild team on the bottom right, interestingly enough, it skipped that double hunter pack that spawns, or basically if you walk into the room, the hunters walk up the stairs, and they skip them by going to the right and just jumping down. So they engaged the boss pretty early, but looking at the count, they're definitely a little bit behind in comparison to Mandatory and Pedros per hour. So they're going to have to make up that count somewhere else. But Jetto's Guild team also having a pretty good Magma task split too. So looking good there. We'll see where they make up that extra count. Mandatory actually the team with the highest count, even though they're also the fastest. So Mandatory... you know.
So I was talking talking to Mo this morning, and just checking in how they feel about yesterday, and also asking about the 16 bracken height and what happened there. And he was saying he is really hoping for Neltharis to be kind of in the match pool because they're really eager to get into that dungeon. And so I'm actually quite excited to see how they fare in this dungeon, seeing as that was one they wanted to get. Obviously, they never know before, but there's only a limited amount of dungeons that is available, so chances are somewhat high you get one of them. But we'll also take stock of our bracken heights happening at the bottom here right now. Side by side 21 for Echo, 20 for Mist Count, and both teams pretty much in a similar spot in the dungeon here. You can see those ranges up on that stone, making sure they do not get jumped by any of these ads here.
It's always really cool to see the teams using these spots to not get the bleeds on them, and then whenever, like sometimes they have to jump down. For example, clicks on the Arc Evoker and Thunder and the Archivoker respectively, and for the two teams that are in the Brackenhide, they'll have to jump down to use their Breath of Ians, for example, to use their Nox, their Tail Ashes, to use some breath maybe as well. So they jump down and then use different kinds of abilities to come back up, which is really cool to see. Either they use the Wernstone that usually is on the Shadow Priest at that point in the dungeon because of the cages at the very start, or they use Verdant Embrace to jump up to another player. So it's really nice to see them just jump back and forth, and they're also the ones that initially get everyone up on the spot with rescue as well. So they jump up with their double jumps and their hovers, and then they rescue a person up, usually the priest, and then a priest can grip someone up. So it's really cool to see how they set it all up.
Yeah, this is like one of the things about the TGP that I wish we could just, make everything pause at the same time and be like, hold up, we're going to take a very close look at how this goes. But with everything happening simultaneously, it's just unfortunately so hard to do. But there are so many minor kind of like really, really specifically planned segments and cadences that these players do to min-max. And it's just beautiful once you actually understand what it comes to. Shout out to the breakdown videos we do after each weekend. I believe you did the last one and Dratnos the one for Group A, so definitely worth to check out on the YouTube if you're more interested in kind of those niche coordinations that teams do.
Yeah, definitely check the one out. I mean, I made one, so it's of course a good. You should check mine out, not the one Dratnos made, actually.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I should have just said yours. Nah, you're right.
Alright, so it does look like Mandatory in the top left is now gathering up the second mini-boss with some of these elementals. Like these flares, they can be incredibly dangerous because of that cast that they're doing, just doing so much damage if it goes through. Thankfully, they do have the Vengeance Demon Hunter who can interrupt them with a lot of sigils and other just insane amounts of utility that they have to use their disrupts. So none of the melt casts should be going through, and of course it's also tyrannical, so these mobs should be dying pretty quickly while they're cleaving off of that mini boss that also does a lot of damage with that with the circles once in a while. So yeah, this can be dangerous, but on a 17 shouldn't be an issue for any of these teams.
I'm just looking back at our leaderboard, and of course we're seeing the Nelthairs be kind of a priority for teams right now. I would say with the affixes, despite being tyrannical, it is a dungeon that can probably go higher than something like the Hall of Infusion we gave them, which now has also been released. When do you think teams will enter that? Because a lot of them, I would say outside of mandatory, a lot of them still have a lot of keys open, right? If we're looking at Mage, DGT, Miscount, they have so much potential in some of the keys that we gave them yesterday. Do you think there's a chance where we don't see them in the Halls of Infusion until tomorrow?
So I personally don't think so, just because there's just not that much else to do for them, I think, today. Like, looking at the keys that they have already done, 22 Academy is just something, like, it's just going to sit there. I doubt we see at 23. 21 Alderman, potentially also the highest key, which, of course, some other teams still have to do. Only Mandatory has got that 21 on the board. We do see Crims go down for battles per hour, but they have a rest, so it's all good. Can recover. So yeah, then what can Mandatory do after playing up this Neltharis? Which, again, starts at a 17, so that they're not going to be spending too much time in here. It's also a fast dungeon with a 30-minute timer, so I don't think they're going to be spending too much of the day in this dungeon playing it up. Then they have to do the 21 Brackenhide. We don't even know if the 22 is possible, maybe not. And then what do they do, right? So I think they have to go to the halls just because they literally don't have anything else to do. No, I think mandatory for
sure.
Yeah,
I think mandatory is the one team that for sure has to go into that halls, whether they like it or not. But if you look at something like Miscount, who had a little bit of a rough day yesterday, they still need to do that 22. Then if they want to do that 21 Alderman, their 20 Alderman already looked like a bit of a pain point. And speaking of, Pedro's having a death there, but should be able to recover, I think. Yoda down, but they're trying to kite it out. And then there's still so much time in the Brackenhide as well for that team. So I feel like there is maybe a world where you just try to focus on the ones you have, and then the Nelthairs, and try to have like a really good like kicker game plan for the Halls of Infusion to maybe come back from a bad placement that you find yourself in right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. I do think that. Oh, this power maybe
Pedros.
not able to recover. So we did see Drogo try to shut him. Oh, they even town portaling. Interesting.
Huh.
So I guess. So they're thinking they're missing out on a +2 here. I guess, because they definitely had enough time to do the key, but I guess they're thinking they're missing out on a +2, so they want to reset, which I guess I understand. Interesting though. Either way, yeah, Yoda down. Drogo tried to rest with Shadow Melt, didn't manage to get the rest through, and then they tried to cut it out, didn't quite work, and yeah, had to full wipe. I guess they could have put a savior and rest and tried again. We'll see how close the timer is really, because if mandatory can two justice with like let's say 3 minutes to spare, then maybe it was not necessarily necessary for them to reset here. But I have a really hard time estimating the timers in general for Neltharis. Like I always feel like once you're at Forge Master Gorek, I feel like, oh well, I mean there's like what 3 minutes left in the dungeon. I don't know, but then usually it's more than what I anticipate.
It also comes back to, are you able, so for example, if you're now only able to +1 that 17, can you actually +2 that 18 to maybe claw back some of that time? If the +17 is already looking that close that you have to go back once you already had a wipe. So we'll see how that push cadence on that key comes out for our teams, depending on what the actual maxes on the Neltharis that we can expect here. But for now, we're going to be seeing the first teams dealing with Forge Master Gorek right here, right now. Mandatory, of course, still in the lead there, but DGT right behind them, trying to catch up there. And it is one of the dungeons where we're now also seeing Cryptics on that Mage rather than the Warlock we've been seeing in the Algathar Academy and the Olderman. I think they also played it in the Brackenhide. So just saying, yeah, we'll play the Warlock wherever it's good, and then we can also do that Mage, of course.
Yeah, Cryptics, of course, being a very good Warlock and Mage player. And the only other team next to Mandatory that also played that Warlock in Olderman. So very interesting to see that they can also pull that off in case they need it. Academy, a dungeon where Mandatory did not decide to play the Warlock in, while Dratton's Guild team did. So a little bit of an interesting adaptation between those two teams. Still not fully agreeing on the comp. Even with the Frost Mage and the Fire Mage as well, as we talked about multiple times already. And then, of course, most of the other specs are kind of set in stone for them. But we also see differences in like talent choices and in trinkets, especially for tanks, for healers. So it's still cool to see the difference and what teams decide to play. Even some embellishments as well. Also, some priests don't play silence in a lot of the dungeons. While other priests decide to pick up that silence. And then some of the healers play the interrupt on the druid and others don't. So that is also like an interesting adaptation between the teams. Maybe just depends on like shot calling and some of the healers being comfortable interrupting and others maybe not.
So something that I think is very interesting for Echo in particular is if you're looking at that Brackenhide, they're actually one of the teams that runs less of these like trinkets and gadgets that allow you to explode these totems, which if you're familiar with the Brackenhide key, a lot of that damage is kind of back-ended. When you look at that final boss, there is so much damage you need to deal to these totems to make sure you have that cadence while also dealing with the boss. And if for some reason, we saw it yesterday in the 20, something goes wrong there, then you are going to be having a very bad time. So I'm curious on how they fare in that 21 once we actually get closer to the decay track here for Echo in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, Echo also doing the Stink Breath pull here after Tree Mouth. That is something that not all teams agree with this pull. We've seen Mandatory do it as well. Actually, it was Miscount that did it. I'm not sure if Mandatory is doing it too. But yeah, some of the teams doing this, other teams deciding to pull more trash onto Gutshot. I do think I like this pull more just because of Sanguine. Like Sanguine, if you pull a lot of trash onto Gutshot, we've seen the boss heal for other teams before. So I do think that Sanguine makes this pull a little bit safer. And we know that the timer in Brackenhide is actually not that close, even on a key like a 21. Of course, Sanguine making it a little bit harder, but Miscount, for example, last weekend finished at 21 with 5.5 minutes to spare. So definitely one of the timers that are a lot more lenient compared to other dungeons.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just very stressed out about the actual damage that's going out and the damage that's going in on that very final boss. But we'll need to sit tight for a little bit longer. I agree on the gut shot. I think this is definitely the more elegant way to route through it. But we'll see if a team is actually able to pull it onto the boss without having that Sanguine go off. Then of course they could be saving a lot of time, and that might be relevant. But now we are approaching the final boss for Mandatory in the 17, and Theris top left. DGT in the top right should be following swiftly, and we can see what the actual timer does look like here. I think their timer is pretty good, with a +2 being far away from where this key is actually going to end.
Yeah, peters per hour on the bottom right also looks like they had to reset their key. Oh yeah, obviously we looked at that earlier, right?
I was saying, wait, again?
Yeah, we literally looked at that earlier. Oh my god. Yeah, so they had that vibe with Yoda going down, not having a Belros available, so they're in here again. And yeah, as we talked about, or we were thinking, why does Pedro's reset? They clearly could have still timed this key. But yeah, looking at Mandatory's timer now at the top left, for them, they have a lot of time to spare, right? They have like 4 minutes to spare still once this boss goes down. But looking at Dreadnought's kill team on the top right, they're not going to have that much time. They're still fighting this trash pack before Warlock Sarga. So if Pedro thinks that their run or their route is not as quick, and they only have like, let's say 2 minutes or 1 minute left at the end for the +2, then that wipe definitely would have cost them that +2. And clearly they think it's important. Clearly they think they have to +2 this key to not lose out on a whole dungeon run. So, yeah.
If you're looking at the splits right now, I think you can have like a little bit of a comparison. Their Magmatusk is again over 5 minutes. It was the same the last time they were in this dungeon when they had to reset, which is like 20 seconds slower than DGT and also than Mandatory. You're seeing it in the bottom left there, the way they pass through that dungeon. And I think if you're already on a slower route, then maybe what you're saying is absolutely true, that they were like, okay, let's not cut it close. We'd rather lose like 10 minutes than actually lose the +1 here.
Yeah, we do also see Mage in the top right now also on Warlord Sarga on a really quick run for them as well. They have 6 minutes left and the boss is on 63% already. One thing to note though is that they do have to do a trash pull afterwards, it looks like. Oh, actually, never mind. Shella just added the trash, so they're going to be cleaving it down with the boss, getting that last couple of percentage there, while Dreadnought's kill team on the top left is already done with their enemy forces and they only have to do the boss. So all of these teams are going to be able to +2 this dungeon, except of course Pedro's resetting the key. So then looking at Mandatory, because they had so much time left at the end, that to me means that they probably can also do just a 19, but it's going to be really close for them. So we're going to have to see if we see a lot of +2s in a 19, or if it's only going to be a couple of teams that can do it.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to be something to keep an eye out for right now. DGT top left is going to be able to get that +2, and so will Mage. As you said, they're trash coming in now, and they're finishing it off at the same time. I did see Echo briefly, though, and it looks like they're on a very good time in this 21 Brackenhide. As we were saying the first time, we're seeing the 21 as well, and they were dealing with gut shot still, but are moving on towards that last segment of the dungeon. 1 or 2 big trash pulls that are coming in here now, and then it's going to be the Patriarch, and they're currently pretty far away from the dungeon timer. So if they can get through this cleanly, we might be looking at the first 21.
Yeah, definitely looking good. Miscount on the bottom right also looking good in their +20 Brackenhide. Look like they are not going to be +2ing this key, which I say that as if it's like super easy, but the only team that managed to +2 at 20 in this Brackenhide was actually, I think it was Miscount. No, it was Mandatory actually. I did that in Group A. The problem, of course, is that with this time we have Sanguine, and Mandatory did not have Sanguine in Group A. So obviously Sanguine slowing you down quite a lot in a dungeon like Brackenhide, especially when you have to run that Frost Mage for the last boss for the totems. which is going to make Sanguine management quite a bit harder throughout the rest of the dungeon. But yeah, Miscount now engaging the Patriarch with 220 left. So as I said, probably not going to be enough time for that +2. But we don't even know if a +22 in Breckenhead is even possible. So the +2 might not even matter at all. But yeah, Echo top and bottom left, as you said, also doing really, really well.
I think it's really relevant, though, to kind of recognize how fast Miscount are now in this dungeon. The fastest 20 we had seen thus far was the Echo one. It was on 29 minutes 55. And if you're looking at Miscount right now, they might be a little bit under that even still. So definitely in a good position to at least get the 27 done. 21. 27 would be a bit high. The 21 done. Maybe. No, I don't think so. And I just think in terms of how bad their day one was, this is going to be really, really important for them to kind of have some good runs right out of the gate, try to kind of connect to that, and then maybe go back into that Uldaman and ace it out as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to have this like kind of mental reset. So getting some dungeons one shot at the very start with a very good timer as well, that might give them a lot of like this motivation that they maybe didn't have yesterday. Maybe yesterday just, things went wrong at the start. They were not too happy about it. Just not their day. So I do believe Miscount can catch up again today and get some of those hierarchies on the board. But yeah, unfortunately they have a lot of work to do after this +20. The Patriarch that is looking really good for them. They will also have to do the 22 Academy that all of the other teams have already timed yesterday. So they will have to do that. And then potentially they also have to do the 21 Uldaman, but so far only Mandatory has timed that. And it definitely looks like a little bit of a difficult key from what we've seen from Mandatory. They had to reset it like 3 times, 2 to 3 times on pretty late into the dungeon. So definitely not an easy key by any means.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll be needing to stay watchful for how this dungeon goes. But Mandatory back in that 19M. Honestly, kind of curious on where that split is going to come in. Their 17 split was 4 minutes something, 40 something, I believe. And we're currently already on Magma Tusk, halfway through that boss fight. So it might be that they're actually pretty close to that 2 key levels higher, which is going to be really relevant as that key scales up.
Yeah, that actually is pretty crazy. I think their split was like 446 or something like that, and 17. But to see that they're somewhat close to this is crazy. And again, if they wanted to chest this, all they have to do is not be 5 minutes slower than in their 17, which I do think is for sure doable. Now, I say that sitting here nicely, not having to play, while Mandatory is doing these insane pulls and having to fight these 19 tyrannical bosses. One thing to note as well about tyrannical, of course, is that on hierarchies, especially 2 key level differences, is going to make up a lot of HP on these bosses, and it's going to slow you down a lot. Tyrannical bosses just taking so long, especially in the Snellfarus with the 4 bosses that you have on a 30-minute key timer. That's going to be costing you a lot. So 5 minutes are gone pretty fast on the high tyrannical key. So we'll see how close to the +2 is for them.
Yeah, I think it might be out of the question, but we'll wait and see if maybe a team is able to clutch it out. They're Mandatory finishing out that Magma Tusk. And for Echo, I think this should be the final trash pack that they're dealing with, as they are approaching the Patriarch with quite a bit of time on that timer left. Miscount able to +1 their Bracken height as well. And the big question is, do they go back? Do they actually attempt that 21 as well? Or are we going to see them go into a different dungeon? And then if yes, what is it? There's still a Halls of Infusion that no one has dared to enter just yet. So there is a chance that they might be the first one there, although I'm not really sure that that's where you want to go if you're Miscount.
Yeah, we're going to have to see where they decide to go, as we do see Pedros per hour still having to do Forgemaster Gorak on their run, as they unfortunately had to reset approximately around this time on the top right side of the screen. You can see them now gathering up this pool again. Yeah, I think this is the pool where they actually had a full wipe. This time they do have the 2 battle rusts available in case something does go wrong, so they can get Yoda up in case he does go down. But yeah, this pool can be super dangerous. They are also committing the Bloodlust for it as well on their side. And now we see Echo on the bottom right engaging that plus 21, the Patriarch. Ratha are going to be the first team to time that key if they manage to pull off this boss. They're notably, Echo is a team that does not use Bloodlust at the start here with all cooldowns on the boss. While most other teams decided to just use all cooldowns onto the boss to get the boss a little bit lower, and then space out their other offensives for the totems. But maybe because, as you said, Echo not using as many trinkets and other tools like maybe the other teams did, having to also save that Bloodlust because they just don't have that same trinket burst available.
Yeah, it's a difference of how you want to approach it, right? If they say, okay, we can just burst a boss with our cooldowns pretty far down, and then that Bloodlust is going to give us so much more value if we can kill off a totem without having to sacrifice like a damage trinket or something like that, then I think it makes sense, but of course they'll need to pull it off here, so we'll definitely be watching on that Echo 21 Bracken height down there. Bloodlust is still available, and of course they also need to be careful with these incorporeals, as yesterday we saw one of them being MC'd and then pulling trash into the boss actually for Mage, so gotta stay aware and make sure that's definitely not happening to you. But I'm curious when the time is actually going to come for them to say, okay, now we are going to use that Bloodlust, and missed count into that 21 Bracken height as well, but right out of the gates, a little bit of oopsie daisies as they go down and have to re-enter this dungeon.
Yeah, interesting to see them go to this 21 Bracken height before they do the 22 Academy. I mean, they have to do both of them anyway, in theory, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter whichever dungeon they feel like they're in the mood for, they can do first. Maybe it does have something to do with Hearthjacks playing Frost in both the Bracken height and then also the Uldaman, but not in the Academy. So maybe just getting rid of those Frost Mage dungeons before you move on. Getting the other keys done. And again, no elimination, so you don't have to really worry about going into that Halls of Infusion or into Nalthara straight away. They can even just leave it completely and just leave it for tomorrow in theory. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right. Here it is. Bloodlust for Echo now coming in with the second set of cooldowns onto the Decatrac right as that totem spawns. So they're trying to get the most value out of it. Still, with that being there, they know they could deal with the first totems, but here is where kind of that rapid succession of totems kicks in. First one has gone down, second one is spawning right now, so making sure they get the most out of that Bloodlust duration to deal with them in an efficient way. I really like this, I have to say, but I also want to point out we did get a glimpse of the comparison of the 20s Bracken heights, and missed count was even a little bit faster than Echo in the plus 20, so it could be that this dungeon favors them a fair bit more than that Uldaman.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking good though. They're going to be getting a few more totems that they have to finish off, then they can just fully go on the boss. Looking at the offensive cooldowns, they don't have too much available at the moment, but again, totem is fine. We see the Hibernate come up and then Prison. They actually are not mind controlling the incorporals here. That can cause some issues. We've seen trash being pulled onto the last boss by possibly the incorporal that was mind controlled by a priest, and then of course casting that that buff onto the enemies, not caring about mobs as well, just pulling them sometimes. So Echo deciding to go safe and using other CC to get rid of those incorporals. But yeah, there we go. They might get one more totem. They could even, if they have a lot of damage left, they can just technically finish off the boss, but it looks like they are going to finish one more totem. There we go. The totem is being
getting marked. They say this one we take for sure now, dropping really low for Echo as they deal with that final totem. But of course, the Patriarch is going to be over right now as they locked in their 21. And I will say this is a pretty good time for that 21 Bracken height as well. Now, question, Agora, do you think a 22 is possible?
I was under the impression that it is, just because I've seen Miscount do a 21 with 5.5 minutes left, and I was like, that's crazy, they can do a 22. But then no one attempted the 22, and then I was just thinking, either it's the difficulty being the last boss, either it's impossible they think it's impossible, or they think it's so difficult that they don't want to risk trying at 22 because they would be spending so much time in that dungeon, not to mention the rest of the dungeon also being very hard on a 22. But if you get to the last boss and then you end up wiping, that would be a disaster. You'll be losing out on so much time. So maybe focusing on other chase keys that are equally difficult, where the difficulty doesn't lie at the very, very end of the key, would be smarter for them. And then on top of that, we have Sanguine, which really slows you down a lot more compared to some of the other affixes that we have in other dungeons. But, I mean, we're in the global finals here, so if any team is going to be trying at 22, then it would be this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're pretty spot on. Definitely a lot of that difficulty in this dungeon is so late on that you'd probably try different dungeons before that, or at least put it at the end of your list of pushing everything up, like we're seeing in the Neltharis right now as well, echoing that key on the left-hand side. And it looks like Gingy's on Frost, only mage thus far we're seeing on the Frost mage there, but for mandatory, a little bit of an oopsie with mode going down is going to be able to recover this, I'm pretty sure, and I think it was never a +2 in the 19, so they probably aren't phased about it either, but we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as Mandatory is now moving up to one of those more dangerous pulls after Magma Tusk on their way to Forge Master Gorak. They are now, of course, in 19, and we speculated that maybe they're able to two-chest it, but we'll see as they get closer to the last boss. Looking at the first boss split, 5:53. In the 17, they were around 4:46, so they're a little bit over a minute slower on this boss. And if that is the case for all bosses, let's just apply this to all bosses. Let's say they're going to be approximately a minute slower on each individual boss, which would mean that in total they would add 4 minutes onto just boss fights alone, plus the extra time that they would potentially also need for the trash in between, right? So it would be close. We'll see.
Yeah.
But Bloodlust is being used for this insane pull that Mandatory is doing here, as they reach this point earlier, so they have to use their Bloodlust eventually. But the timer being... wait, what is the +2 timer for the Neltharis, actually? It is...
I can tell you in just a second.
24. It's 24 minutes, which means that they have 4 minutes leeway to use their Bloodlust to still get another one if they want to +2, if that is their goal, right? And they just used it at like 12, 13 minutes in, so that would still coincide with the 2-chest timer. Wait,
So
another
you
30
think the
minute
+2 19 is possible?
I think so.
All right.
I'm not sure.
We'll see. Echo, their bottom left corner. We had a quick redo, a similar problem to what happened to Mage here. Some of these affixes were not correct, but we're in the right dungeon now with the right affixes on there, as well as they are making headway through that +17. And at the same time, I do want to check in with Mistkant because they just entered the boss fight here 30 seconds in on that first boss in Brackenhide. And I will say, I think they're a little bit slow in comparison to what we saw from the Echo 21. So we'll have to keep an eye on how their timer is working out. Looking at their 20 being so fast, if the 21 is that much slower, we might be having some problems in this key.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, interesting to see the Frost Mage here too, which makes me believe if Echo is playing the Frost Mage, I think that Mistkant probably also going to be playing the Frost Mage in their Neltharis as well. Whenever we do see them go into that key, of course. And yeah, interesting. So also maybe later here, Cyro's opinion between the Frost Mage and the Fire Mage here is specifically for Neltharis, as it's going to be casting later. But yeah, there we go. Magma Tusk engaged for Echo on the bottom left. We're going to have to take a look at their split once they're done with this boss, and maybe also the enemy forces, so we can get an idea of how fast Echo is in comparison to the other teams that have been in Neltharis since the start of the day. We're now 40 minutes into the tournament today, and it looks like a lot of the teams just going in one-shotting these keys, except unfortunately Pedros per hour having to reset that key once, and then Mistkant did have to reset the 21... I think once at the start on the first pool, but that is something
Yeah,
that is...
but like a minute
Yeah.
in. That's like the same as Mage and Echo had. I don't think that matters much.
Yeah, it really
we'll be
doesn't.
keeping track of the redos, but we did see Echo real quick there, and it looks like they're very fast in that 17 Altheras. They were on the boss already with like 2 minutes. And a little bit less trash count. So if I remember correctly what Mandatory and DGT and Pedros are doing, going into Magma Tusk with a little bit more trash than Echo, but Echo looking really fast there. So we'll keep an eye on their route as well as Pedros per hour get the
Mage.
17 plus 2 as well. Mage having some problems.
I want to see what happened to Match there as there we go. Robin and Dr. J are down. This is one of those more dangerous pools that we've seen Pedro's wipe to earlier. They do have 2 battle rushes available, but there we go. Shella did manage to get Robin back up, which maybe means they can recover this. Robin can also cast another battle rush on Dr. J if they feel like they need the Mage alive here as well. But yeah, the mobs are really low. They just have to finish this one off, but it's so scary because you have so much AoE coming through from that mini boss and from the blacksmiths as well if they're still alive here. And there we go, the rest is being used on Dr. J. So now all of their team members are back alive and it looks like they can recover. But yeah, that looks very dangerous for a match. Their time is still looking good. Their +2 time on the other hand, if it's even possible, we'll see. Maybe a little bit in danger because of that mistake.
Well, we're actually going to be getting our first 19 go towards the full send for Mandatory here. They're on Gorek, a little bit of extra trash to do, and then they will be on Sarga as well. And then we actually have an idea of how it goes, but don't be fooled. These tyrannical bosses, they have a lot of HP. They're very chunky, and we're going to be here for a while just chewing through the masses of HP that they have. So I'm still not entirely convinced that the +2 on the 19 is actually easily obtainable for these teams. But checking back in with Echo, bottom left, they now added some extra trash into Magma Tusk, ending up at a similar count as we were seeing from the other teams. And they're also going to be finishing it at a very similar time, a little bit faster, I believe, than what we're seeing from Mandatory within a couple of seconds here. Should be going down now. Yeah, like 10 seconds faster.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to stop by and say there's no caster swap, so just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great. Dungeon runs are happening. Mandatory is looking pretty good. Pedros per hour. Again, strong start, but yeah, no changes. So, stopping by. How's everything going?
Well, when do
going
you
well?
think we'll see the halts?
Any
predictions?
The thing is like I was surprised by how long it took people to get into Braconite yesterday. It was almost like we just want to avoid this for as long as possible because we know what it's going to be. But I don't know. I don't feel like Howls is that bad. But I would say I'm going to say 2 hours in. 2 hours in is where we're going to start saying it. That's my official prediction. We're going to let this get pushed up as much as teams feel like they can push it up today, and then we're going to jump in,
All right, I take
Bye.
Bye.
it. Bye. How do you feel about the +2 and the 19? I mean, you're looking at it right now as we are going over that +3 timer on Gorek. Boss still has like 25% HP. And then we still need to do all of Sarga. You think it's still possible?
I don't know anymore at this point. The last boss is pretty quick if you play the shields correctly and you use your cooldowns, but yeah, they still have to do a whole trash pull, and they still have to finish off the
That's
spots.
right. That's
so,
right.
I'm not sure anymore at this point. Looking
Okay,
at
actually,
match, though,
I have a trick. We're going to be asking chat, and if they believe the +2 can be done, they put 1 in chat, and if they don't think it can be done, they put 0 in chat. And then it's not in our hands anymore. We're not curses, and easy decision.
I love that idea. Yeah, totally. Let's go ahead and do that. Chat is, of course, always smarter than the casters are, so they clearly would know.
Chat knows.
If this is possible or not. I see a lot of zeros. Looks like 0 was they can't do it, right? And 1 is they can do it.
I think my instructions were unclear. I'm seeing a lot of 3s. I That was
Well,
not an
I think your
option.
instructions were very clear.
All right. Well, Mandatory finished out their third boss, and they're on the way to deal with the last trash, and then the final boss, as well as Match, is
Ooh,
having
Shelley.
a little bit of a hiccup on Gorek as
might be a
well. They
wipe,
don't have their
actually.
battle wrestles anymore. Can they clutch it out? It's a 19.
Yeah, 19 is very
If they
difficult.
know
This
the
boss
plus
does a
2
lot of
is not on the
damage.
title,
Okay, well, let's just see. So they have a rest ready in 40 seconds. Now, this boss is super dangerous on a high key, on a 19 as well. They do have some tools to get rid of a fixate. Now, this Blazing Aegis that is being cast here, if you have a Shadow Melt, you can get rid of that cast completely and it's not going through. Doesn't apply that debuff to you, which makes it a lot easier. So not having the Evoker left, it can actually just not Shadow Melt. Actually, not too bad for them, because we do have a Shadow Melt, and of course, Invis from Dr. J. Shadow Melt not available for the Shadow Priest. Have it on Royban too. So it's looking like they can still get through this boss here, and they have a battle rush available in a couple of seconds. So maybe they feel like they really need it, they can get Shella up here. But yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate for a match because their timer was so good. And look at the splits compared to Mandatory. First 5 minutes 47, which is faster than Mandatory's Magma Task, and then 12:13, which is 9 seconds slower than Mandatory. So their run is actually, like, it technically would have been on pace for a +2 if, again, we still don't oversubable.
So you're seeing it right side by side for Mandatory top left. They're currently dealing with that trash pack there, and I think 3 minutes 30, you're not on that final boss yet. It is a 19 tyrannical. I think they know that the +2 is probably very unrealistic, so Madge just said, okay, we'll clutch it out.
No, I think they can.
Okay.
320 for this boss. I think this boss is really fast.
And the final trash?
Well, they're just cleaving it with the boss. They're fine.
Okay.
I think they got it. They have Bloodlust available. So they just have... Yeah, I think so. I think this boss can be killed in 320. We'll see. They have to definitely pump out a lot of damage, though.
Well, I'm just not going to say anything because I'm not a jinx, and we'll be seeing how it goes. But like you said, that Bloodlust is available. We're just waiting for those cooldowns to absolutely yeet into the boss here as soon as that first phase is actually enabled. So should be all working out for them just fine. Trash count is now complete as well, as they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to deal with Warlock Sarga here, top left corner. At the same time, all of our other teams are in the Neltheris, besides Mistcount, who's still dealing with the Brackenhide, and we are seeing some very low HP bars for DGT, but they should be able to clutch out Gorek as well.
Yep, it's looking good for Jotna's Guild team. But there we go. Mandatory now. On that Bloodlust, all those cooldowns being popped as well. 2 minutes left on the board. They already got through one shield. Second shield up right now. Bloodlust still running, so they can get a bit of that extra damage in. 50% though. Well, yeah. I think they got it.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I was a doubter, a Dobby doubter, but I think you might be right here. Looking pretty good in that +19 for Mandatory. And now that we know that this is possible, what we saw from Match, of course, becomes much more impactful, as with that death and the delay on Gorek, it's going to come down right to the wire. You can see the split there, 10 seconds slower than Mandatory. But they still need to do a lot of that trash count that Mandatory had done ahead of time.
Yeah, and Peters per hour also having a death there, and Crims on the bottom left under 19. Remember, Peters per hour actually reset a key on the 17 because they thought they needed a 2-chest, which only makes sense if they can also 2-chest this 19, right? Because otherwise that reset wouldn't have really mattered, because then they could have just done the 18 2-chest instead. And then instead of the 19 plus 1. So we'll see how Peters per hour is doing on the splits. But there we go. Mandatory about to finish off the boss. Top left corner, they have 40 seconds left. Boss is on 9%. The boss is slowly dying now. They do get another PI in just a second. Not going to get too much uptime. Actually, they will.
30 seconds.
The Breath of Eons is already up on Maestin here. 26 4%. I think they got it, but you
Yeah,
can
they
see just how
got
close
this.
this is. This is going to be super difficult for other teams to replicate if Mandatory is having such a good run and it's really close for them too.
Yeah, you can look at the split timers, bottom left right now for the 17th. Of course, Mage was pretty quick there. Mandatories, I believe, was even a little bit faster than what we saw from Mage. So if there's any team that can keep up with it, then it might be Mage. But of course, for Mage, they did have that death, and they do have a little bit of different routing with a lot of the trash after Gorek. So I'm a little bit scared for how this one's going to go, but the other teams are, of course, fighting for it. Speaking of, Treemouth for missed count in that 21 Brackenite.
Yeah, Treemouth looking good for miscount. Looking at the split as well, let's take a look. So they're almost 18 minutes into the dungeon. In there, 20, 18, yeah, okay, so they're looking good. We do know, of course, I said this earlier, that the timer in Brackenhide is not that close on the 21 if you play clean, but again, Sanguine can do some things here and there. It can slow you down so much. So sometimes checking the splits makes sense, even if they don't have a lot of deaths on the board, because Sanguine is just one of these affixes that can heal a boss to full after it's at 20%, and all of a sudden a boss fight takes 8 minutes instead of the 3 or 4 minutes that it would take otherwise on a 21. So yeah, very scary. Now they are done with Treemouth. They're going to be moving on to the Stink Breath pool, which we do know Miscount is doing. And we're also going to be seeing some Wernstone shenanigans that is adding some extra trash onto Stink Breath here as well. Yargi just outranging the frontal there from Stink Breath because Yargi not being as quick off a class compared to the others. So he has to just wait back for that first cast to happen.
Yeah, it's almost like Shadow Priests never want to move. Am I right? I don't know. This class, they just plant and they sit, but is going to be working out for Mist County here as Yargi's back with the team. They're now into that pull. Everything going nice and steady, but of course it is a 45-21, so it's going to take a while for this mini boss to go down. And in the meantime, we are looking at Mage in the top left corner, and unfortunately, due to a little bit of those issues on Gorek, they're not going to be in contention for this 19+2. Instead, saying, okay, we'll take the +1 and we'll just climb our way up in the Neltharis.
Yeah, and I did want to quickly shout out to chat that, of course, the teams are streaming their POVs as well. So if you want to check out a specific team, you can go ahead and check out their streams, because there are 6 teams live at the same time. And unfortunately, we cannot show all 6 teams simultaneously. Well, we can, but you wouldn't be seeing that much on the screen anymore. So
yeah, a 6-box is really hard to do on the way our screens are formatted. If you prefer this, let us know. We probably won't do it anyway because we're going to be having a hard time to see. But if you want to follow a specific POV, like you're saying, Nagura, there is player streams and they're amazing. So you can check them out as well. They're linked in chat. Thank you to our lovely mods as well at that given point. And for DGT, I was hoping that their timer might be good enough, but 18 seconds to go on the +2 with 55% boss HP and some thrash still not into this pull is going to be the +1 for them as well.
yeah, this is going to be super difficult to replicate, to get a +2 and a 19 there, considering just how close it was for Mandatory. But we'll see. Maybe another team can do it as well. And we will also see if Mandatory decides to go into that 21 Nelthara straight away. We're not past the first hour yet of the tournament day, which means that these teams cannot take their mandatory breaks just yet. Again, we have that 20-minute break that they have to take throughout the day, just not within the first hour or within the last hour. So, and yeah, there it is. Mandatory, bottom left, are in that 21 Neltharas, just making sure they're doing this key. This is now the territory where all of a sudden things hurt a lot, and these bosses are taking a long time, especially with them pulling trash on top of this. Look how much damage everyone is taking with the bursting stacks plus the AoE coming through. Thankfully, they're just going to reset in from the bursting, but just look how low they're dropping from all of this AoE. Wow, Mode has to do a lot of work to keep everyone alive here.
doing just that. No bloodlust available anymore. All of their cooldowns down, and just goes to show how long these 21 tyrannical keys really take. It is one of the first tyrannical keys we are seeing this weekend on that high of a level, as the keys from day one were all fortified. And I don't know, let's not go deep into this, but it's the last time we'll see these kind of affixes all together in dungeons, and I'm getting a little bit sentimental, but definitely going to be a good finale for Dragonflight here with our TGP, as teams are giving us those very high keys. Dratnus' guild team now also clutching out that 19 there with the +1, like we said. We'll be finishing that as well. Pedros per hour still have a fair bit more to go, and Echo just checking in with their split timers, looking to be on track for the +2 into 17 as well.
Yeah, the one thing I'm gonna miss the most is the phrase "the sanguine stream." So yeah, I'm gonna be very upset about that one, as Miscount on the bottom left has an insane amount of sanguine healing going through. Unfortunately, on that gut shot pull they're doing in their +21. Of course, 21 being a key that we saw timed by Echo earlier. Doing a very, very nice job getting that done, but Miscount trying to follow up. Now, we've also seen Mage finish their 19 Neltharis, unfortunately not too testing it, so Mage is now in the 20 key in the bottom right, and Pedros per hour in that 19 as well. But they're still technically looking on pace. Now, we can't compare the splits 1-to-1 between the teams because they do have different trash pulls. But the Chargath pull, 1307, looking pretty strong for them. So Pedros per hour still in the running of getting a +2 in this 19, which would actually, in my opinion, it would be pretty important for Pedros because of that reset on the 17. So we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you are resetting that 17, you need to find that +2 in the 19 as well, because otherwise, like you said before, you could have just done the 17 +1 and then the 18 +2, which is probably a little bit easier on you than that 19 to arrive at the same conclusion without having some of that time lost. Miscount finishing out Gutshot here, looking pretty good on the timer. Echo is now on to Sarga as well, and look at that. If they were a little bit faster, there could be a chance of them even doing a +3, but it's not going to be in the cards as they're dealing with that final trash pack on top of Sarga, and will be locking in that +2 most likely as well.
Oof, I'm just looking at Mandatory in the top right, and everyone's just taking so much damage. I'm so scared for them, as they did have another fixate come through from the boss, not being able to get rid of it with the Shadow Melt. Shadow Melt and Invisibility actually being such a strong ratio for this dungeon in particular, because you can avoid that fixate from Magma Tusk. You can also avoid the fixate, as I said earlier, from Forge Master Gorak. And you can even Shadow Melt the jumps from the Hunters if you use it in the correct moment. So yeah, really, really valuable. But of course, if your Evoker gets targeted by some of these abilities, they don't have access to the Shadow Melt. But look how low they're dropping on these ticks. This is just so much damage coming through.
Honestly, it reminds me a bit of what Mode said about their 16 Brackenhide yesterday. I don't know if you were watching that run, but Zyra and I were basically just flabbergasted by what was happening. There were so many wipes, then saved by a savior, then going back as they finish out Magma Tusk here in the top right corner. And I think they finished at 16 with like 17 deaths or something. And I asked him about it. I was like, what was going on there? And he was like, honestly, we don't know. We were just laughing. I think that goes to show a lot about this team, that even if stuff maybe gets a bit dicey, they're going to keep their head on straight and make sure they make the most out of it, as they are finishing out that very first Tyrannical 21 boss.
We do see Echo on the bottom left now, also on the last boss in their 17, and looking at the time, 5:20 left. So looks like they're on this a little bit slower than Mandatory was on their 17, but definitely still looking like they have a good pace. Potentially being able to +2 that 19 afterwards. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. So far, Echo also the only team that plays that Frost Mage instead of the Fire Mage in Neltharis. The only other team that maybe is also following up with that Frost Mage would be Miscount. Jack's playing Frost a lot, but they're not in Neltharis yet. They're still trying to finish off this 21. And then, you know what? I actually hope Miscount is going into Halls instead of Neltharis, because I just want to see one team do a different dungeon, you know? So
Yeah. I mean, I think for Miscount, it would be good to just clock in that 22 Algathar Academy as
Yeah.
Echo clocks in their plus 217 as well. I will say, looking at Pedros's boss split, 7 minutes on Magmatusk, that's basically the same time we're seeing from mandatory 2 key levels higher. I'm getting a bit scared for whether or not they can do a plus 2 in that 19.
yeah, we're gonna have to see. I do think that maybe they're doing like an extra charge pool or something on Magmatusk because the Chargraph split is fast again. But yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on Pedros, especially. This pool, though, that they just did is one of the pools that they had issues with before, and this time they executed it really well. So definitely looking good on that front, at least. As Miscount.
Miscount.
Yeah.
On to that final boss there, and they're actually opting to use that Bloodlust right at the beginning there, sending everything into this boss, trying to get through this HP as quickly as possible in that 21 fortified. But now, first totems are spawning, and they will need to rely on a lot of their gadgets to actually get through that tough center point, where there's a couple of them going back to back. But right now, looking pretty good. Down to sub 80%. Timer is pretty clean, I would say. We're right now approaching that plus 2 mark. Is now through 7 minutes to go on the 21. As we're seeing a redo on the left-hand side. DGT is going to go back out that Brackenhide as they're resetting that dungeon.
Yeah, interesting to see Judge's Guild team not continuing the Neltharis there. They decided to go to do that 20 Brackenhide, which they have the 18 two-chested key on the board to do, same as Miscount had at the very start of the day. Interesting. But we already talked about how certain teams have different approaches when it comes to which keys they're pushing, because obviously we do know, or it's, I don't want to say we do know because no one has timed the 20 yet, but considering that mandatory is in a 21, I would consider the Neltharis 20 is certainly timeable. So some teams push like one key all the way up until they feel like it's a chase key that they maybe are not going to do at all. And other teams, like Dragon's Guild team, they spend some time in one dungeon and at some point just said, you know what, we just want to do something else now. Like maybe to just reset their minds and be like, you know what, I've done Magmatusk 3 times now. I want to just see something else.
Yeah, it's a little bit the difference between fatigue of the same thing and locking in, right? And people are just different in that regard. So it's always interesting to see, you know, when you're reading chat and they're like, oh, why don't they go back to back in this dungeon? It's just a player personality style. And for some teams, one thing might work better than for others. And I think for Miscount, it's definitely working out to be quite good here as they're sub 50% on Rathai, but DGT back into that first poll as well, and hopefully this time around everything is going to be going clean for them as they were approaching this 20 Brackenhide as well.
Yeah, looking good though on Miscount. They did commit the Bloodlust at the very start of the boss, making sure they get a lot of boss damage in. So one thing to note as well is that on this 21 Brackenhide, the timer might as well matter a lot. And we did see Echo, I think at the end they had like 3 minutes left, something like that. So Miscount looking like they have a really good pace to beat Echo's clear here, which maybe matters at the very, very end. We're going to have to see. But yeah, that AoE, of course, dropping everyone really low. Thankfully, there's no other damage outside of this AoE that happens infrequently. So we can see AJ in cat form a lot, just doing so much damage to the boss and also the totems, both the tanks and the healers contributing so much damage to these totems actually, and also just using trinkets and convoke, as you can see in feral form here, making sure, or in cat form, making sure that all of those totems go down, using trinkets like Bellarellos, making sure that all of these totems get bursted. They have a perfect kind of combination of offensive cooldowns that they're using that is being called out by the shot caller of the team, which I do believe is Thenner, if I miscount. So yeah, they're doing a really good job so far.
They absolutely are. Those two totems, I think, were one of the pain points, and they were able to just nuke both of them instantly. So doing really, really well with those totems here right now. And we'll see those cooldowns come back up in just a second. PI has 3 more seconds cooldown on Yargi, and then they're going to be able to do way more damage once again. I do think this totem, they definitely need to kill, and they need to be quick with it, but they will finish to do just that. And from here on out, they might need to do one more, and then they can finish the boss. Yeah, I think so. One more time,
yeah.
the Incorpo.
There we go. They are
We've seen
focusing
some
the blast
danger with
totem.
this. Yeah, there we go.
All right, boss is on 12%. I think they can go to boss now. Looks like they might. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Technically, they can play safe. Of course, the timer is more than enough. But as I said, maybe the tiebreaker does matter. But never mind. The totem is not even going to spawn, as the boss is getting nuked by miscount and does go down. And that's it. That is so good for miscount. After having the issues yesterday, being able to go into this Bracken, getting those 3 points on the board from their initial 18 that they were on in this Bracken, so good for them. Mandatory on that 21, though, the only team that managed to two-chest the 19 Althara so far, doing those 21 tyrannical bosses, looking incredibly scary, but managed to get it done. And this is their first run, too. If Mandatory can one-chest this 21, it's also just going to be really good for the rest of the day for them.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear that, but Ari is a big Miscount fan. Sebastian is more like a Petros fan, but Ari is a big Miscount fan, so she was just cheering them on as that boss fell, yapping into my microphone. I'm very sorry about that. Just home productions, you know, got that cat here, and she's a big fan. But, like you're saying, all of our teams making headway through that Neltharis, but DGT, yet another reset in that Brackenite 20, is not giving me the confidence I wanted for this team looking at a potential 21.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. As, oh, we do see... Oh, yeah. We do see that first pull. That can cause some issues. Oh, we actually see a melee.
It's one of the Acorpos.
Yeah. No, it was just trying to fixate, looks like. Yeah, I mean... That dungeon pull, that first dungeon pull in Brackenite, we've seen so many teams wipe to this, not only in the final, but also in the group stages. Because, again, they're front-loading a lot of difficulty here, making sure they're using all of their offensives to get this pull down. Just because if it fails, they're not going to be losing out too much time, because, of course, in the TGP, the keys don't deplete like they do on live servers. So you can just go again and attempt the same key again, which makes really risky pulls at the start of the dungeon so much better for this format. Because then later on, you don't have to take as much risk, because you saved so much time with those crazy pulls that you're doing at the start of the dungeon. And yeah, this pull in particular can be super dangerous. We have all of these claw fighters, fixating players that have to be disrupted. On top of that, you have all of these melee abilities that you have to watch out for whenever you're standing there, especially for the Aug Evokers and the mages that are going in to disrupt all of the casts. And then on top of that, you have all of these War Spears that have to be interrupted on that Fear cast as well.
I think we've been seeing the Incorpos be a little bit of a bigger problem than people might think, looking at that Brackenite yesterday for Mage, now for DGT as well. It's not so much that it's not under control, it's the reason that it's under control is that it's causing issues. So once they actually get mind controlled, they can add some extra trash, and this can be quite fatal if you're already into a big pull or on a boss, and that's what happened here for DGT from the looks of it as well. So a little bit unfortunate, but looking at something that definitely is looking good, Echo in the 19 Neltharis, their Magma Tusk split is looking to be on track from what we've been seeing from Mandatory to maybe be able to get that +2 on the 19 as well, which would be big.
Yeah, that'd be huge for Echo if they can pull that off. We do see Mandatory now gathering up this pretty dangerous pull we've seen lots of teams struggle with already. Mandatory top left side of the screen in this 21. They are pulling the mini-boss with some of these blacksmiths and the flares as well, so lots of interrupts to do. We do see the Pressing Roar plus Sigil and Stun combo coming through from the Aug Evoker and the Demon Hunter respectively. And now we do see all of these knockouts, just a chain of AoE disrupts coming through, making sure none of these melt casts are being finished by the flares. And then on top of that, there's just an insane amount of tank damage as well. that Skylark is dealing with really well, though. And look at just the amount of swirlies just spawning all over the place. Oh, two people going down here.
Actually a problem, as we are seeing that melt hit both Stove and Mode. Hopeful now also proccing Cauterize, and there is a chance that Skylark can maybe keep this pull alive. We've seen him do pretty crazy things together with Maystein, who's of course able to get a little bit of sustain in there. Mode back. Is he actually with the team, or is he running? No, he's running, right?
Yeah. I think they're resetting this. I think at 21, you probably cannot afford a wipe like this, so Mandatory will be resetting. And yeah, just as I was talking about, this pull is just so dangerous. If you have any cast going through, teams are, like, you're just going to lose players. And
they're not.
They are?
They're not porting out. Oh, wait, no, we moved. I was looking at Mage. I was like, huh? Yeah. No, I got baited. Absolutely. My bad. I'm sorry.
All good.
Miscount in the Alcathar. Yeah, that's a replay.
Miscount. Yeah.
It was not the replay. Man,
that
production.
Was just showing that they had reset the key.
It's too boring for these shenanigans.
On the 22 Academy, as you said, which is cool because that means we can see one last Academy run, because I doubt we're going to see Academy again after Miscount this time to 22 here. And it looks like they also managed to get this Lasher pull done properly, which is something that is probably one of the biggest pain points in these 22 academies that we've seen, because the Lashers sometimes don't snap properly, the tank just takes an insane amount of damage, the Mage doesn't get the Ice Block off properly, or the dispersion from the Shadow Priest, depending on who is the first target from the Lasher snap, before they start getting it being attackable, because they are going to be evading for a little while. So yeah, the fact that they managed to get the Lasher snap off, really promising for Miscount, but of course there's still a lot of dungeon left.
There is, and you started this this statement off with probably the last time we'll be seeing the Alcathar Academy. I'm one of the people that believe it's going to be coming down to the time tiebreakers on Sunday. Would you disagree? Because I think the Alcathar Academy is actually one of the dungeons where people, I think, might try to shave down some of that timer if that's what it comes to.
Oh, I definitely think so. I think Academy is one of the I feel like Academy is one of these keys where the 22 doesn't seem as difficult as some of the other chase keys, but the 23 is like in this like impossible range. So
exactly.
It's like you can't do a 23, but the 22 is easy enough. I mean, I'm calling it 22 easy, but you know what I mean? That they can go back.
It's a lot of the damage is front loaded.
Right?
I think is what it is. If you're comparing it to like the Brackenhide, then you'd much rather go into the Alcathar Academy than go into that Uldaman. Ooh, as AJ goes down for missed count here.
Yeah, they do have a battle rest, but the danger of this trash pull is already done. You don't have anything crazy left to do here, as you only have some Spiteful Shades to deal with, some Lashers as well. So I do believe they're not going to be using the rest here, unless they want to do it for time. Because, of course, Shades or Spiteful in general is going to slow down your rest. Because you have to finish off these mobs, wait for the Shades to spawn, then finish off the Shades, then you can cast the rest, which takes a little while. But it looks like they are just going to be going with that safe route. They don't think they need the time to cast the Battle Rest onto AJ. So once everyone else is gathering up the orbs to spawn Croth, one of the people that can rest here, either the Augavoker or Shadow Priest, are just going to be casting that rest. And then they're going to be fine.
I think you're making a good point, though, because this was one of the only teams we've ever been seeing to +2 at 20, so we know their route is pretty fast in the Alcathar Academy, and you might be setting yourself up for success if you can get a fast 22 in here. So with just 5 minutes on the clock saying, okay, we can just take it a little bit slower here, I don't know if I like that. It's definitely recoverable from the overall timer, but I think with how it's looking right now from this count, they're a little bit with the back against the wall after their performance yesterday. I think they should really be trying to like reach as high as they can.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Peters per hour in the bottom left now. They did not manage to +2 that 19, unfortunately, so they also have to do the 20, just like Match on the top left. I would like to keep an eye on Echo if we can put them on the screen, just because Echo is the only other team that is still in contention of getting that +2 chest and follow up that same key level as Mandatory did. And their split is looking good there now in this dangerous pool where they're committing the Bloodlust too. So yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping a little bit of an eye on Echo to see if that is something That is doable for them. And Dreadnought Skill Team on the bottom left also managed to get past this first trash pull, and they're also almost done with that first boss. So they're plus 20, looking pretty strong here. But then afterwards, they still have to do the 21 if they want to be following up the key level with both Miscount and Echo.
Yeah, we'll be looking whether or not this +2 is going to come into fruition for Echo. 2 more bosses to go, and half of the dungeon's trash still out there, but their second boss split is definitely looking good, and I think we should be okay on Gorak as well, as they're approaching that area right now. Mage looking on time, and they're 20 as well. Of course, we know can easily be done as teams have +2 this 19, so not too worried about the 20 just yet, but it's definitely a lot of damage that is going out, and we have been seeing Mandatory have some struggles in that 21 as well, as DGT is working on the 20 Brackenhide. Just checking in with them, you know, that was also a team that I think surprised and in a positive way looked really, really good yesterday throughout the dungeons, but they are falling a little bit off right now. They have that +2 on the 18 Brackenhide, but they weren't able to get that 21 Uldaman, which I think for them is one of the keys that they really should be prioritizing, as they're one of the only 2 teams that have been playing Warlock in the Uldaman, which to me makes the 21 possible.
And the Warlock definitely looking really strong in that Uldaman for Mandatory. So Dreadnought Skill Team having that same comp there. We will also see if Dreadnought Skill Team maybe did look at the route that Mandatory is doing, because I do think that that is obviously also, it's not only the Warlock, it's also the route that they're running that is a little bit different to the other teams. So if any team can adapt to the route of Mandatory, then it would be Dreadnought Skill Team, because of that Warlock that they've already played. So we'll see if they did adapt to that. But of course, again, these teams cannot practice on Tournament Realm whenever the tournament is not live. So during the tournament weekend, the tournament dungeons are turned off. They cannot be practicing. They cannot be trying new routes, new comps, new nothing. So they would all have to talk about it in theory and then try it out for the first time on the tournament, which is of course very scary, which means that a lot of these teams are not going to be completely innovating their comps or their routes unless they feel really confident in a change here and there. But we do see Echo now on the bottom right as they're fighting Forge Master Gorak. I do want to explain the Shadow Melt again, because it's going to be really important on the hierarchy levels for a match as well on the top left, as they're also fighting Forge Master. You can see after this Might of the Forge, so the boss jumps into the middle, slams like the hammer onto this anvil, and he does a huge amount of AoE, and right afterwards he casts his Blazing Aegis that is now being, that now went through on match. If there's 3 people that get targeted, but 1 person is the main target, and if that main target uses a Shadow Melt before the cast finishes or drops combats in some other way, then that means that the cast does not go all the way through. Miscount though, on the bottom right, giving a full wipe.
Tragic for them in the 22, but this is definitely going to solidify the go again for them. Had a little bit of struggle earlier on with AJ going down there during those final trash pulls before Krath. Now not able to finish out that boss, so 11 minutes lost, but I think in the overall picture I like this better.
Yeah, we're gonna see how it turns out. Match though, finishing off the boss. Really good for them on that +20 in the top left. Looking really strong. They have more than enough time to get to the last boss. Actually, they have a lot of trash. I did not see Match's enemy forces. Interesting. So it looks like Match actually plays quite a lot of trash at the end there, while most other teams decide to play a little bit more earlier.
Exactly. So most of the other teams approach Gorak with around 80 or higher trash count, and Mage is one of the only teams that does not do that. However, we're now seeing on Echo that they're having the same route as Pedros per hour, have Yoda go down here on Magmatusk in the 20, have that Battle Rush available, picked him right back up, and you should be hopefully able to recover this situation here. It's definitely scary for a couple of seconds, but good recovery.
Yeah, that was really scary. Having a tank go down on a boss like that and being able to not lose anyone else. Really nicely done by Pedros per hour, making sure that they got Yoda back up. and they're going to be able to finish off this boss. But yeah, on a 20, Magma Tusk just does so much damage onto the group. So healers, of course, having to focus fully in the group. I don't think this boss in general is known to do like an insane amount of tank damage, but maybe got hit by something. We're going to have to see what happened there to Yoda. Either way, it doesn't matter because they got that rest back up, and they're going to be able to finish the boss. And Echo about to finish off Forge Master Gork as well. One more thing to note, as I just said, you can get rid of this Aegis if you use a combat dropping ability. But if you don't have an ability like that, then standing in a line, like we just saw Echo do, is the best way of dealing with this spell, because once you get hit by the ability, then fire swirlies spawn out of your character, but they spawn diagonally forward to the left and to the right, and diagonally backwards to the left and to the right. So if you stand in a line behind each other, then the swirlies are never going to hit the other players. So that's why they're positioning themselves like this, which is a really cool strat to see.
Yeah, queue up if you get this one and you don't have that shadow meld. Everyone behind each other, and then it's going to be working out, as we just saw by Echo as well. Missed count now back into the mini boss pool in the Algathar Academy. Hopefully this time around everything goes well for them. They looked dominant in their plus 20, were able to plus 2 it, but are they going to be on track in the 22 as well? Possibly. Could they be faster than any of the other 22s that we've seen thus far is my big question for their run here in the Algathar Academy, because God knows they need it. They need those really fast times to maybe claw back here. Mage having some scary moments on the mic in the top left corner, but able to stabilize as well as Mandatory back on Shargath in the 21.
Yeah, Match on the top left. They would be the first team to finish off higher than 19 key in this Naltharis here as well, because so far it looks like Match, I think Match actually was one-shotting all of the keys so far. So even though they didn't get the plus 2 and the 19, they still one-shot the 19 and managed to walk into its 20 straight away, not having to do any kind of resets like Pedro's did or Mandatory did. So looking really good for a Match if they finish off this key in the next. I mean, they're not even over the plus 2 yet, so timer-wise, they're definitely very fine. But of course, the last boss can also be dangerous in a plus 20. Still, in my opinion, the least dangerous boss of all bosses in Naltharis, which is a really good thing for a TGP setup, right? Because then that means that you're not going to be wasting too much time if you end up wiping on like Forge Master Gorek or Shargath, compared to wiping on the last boss like in a dungeon like Brackenhide, right? So I do think that Naltharis might be one of those dungeons where we see these chase keys being attempted, just because of not losing too much time there if it doesn't go right.
Yeah, we just saw for a second the split timers of our different teams in the 19. And while we do know that the routing is a bit different for Echo, they're now doing a lot of the trash that they didn't do before Gorek as Mandatory does. They're pretty much on time for this plus 2 in the 19 Naltharis, which would be big. One of the few teams to do it. Most of the other teams were only able to plus 1 it. Missed count hasn't even entered the Naltharis to finish any of these keys yet, but only team to do it thus far was Mandatory, and definitely would be a good look for Echo to lock that one in as well as they're approaching that final area.
Yeah, looking at their Bloodlust timer, they also have it in 2 minutes, which means they're still going to get it within that 2 chest timer, which it's also probably something that they've planned for as well. So I assume they know that they can 2 chest this, or they saw that Mandatory 2 chested it, and that means they can do it, right? Because of course these teams, they can be paying attention to the main broadcast, they can keep an eye on what the other teams are doing, and seeing another team 2 chest a high key and the other teams not being able to do so gives you that kind of idea. Okay, we know we can probably plus 2 this as well if you play as good as Mandatory, but it's going to be close because the other teams didn't manage, right? So it's always good to have some sort of perspective. Of course, these teams practice as well in tournament realms before, and they might have an idea themselves, but it's going to be difficult for them to practice each individual key level because they don't know what the starting level is, right? And depending if you start with a 16 or a 14 or a 15 or a 17, it's going to be very different. And also the affixes, of course, affecting the key levels a lot, and the 2 chesting and 3 chesting. So having a little bit of an idea what the other teams are doing, definitely beneficial for Echo here. Maybe that's partially the reason why they also started with a different key instead of going to the Nullflower straight away here.
Yeah, it might be kind of just like doing that key that they know other teams have already approached. So making sure they have that on the board while also gathering some information. I personally like that. 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go on Sarga. They still have a little bit of extra trash to finish besides the one that's standing in there, but they're grabbing it very soon onto the boss as they're now making headway there. The Bloodlust is also available, so they should be having, I would say, a good time on this 19 to be able to +2 it as the rest of the trash comes running in.
I think so as well. They did pull the boss even before Mandatory did on their 19, but Echo has to play some more trash onto the last boss, so that's going to slow them down a little bit more. But I do think they are going to be fine on a timer if they don't have any major mistakes, with the Bloodlust still available as well, which they're very likely saving for that next set of PI, and maybe Breath of Ian's as well coming back up in just a moment. Match on the top left, they are on their +20 Warlord Sarga, so they're going to be the ones to get that +20 in the board first. Unfortunately, they're going to have to go back and do the 21 if they want to be going equal with Mandatory that they are in that run right now. But then Mandatory did have to reset their run, unfortunately, as they did have a full wipe on the mini boss pool right before Forge Master Gorek, which they're going to be approaching in just a moment as well on the bottom right. So we're going to see if they can pull it off this time around.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of damage in those trash packs leading up to Gorek. And then Gorek himself, also a little bit of a menace. You're looking at the split timers on the left-hand side once again. I would say Pedro's DGT at match a little bit slower than what we've been seeing from Echo and Mandatory all throughout, but that doesn't need to translate into those hierarchies as well. So we're going to be watching how they do once they actually get that 21 match. Now finishing out on Sarga, they still need the rest of the trash to also go down to finish this key, but with 3 minutes to go, they're super fine here. And we also did get a glimpse at the Algathar Academy 21 that missed 22 that missed Countess in, and they got through that first pull easily and pulled Cross, so hopefully all is well for them.
And there we go, match finishing off Warlord Sarga, and they're running to that last trash pull that they still have to do, or trying to get that last couple of trash still down. And then they're going to be home free to be able to potentially try this 21 or go to a different dungeon. That is something we've seen that would be logical, I would say, for them as well. So unless they want to stay here. Oh, and there we go, the +2 coming in by Echo with 50 seconds left on that +2 timer. So Echo
faster than Mandatory
with 2 Mandatory and being a little bit quicker as well. So really good sign for them, and really good sign for the Frost Mage as well, I do want to say. So we're gonna have to see if Miscount is also playing the Frost Mage in this dungeon, potentially maybe also 2-chesting the 19 as well. But yeah, Mandatory now, are they already? No, after this pull is where they're going to be pulling the mini boss, and that's where they wiped before at the very end of it. So we'll see if they can finish it off this time around.
Well, I think we need to look at the leaderboard, because people were saying that, you know, a certain team is washed and they cannot do it anymore, but maybe they might be saying stop the count now. Right now, Echo is in the lead with that very fast time in the Nilthir's 19+2, but of course, this might all change very quickly as teams are going through their high dungeons. Missed count, once again, having trouble here. Kira going down, Yargi following on Kroth, not looking good for the Polish team.
Yeah, Kira going down, immediately getting rest, and then dying again, costing Miscount having to reset Kroth here. And definitely unfortunate for them, but again, 22 Academy is a key that you can afford to reset a few times. It is a very high key, it can cause issues for many teams. We've seen some other resets before from yesterday from other teams, so it's... And this is the first time Miscount is attempting it. Judge's Skill team, though, having a Death on Timbermaw on their +20. Fortified here. They do have a battle rest.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, there we go.
Right? Not sure if he released or if he's actually back, but I would think he's back with the group. They're not just tanking this natty. Oh no, I think he walked in.
He's here.
Either way, he's there, yeah. That's what matters. There we go. Mandatory on their 21, dealing with the final stretches of trash before they actually deal with Gorek. Once again, this would be the first 21 mil Theris that we are seeing this weekend and today, since that dungeon was only shown to teams today. So it could be interesting.
Interesting
So,
indeed.
Echo?
Hi.
Hi.
I have to try to jump in somehow.
Sorry,
But,
I just want to finish this because
yeah,
I
go
see
for it.
Echo on the bottom left. They're
Yeah.
doing a practice pool here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that. So before they go into the 21, they're doing a practice pool to test out something, I guess. Which is kind of cool to see. But yeah, sorry,
that's
Doa,
Mythic
continue.
Zero.
No, that's fine. That's a great shout out because I feel like that's something we barely, if / never see. What's your opinions on that, Dratnos? Unless there's something else you want to add before you head out. Makes.
No, I think this is super interesting, and I'll be watching. Have fun.
All right. Well,
Bye.
goodbye, Makes. Welcome, Dratnos. And yeah, interesting. They're continuing to go with it. So, is this some sort of like
Where's
skip theory
Stone?
thing?
What are they up to over here?
Interesting.
So
We've got a
who's
repair
missing?
hammer coming down.
Gingy.
Gingy's taking damage somewhere. He is fighting some trainees by himself. Oh, he's snapping them. They're testing a snap over here.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe.
Or maybe a
Yeah, I mean, those
reset?
mobs definitely snapped to now or reset. What on earth are they up to? It's curious to me because it seems like anything that you'd need to test in an M0, you would do leading up to the weekend, unless you're yoinking this from mandatory or something, like something that you've literally just seen today. Must be what they are up to.
Yeah,
Pull timer's out
interesting.
now as well. So let's see what they... Oh, maybe they're pre-getting the goulash buff here.
Ah, that might be it. Yeah.
Maybe there's some amount of that they can take with them into this keystone. At that plus 21 level does make sense to get every advantage that you can get. Yeah, look at the movement speed. They're all kind of... I guess this could be Stampeding Roar as well. Mm-hmm. It does seem like it's fallen off. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
So it is very interesting to see that Echo thinks they need that speed buff, or that it's worth it to go through to that area in Mythic Zero to get the speed buff for timing this key. So that makes me think it is actually a pretty close timer in this 21. Or they think that it's just safer for like the gathering, because sometimes having the speed on the tank especially is really nice, because then you don't get hit by these mobs as you're gathering them up, because we have seen numerous times that tanks do like to go down whenever they gather up pools. Once they have everything gathered up, they usually are pretty sturdy, but yeah, the gathering part can be causing some issues. But mandatory in the top left, they have now managed to finish up this mini boss pool that they wiped to previously, and they're now fighting Forge Master Gorek on the 21, and we're going to be seeing a lot of damage coming through. And we also hope that we see the Aegis being cast on Shadow Melt players or combat droppable players. Looks like that one did go through though, and we have the Bloodlust now coming out as well.
Yeah, you see they've got these world markers down to help them form that line. And you're really hoping that it goes on players with Shadow Melt, and you're kind of hoping that it alternates between like going on somebody with Shadow Melt and then going on somebody who doesn't, and then going on somebody with Shadow Melt again, so that you don't just run out of you want to be able to use defensives on some and Shadow Melts on others, so getting stuff on cooldown is nice, as they do have to line up for this set. But we have some defensives rolling. Offensive cooldowns expiring now for mandatory. Forge Master at 60%, so still quite a long fight ahead of them. Lust is expiring here soon as well, but they've done a pretty good job of hitting their Lust on CD, so they are going to be able to get that fourth Lust onto the last boss kind of whenever they want. They're not going to be under a lot of pressure to press it, right off CD on that fight.
Yeah, definitely have a little bit of leeway with that Bloodlust timer, but there we go, another Aegis coming
Wards
through.
used on 2 people.
Yeah.
So they are running low on stuff now.
You still
If the
have
next target doesn't have Meld or Invis, we're really hoping for Hopeful to be the
Yeah.
target, because he probably has Meld and Invis.
Now let's take a look who is going to be targeted after this Might of the Forge, which already ticks everyone
Oh,
incredibly
Stove.
low. Stove
Wow.
almost going down there. It looks like Stove is the target. Shadow Melt just came back up. Yeah, there we go. No, it was actually Hopeful. There we
was
go.
Hopeful,
So we got the
nice.
Mage. thankfully being able to use that Shadow Melt, and Stove also has the Shadow Melt back up now. So they're going to be a lot safer from here on out, because no matter, well, if Mason gets targeted, they're going to be in trouble, but if Stove or Hopeful are targeted, they're going to be able to reset that, which is going to be very nice for them, as Mold does drop a little bit lower on mana with all of that damage coming through. And look at how much damage this AoE tick does.
Yeah, Stove was forced to press Dispersion on the previous AoE, so he is very low on stuff here. Those flash heals for the DR being required for him to stay alive, as the boss now sub 30%. We do still have Stove's Meld, so he would be a good target for the next next shield, but sometimes that doesn't work out, as we get another big AoE here. But this time Vampiric Embrace is up. That goes a long way towards keeping everybody alive. They form the line. It looks like this one is going through once again. A lot of danger for the group here, but they have managed to survive it, and now we have a little bit of a breather. Probably one more set of AoE damage events for Mandatory to get through. 10 minutes left in their dungeon as well, so they're not... The timer isn't phenomenal, but it should be okay. They should have 2 minutes or so to play around with at the end of this one. The flash heal comes out once again.
One more Aegis. Let's see if it's on somebody that... Yes, there we go. We did manage to reset that. It was on Moat. Being able to use that Shadow Melt, that means that was the last Aegis coming through. The boss is going to go down in just a moment, so they're going to be home free to move on. And Mandatory also, one of the teams that plays a lot of count before Forge Master Gorak. So they only have one trash pool left into Warlord Sarga, and then maybe some more trash onto the boss at the very end. So I think the end of this dungeon, especially for Mandatory, with the amount of trash they play earlier, actually going to be pretty easy compared to the rest of the dungeon, right? So I do think Mandatory has this in the bag unless something catastrophic happens there at the end. But yeah, Warlord Sarga being the easiest boss in this whole dungeon, plus the trash that they play is not going to be... the trash pool that they do here is not going to be incredibly dangerous. So Mandatory looking very strong. And Stratos Guild team on the top right, about to finish off the Katriarch Wrath-Eye as well on their plus 20. Timer more than fine with those 5 minutes left. Just need to make sure that they finishing off the last few totems that they have to deal with before they can focus the boss.
Yeah, they're getting ready to switch over, although on a plus 20 key level, you probably need to keep killing the totems until you're like sub 15% or something, as even just that explosion plus the Belorolos dot putting Terrascent in some danger, but they do make it to their Bloodlust, so should be okay from here for Dratnos Guild team. I think they should be pretty happy with this timer as well. Although I suspect that, again, the plus 20 Brackenhide, not going to be something they're going to want to keep forever, especially now that Echo has put up a 21. I think everybody is going to feel pressure to get a 21 done in here as well. Probably not a 22. I feel like 22 Bracken is maybe not impossible, but extremely sketchy. So I think that's going to be maybe one more key in this place. And the question is, where are Dratnos Guild team going to head next? Because... unless they want to do the Halls of Infusion, all their keys are kind of now at that very high push level. I guess the Neltheris 20 could make some sense, but even that is really hard on Tyran. And then you'd have to go and do the 21 after as well. That's scary.
Yeah, I do think if they go and do the 20, they should immediately after do the 21, right? I think you definitely want to do those both, to like 20 for a warm-up and then a 21 after. So maybe going into the Halls of Infusion would also make sense for Dratnos Guild team here. Or, as you said, maybe trying to do that 21 Alderman. But 21 Alderman, we talked about this before, seemed really difficult for Mandatory. So, yeah, doing a key like that right now, maybe not the best when they still have other points to get on the board that are a lot easier in return. But there we go, match. Bottom left. Actually, the first team to go into that Halls. I think earlier we'd asked Doa when he thinks that the teams go into Halls, and he said 2 minutes into the tournament. And he's only 22 minutes off, so not too bad, Doa, not too bad.
Yeah, the Halls of Infusion.
I try my best, what can I say?
It's a bolstering keystone, right? So usually when we see bolstering or sanguine, those mean that teams will take a little bit before they get there. Often they'll take their break before starting those keys, just because bolstering and sanguine tend to be not just the route modifying affixes, but also the mindset adjusting affixes. And usually you want to have a little bit of a think before you start those keys. But I mean, look at Mage's scorecard, right? Like, they don't have anywhere easy to go. So I think that starting off that Halls of Infusion does make a lot of sense for them. Looks like they are already through that first pull. Not a fortified keystone, so even with bolstering active, as long as the mic starts kiting once stuff gets really, really bolstered, they shouldn't be in too much danger in this area. Halls of Infusion does have a few enemies that'll kind of blast random players, the shock casters if you fight them. But first of all, you don't have to fight any shock casters if you don't want to. And second of all, you can just kill them first and avoid bolstering them. Aside from that, we're really looking at avoiding bolstering a dragon before it gets one of those deep chill casts off. But again, dragons should already be the priority damage target here. Mage are playing the Fire Mage in this dungeon. I suspect we're going to see teams like Miscount, maybe Echo playing the Frost Mage in here instead, which I think will work out really nicely with this affix combination. But we'll have to see when they actually do get to this dungeon.
Yeah, I do want to take a closer look at the timer here for Mandatory in the top left, as they're now fighting the last boss in the 21, Neltharis. 73% on Sargar, while also having to cleave down some trash. There we go, now they're done with enemy forces. And they're 4 minutes, 13 left. Which makes me think, considering how that run for Mandatory looked pretty clean, and they were also like a team that has the fastest route almost. Well, Echo was a little bit faster, 19, but close. It makes me think that the 22 is not really something we're going to see. Because I feel like you would need more time than what Mandatory is going to have left. What do you think?
It makes me worried about other teams being able to quickly do the 21 as well. Like,
yeah.
You know, Mandatory have been playing extremely well so far today and yesterday, and they have fast strategies in these dungeons. So you're telling me they're going to finish this 21 with only one death and with like 2 or less minutes on the clock? I'm starting to worry that, sort of like the Older Man, other teams putting up that 21 is going to be something that will take a lot more attempts than it takes Mandatory, which we'll have to see. I mean, Neltharis, I think Echo looks stronger in Neltharis than they did in the Older Man, at least. So Echo should be able to, I think, match that 21 a little bit more quickly, but definitely strong for a strong position for Mandatory to be in, that they look strong in every dungeon, right? That's something that you've seen in previous MDIs and TGPs generally be true of Echo, right? Is that like some teams have strengths and weaknesses and then Echo only has strengths. This time around, it feels like that is true for Mandatory. That's a really good place to be in.
Definitely. I mean, we did see that one hiccup where they had to reset the 21 earlier. Unfortunately, on that mini-boss wipe before Watchmaster. If Echo manages to one-shot their 21 on the top right, then Echo will be making up some time. Because obviously, Mandatory just playing better in general yesterday, so they're still going to be in the lead even with this reset. But yeah, Mandatory looking very strong. They could either go into the Brackenhide after this 21, because, you know, again, looking at the timer, I don't think a 22 is doable. Or they go Halls, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 21... So comparing Echo and Mandatory, I think the 21 Brackenhide that Mandatory have to do is likely to be done a lot more quickly with a lot fewer attempts than the 21 Older Men that Echo still have to do. I think that is going to be a very hard keystone for Echo, especially with their comp and with their route, unless they have made some changes to that overnight, which Echo are the team that is most likely to do that historically. They do often change things up with a very high... They can adapt very quickly to something that other teams do that is faster, but that's been true before. I don't know if it'll be true this time around, as these keys and at this level with these comps require probably a lot of practice, and of course no practice was available. Mandatory will be timing that 21 Neltharis with 1 minute and 38 seconds left in the tank, moving up to 84 points and first place, although the teams that are doing Halls of Infusion will temporarily overtake them with these 17 points that they're putting on the board with this key level, but of course that will likely not last for very long. I think Mandatory will probably head to that Halls before the Bracken, but they may decide that the Bracken is something that they are ready for. Could also be a time to take a break. It's already been 1 hour and 43 minutes of our day, so teams are allowed to start taking their breaks whenever they want. You may want to get that out of the way now before jumping into the next key.
Yeah, it looks like they actually did take 10 minutes off their 20 minutes mandatory break. So I think that's a smart decision, because they not only can they discuss what they should be attempting next if they want to do the Brackenhide or the Halls, but they can also take a look at the other teams, see what they are doing, right? I do think what I talked about earlier, for example, like we saw a lot of teams going into Neltharis first, and Echo did not. Echo did that 21 bracken height first, which gave Echo the information that the 19 in Neltharis is 2-chestable, but that it is very close to 2-chest because a lot of the teams didn't manage except mandatory, right? So having that information, I do think is valuable unless you're sure that you know without having to see what the other teams are doing, which is a little bit unlikely considering that I don't think Echo or any of the teams has practiced Neltharis exactly with these affixes, exactly on like 17s and 19s, right? So they probably have an idea how easy it is to +2 a 19 Neltharis, but then maybe they're not sure exactly with these affixes. So getting an idea on what the other teams are doing first, I do think is valuable. So maybe for mandatory to decide, you know what, let's do the Brackenite first, see what the other teams are doing in the halls of infusion to see how close or far they are from a 2-chest timer or a 3-chest timer in their respective keys, and then go into halls later maybe makes sense for them. Is Justice Guild? Oh, for a second I thought they were missing an affix on their key. That would have been a disaster 5 minutes in.
Yeah, not something that you're hoping to see. One thing you will see that's always kind of fun is that the affixes are in slightly different orders for the different teams because you just use a scroll to put them on your keystone, so sometimes that can trip you up when you're looking at them, but it is... All 3 affixes are there, it's all correct. No more resets today, hopefully, for missed affixes on keystones. All is something you're hoping to avoid. But yeah, you bring up a really interesting point about whether and how much you can really plan for... 2 and 3 chesting these medium key levels, the keys that are starting at these levels, because it's a really important skill for TGP, but it's basically completely unrewarded on live servers, right? Like, if you're a team on the live servers that can do 21 keys, first of all, congratulations, that's incredible. Second of all, you basically never are worried about like 2-chesting versus 3-chesting a +16 keystone at that point, right? Like that's something that you know on your daily keys you're going to be just doing 20s and 21s and stuff, right? But it is something for TGP where that really does matter. That'll save you these chunks of 30, 35 minutes as if you're like Echo and Mandatory that 2-chest the 19 Neltharis versus the teams that don't have to. Literally, you save the 35 minutes from the 20, plus the chance of wiping in a +20, which is obviously not 0. We've been seeing teams doing that already, so really, really valuable skill. And I wonder how much prep the teams do in terms of like thinking about every key with at least Tyrannical and Fortified at every key level and thinking about whether and how you can 2 and 3 chest them.
Yeah, and then the question is also, like, if you get the information of another team and you see, okay, Mandatory 2-chested a 19, no other team did, means it's kind of close, right? And what do you do with this information? Do you actually have the ability to do your route that you have planned for this dungeon quicker or riskier to gain some time here and there? Or do you just have to... Oh, Sally actually does go down as they talk about this while they gather up this mini-boss pool that we've seen so many other teams struggle with. They have to get Sally back up, but it's a little bit difficult for them because look at all of these swirlies on the ground and they have to cast Engineering Rest. There we go. Sally is back up though, and Bloodlust is being used, so they should be able to recover this. But yeah, this is a very, very dangerous pull.
Yeah, luckily Vampiric Embrace covered the gap from the healer death from Mira's there until they were able to res Zalia, so... all good so far for Echo. They are now out of battle reses for the next few minutes as they have already expended one earlier in this key as well. Plus, pressing the Lust when they do here does mean that this is a 1 Lust dungeon from them from this point, right? So they are only going to be getting 3 total Lusts in this dungeon as compared to some teams that try and push it to get 4.
I think I did see Miss Mandatory actually get the 4 Lusts. Yeah, because it did use it at the very, very end of the key.
Yeah, it requires you to press, right at the start of the key as well, and then basically on cooldown, right, to be able to actually get all 4 casts. It's a little bit more forgiving than some dungeons. Like if we see the Algathar Academy, which missed count in the bottom left, are heading into right now, you can see that's a 32-minute timer. So if you want to get 4 lusts in here, you do actually just have to press it exactly on cooldown, which teams generally prefer to just say, we're going to finish this dungeon in like 31 minutes or faster anyways, so we wouldn't be able to get 4 lusts if that's true anyways. So we're just going to get 3 good lusts instead of 4, mediocre ones, or really 3 mediocre ones if you're trying to get the 4th and then you're faster than it anyways. But in Neltharis, that's a 35-minute timer. So now you go from having 2 minutes total, Bloodlust off CD time to 5, and that is usually enough for teams as long as you're basically using it on cooldown, you no longer have to use it exactly on cooldown.
Yeah, definitely a little bit nicer to have a more free decision on when you can use that Bloodlust for safety rather than having to use it for speed in a situation where you don't necessarily need it on a difficult pull. But there we go, looking at Echo in the top left, they are approaching Forgemaster Gorek, which we've seen was very difficult to execute for mandatory, especially with getting fixates on people without having the ability of dropping combat or dropping that debuff multiple times in a row. And Echo having that Bloodlust not available for the boss because they used it for that difficult trash pull. So that is something that we've seen mandatory use on Forgemaster Gorek. So because mandatory did use their Bloodlust on cooldown to get that last on the last boss or one extra usage, they did manage to have last on this boss fight like halfway through. Echo is not going to have that. So that means that Echo is going to have to fight this boss a little bit longer in comparison to mandatory, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah, they do have still the full suite of, shadow melds and invises and stuff like that, but as the fight gets longer, that does mean that you're more likely to have somebody targeted who has it on CD, right? And so you're likely to kind of get those last few without being able to meld or invis them. Although if the fight lasts long enough, they're coming back off CD again, and then you get another use of all of them. So I don't know. A lot of it is also just depending on who the boss targets with those shields. Either way, I'm sure that Echo and most teams have a plan that probably works even if they get moderately unlucky with who gets targeted, as long as the boss just doesn't spam target people that don't have anything up. They should be okay even with that longer boss fight. You can see them stacking all those fires in the same spot as well so that they don't have to fill the room up with fire. And they also are trying to keep the boss from moving too far so that all the ranged can keep line of sight. They can keep range to the mobs, especially with playing an Augmentation Evoker. Very easy to accidentally leap the boss out of range of that Evoker. But it looks like they have managed to invis this set as Gingy entering that Veins. Getting some big damage here. That Frost Mage single target. Often underappreciated, but particularly when it combined with Power Infusion and with an Augmentation Evoker. We used to think of Frost as this spec that was like, okay, you have full uptime on Icy Veins, and you're kind of just always doing damage. That really changed this expansion. Frost is now a spec that does big 2-minute CD damage with those Icy Veins, particularly, again, when combined with the Shadow Priest and the Aug Evoker, as Echo do manage to get another Shadow Meld on one of those shields. 60% on the boss, but yeah, like you said, without Lust, this is going to take a while.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to skip 2 in a row is nice on Zelia's mana, though. Also, as long as that mana bar is full and they're not running fully out of those defensive cooldowns, then it's going to be nice for them. One thing to mention, too, is it's not necessarily, because I guess you mentioned it already, it's not necessarily about how many of the Aegises or shields you can actually avoid. It's how many at what situation or at what point in the fight too. Because if you skip a lot of them at the start, when you have all of your defensives ready, and then at the end you don't manage to skip any of them anymore, then that's obviously a big problem. But as you said as well, at some point cooldowns are just going to be coming back up. Predators per hour on the top right are also on Forgemaster Gorek though, and even though they are in the 20 compared to the 21 from Echo, it's still going to be very difficult for them too. And notably, they just used their Bloodlust as well. So as we spoke about, there's different Bloodlust timings depending on which strategy you're choosing to do, and it looks like Pages per hour is using the press Bloodlust on cooldown strat, famously known, and Pages per hour is sticking to that one.
Also known as CDs on CD, a great strategy.
CD, yeah.
Very easy to convey to your group. One of the North American specials as far as our strategies go.
Almost as famous as the press W route.
Yep, press W, hold W. We'll figure it out. Something will happen. Get through the dungeon. Looks like they are also quite fast in this key compared to Echo, but you got to remember they're on a 20 instead of a 21. So, and they also do have a little bit more count at this point in the dungeon too. So Echo will need to get a little bit more from the end of their dungeon, but that shouldn't take them more than an extra minute or two. Most of the hard trash as well is kind of front loaded here too.
Yeah, they should be okay. as Match in the bottom right is now fighting Cajun. It's still at 17. This is this is the key level that we started with today on the dungeons that were announced. It was both halls of Infusion and also Neltharis that has been announced. Mirrors did go down for Echo.
Ooh.
They did use the battle rest to get him back up. He's going to be accepting it after the AoE is coming through here.
Yeah,
And it looks
Gingy
like
having
they
to
managed
sit
to
block.
avoid it. Yeah.
Playing actual ice block as well instead of ice cold. Usually we do see the mages playing that ice cold for the DR, but sometimes just the full immunity on ice block can be really nice, especially if it lets you then immune debuffs as well, like the dot from that Blazing Aegis as well. Echo do get the boss killed off. They have a little bit over 10 minutes left in their dungeon, which is good. Mandatory had about the same time, but Mandatory needed a lot less count at this point in the dungeon, so
Yeah.
I think Echo are going to be very, very close to the timer here. It's going to be one to
so as
watch
well.
for sure.
Yeah, I think they might have to actually just pull the boss at some point halfway through their trash pull that they're doing at the very end, which, going to be a bit dangerous. Pages per hour did lose Fired Up at the end of their boss fight here in their plus 20, but did manage to get the rest up and finish off the boss. So looking good for them. Yeah, now also dropping really low while he's gathering up this trash pull that they're doing, where they have a bird as well doing AoE damage. You can see everyone's being pushed here but not taking damage. That's because they are line of sighting it. The way that mechanic works on the bird is if you line it, you still get pushed, don't take the damage anymore. So one of the abilities or one of the effects of this ability is going through, the other one is not. So very interesting interaction there. But yeah, they have to hurry up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I'm not terrified for Echo's timer, but I am getting a little bit worried. We do want to see that boss pulled with something like at least 4.5 or so minutes left in the dungeon. They will be getting one more Bloodlust, and they can use it whenever they want. So that can really help with melting the boss. But, you talk about Warlord Sarga being one of the easier bosses, and it certainly is. But if you have to pull trash on top of it, particularly if you have any of those birds involved at all, they are super scary. I suspect what Echo are going to try and do is finish off all their birds and then get into the boss. But even with just those lava manchers and with those wardens, that is a lot of danger for the group. So we'll see how they decide to play this. Time is running short for them. 8.5 minutes left in their dungeon, and they still do need 30% count from this. I mean, basically they have to get all the trash at the end of this dungeon. That is a lot of trash.
Yeah, it definitely is. We do know that they're pulling a lot onto the boss, but maybe out of 21 they want to play it a little bit safer. We're going to have to see what they decide to do. They have last available soon, so that's something they're using at the start once they gather up this trash back onto the boss. And there we go. Now, not even waiting for them to be finished off, they are engaging that last or that second bird as well. So another bird they have to deal with that AoE coming through, plus now just taking an insane amount of damage from this trash too, actually. This looks pretty scary for Echo. As Mandatory now back from their break, they decided to go to the Halls of Infusion, so not attempting this 21 bracket night that we've seen the other teams do. So just playing that key up. Miscount on the bottom left, they also already took their 10-minute break, or half of their break, I would say, because in total they have to take 20. And they're now again attempting the 22 Academy. They had to reset the key a few times already. I think this is the fourth time they're in here. So hopefully this time around they can finish it off. It would be really important for them because they have so much time to catch up because of yesterday not going too well for them.
Yeah, this 22 would be very important for them, but it's kind of a feels bad 22 for missed count because every other team, as you can see on their scorecard, already has a 22 Alcathar Academy. So missed count are really trying to atone for the mistakes of yesterday and get that finished so that they can then be kind of on even footing with where every other team started today. But during that same time, every other team is getting important stuff done in these other dungeons. So it is a tough spot for missed count to be in. But luckily, there's still a lot of time left in the weekend, and they aren't in any danger of being eliminated at the end of the day, as we don't have any eliminations on these days. Mage having a death from Soda there in the bottom right shouldn't matter, as I think this 17 is pretty clearly in the 2 chest is doable, 3 chest is not range, although Mandatory might have something else to say about that once they get to the end of this dungeon. That is a team that has shattered the preconceptions we've had about which keys are and are not 2 and 3 chestable. So they may also do that in this Halls, although I kind of doubt it. I feel like Halls is a little bit more predetermined, a little bit more, standard pulls, a little bit harder to have something really crazy in. But, Mandatory are a team that has proven that wrong in a lot of other dungeons so far. Their Watcher Iridius is going very nicely, but we do have Travener's Guild team and Mage nearing the end of this dungeon, looking to stop the clock somewhere in that 2 chest. Let's take a look at Echo, though, as they have managed to pull Warlord Sarga. They managed to pull it with about 5 minutes left in their dungeon up in the top left, so that is good for enough time to deal with the boss. They are needing to finish off another 10% count, which they'll do over the course of this fight. They need to do that without anybody dying and also without losing a lot of boss damage because of either focusing on the ads or doing extra mechanics because of the ads.
Yeah, they also still have the Bloodlust available as well, so they're very likely going to be using that for that next trash pull that they are pulling onto the boss. But the timer looking good for sure. I think their timer is fine, but of course pulling trash onto a plus 21 tyrannical boss is incredibly dangerous, even if it is one of those easier bosses of the dungeon. So we're going to have to see if they can execute that. And I think I also agree with your... Yeah. But I want to say that I think I also agree with your statement of the Halls of Infusion being a pretty clear, 2 chestable key, but 3 chests really, out of the question. So I do think that getting that extra information from the other teams doing the dungeon is not really something that's mandatory deemed necessary, and that's why they also are in this Halls of Infusion as well. Headers per hour in the top right also in Warlord Sarga are there 20, and their timer is looking more than fine. They also have to finish this trash that they also pulled onto the boss as well, just like Echo did. Their Bloodlust technically comes up still before the dungeon timer ends, but because they're so fast, they're probably not going to be getting that last usage anymore, as the boss already down to 23% for them.
All right, now is going to be potentially grabbing the rest of the trash they need at some point soon here for Echo. Warlord Sarga up at the top of the stairs, now going on a little adventure to grab some more. Pages per hour, Drogo and Sang, very low health, but looks like they're going to be okay and stabilizing. And yeah, they are going to be finishing with more than enough time in this 20, although the timer is not looking great for them once you scale it up to a 21. They are also going to have a tight timer in that dungeon. But now the question comes down to Echo. So they have 40% on Warlord Sarga, another 2.5 minutes, but they have also got to finish off all this trash that they've pulled. This is going to be a little bit scary, a little bit dangerous, but I think they'll be okay. Probably going to be a little bit slower than Mandatory. Mandatory put up a 30-minute and 16-second run. Oh, sorry, no, they didn't. They put up a 31-minute and 22-second run. So we've got another 30 seconds for Echo to match Mandatory. I think they're going to be a little bit slower than that, but not by much. And that's a good place to be for Echo, although, of course, decent chance they're going to need to win on time tiebreakers, in which case the fact they're a little bit slower than Mandatory is definitely not good.
Yeah, they are still holding on to that Bloodlust. At this point, I wonder if they even get the full duration out of it. We're waiting probably for that PI and that Breath of Eons and maybe a shield coming up. Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't get the full last anymore, as the boss is really low, and that trash is also already below 50% as well, that they've pulled the last couple of enemy forces that they need to get this dungeon done. There we go, the Bloodlust is running, all cooldowns are running. I think that boss is going to be melting for them, and they're going to be able to finish this key in just a moment. But look, a little bit of damage still coming through. Did manage to recover as Sally drops a little bit low. But yeah, not going to be getting any more shields. That was the last shield. If they just leave off of this boss here. The boss might actually go down before the trash too. So yeah, 1 minute 14 left on the timer. Looking strong. Echo one-shotting this 21 is a really good sign for them here.
Yeah, very good work by Echo. It is going to be about 30 seconds slower than Mandatory were in this dungeon, but you know what? We'll take that. And actually, you can see on the scorecard right now between Echo and Mandatory, Echo are slower in Algathar, they're slower in Neltheris, but they are actually faster because they have a 20 Uldaman instead of the 21, and the 21 Braconite instead of the 20 there. They were faster in that side. But we do have a replay here of absolute tragedy befalling once again the team missed count in their 22 Algathar Academy, forced to hearth out. Another 15 minutes down the drain for a team that really could not afford for that to be happening to them today. That is very tough.
Yeah.
Very tough to see.
Unfortunately, one of the casts from the Scepter is going through, just doing
Yeah.
huge AoE damage to a group. One-shotting Yargi, all the other players did actually manage to survive the initial burst there, which makes me think that they probably knew they're out of cooldowns or out of interrupts at that point. Because something like a Rasta Druid surely would also get one-shot if you don't go into bear form or something. So maybe they knew it's going to happen, did not quite manage to survive. We did see the cauterized procs. They didn't have a Battle Rush available to get the Yargi back up and just decided to reset the key. But yeah, disaster for miscount. They have to catch up so much to the other teams and just don't quite manage to get this 22 Academy on the board, unfortunately. And Stratos skill team on the top right is finishing off their 17 Halls of Infusion, being able to +2 it with 3 minutes left. And Match on the bottom left already did succeed in a +2 17 before and are now following up with that 19 key.
Yeah, both teams within 10 seconds of each other in that +17. Dranos Guild team probably will be doing the 19 halls as well as their next key, if I had to guess. It just seems to make sense, right? Once you do a 17 or a 16 in a dungeon, usually you just want to go straight in to that next key level, because it's not yet at that super push level, but it is still, the dungeon you were just doing, right? And the dungeon that you've got fresh in your mind. So I suspect that 19 will be something that the Dranos Guild team will enter as well. I feel like the 2 chest is probably not happening at that key level. But maybe for mandatory, that might be the thing, right? Instead of 3-chesting the 17, maybe 2-chesting the 19 is the kind of big stretch goal that you can do in these lower key levels in the Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, I think that is probably something that we're going to have to take a closer look at because, of course, mandatory also 2-chesting the 19 Neltharis as the only team with Echo as well. That could be something that might also be possible in this Halls of Infusion. But yeah, there we go. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard a little bit. Of course, the teams that did do the halls already and have the 17 score from that 17 key are going to be in the lead, but that's going to be evening out in just a moment once the other keys have been done by the other teams. Do want to quickly mention that we do see that we do have 3 teams that are taking their breaks right now. Pedros and Echo are on a 10-minute break, while Jutton's Guild team is on a 15-minute break, interestingly enough. I think most teams already always took 10 minutes first and then another 10 minutes later. We did sometimes see the teams just take the 20 minutes all at once. But 15 minutes, very interesting. Yes, whatever they were doing, just 10 minutes are not enough.
Maybe they've come up with some new tech that makes the 15 better than the 10. We'll see if other teams adapt to that going into tomorrow. Yeah, maybe some food's on the way or something. Who knows? So we do have 3 teams currently in the midst of Keystones. It's mandatory in the top left, looking to probably just 2-chest this 17 Halls of Infusion. That'll advance them back into first place that's currently been usurped by Dranos Guild team. Miscount in the top right in, I think, attempt number 5 of this 22 Algathar. This one's got to be it, and if this one's not it, the next one's they've got to get this key done very soon. They've got 2 dungeons that they haven't been to yet, that they just need to get started on at some point soon, and they are still just working on doing this 22 Algathar that every other team did yesterday. Very demoralizing position for Miscount to be in. Certainly a good showing of mental resilience that they're able to keep this going and keep the spirits up as they are, wiping to a key that they just know that every other team has done. And then Mage in the bottom right have started up the 19 Halls of Infusion. This is the only team at that level in this dungeon. The first team to make it to Halls of Infusion. And I think their strategy looks pretty good in here. I mean, it seems kind of like there's a standard developing in the Halls of Infusion. We'll have to see how this evolves as the key level gets higher, though. I think especially with bolstering, you can see that kiting is becoming important here. Mike is just in so much danger as these mobs all have 5 bolster stacks. When you're doing a really big pull, bolstering has this kind of weird curve in terms of how scary it gets, where, if you're fighting 15 mobs, the scariest moment isn't actually the end when you've got 1 mob with 14 stacks of bolstering. It's the middle when you have 7 mobs with 8 stacks of bolstering and you're just dead to 2 of them autoing you or 3 of them autoing you. So good kiting by Mike. Barely doesn't proc a cheat as they get into Watcher Iridius.
Yeah, the boss action heats up, but I want to have some question and answer action here. We have 3 teams on break right now, so let's talk. Let's do a little quiz. Let's do a little whose spell is it anyway? So we've done this before. Try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. Dratnos is like the king of this, I feel like, but we'll see if he can keep up the momentum here. What do we got?
I don't know. I think I got owned on the last one. Okay, Blast Enum. Probably enemies, if I had to guess.
I think you're right there, yeah.
149% of spell power. Then it's a school
It's a
of
recharge.
damage. And does something else for 6 seconds. It is a recharge.
Not that many recharge abilities in the game, I guess.
Yeah.
And spell power, so it means it's
It's a
either
caster's
healer
ability.
The icon looks kind
or a
of
caster.
like a cloud or lightning, maybe. What do you think?
Oh, I'm not looking at the icon.
Any guesses?
Early guess.
There's no
Let's
range in
see.
it. Doesn't it usually say the range? Or I guess it could be in the left. Oh, blast
That
Wave,
is true,
Frost
yeah.
Attack,
Maybe it's
Blast
been moved
Fire
to the
Blast.
left. Okay. So, Blast Wave, Frost Nova, Fire Blast, or Arcane Blast are the options we have. I feel like this is Blast Wave. Fire Blast does
I
have a
feel like
30-second recharge.
Yeah.
Does it?
I don't know.
30
I don't
seconds?
play Mage.
Does Blast Wave have a recharge?
The
than
icon
a
to me,
cooldown?
the shape looks like Fire Blast, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm not a Mage player, so I don't know their icons as well.
I just see a question mark as the icon.
Are you sure that Blast Wave has a recharge? Because I think
Well-
Frost Nova has recharge, no? Does
Okay,
Blast Wave
Frost
have two?
Nova.
Now it's
No, yeah,
ironic.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's got to be Frost Nova.
Zyronic in our chat is saying Frost Nova, so
Ooh, well.
Yeah, because
Zyronic
Fire Blast
says
is
Frost
way
Nova.
faster than 30 seconds. Arcane
Right,
Blast
right.
has no recharge or CD. And yeah, I guess Blast Wave is just
Oh.
a 1 cooldown.
well, what is it?
Yeah, and
So
Frost
yeah,
Nova
Frost
also
Nova.
does damage, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Frost Nova does damage as well.
Yeah, I think
It
Blast
does a
Wave
bit,
maybe
yeah.
does as well. But I think
Blast
it's
Wave
got to be
does
Frost
too,
Nova.
yeah.
It must be Frost Nova,
All
surely.
right, what is it?
I'm also
Let's
locking in
find
Frost
out.
Nova.
Everyone's saying Frost Nova. It's
All
Frost
right,
Nova.
nice.
There you go. All
Yeah,
right,
that,
that
would
was
make sense
text.
as well for not having a range, right? Because you don't target anything, you just press it, right, and it goes off around you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay.
I mistook the
Oh.
blurry text for. Oh my goodness! Now we have to do
Ooh,
this.
I think it's
C or D.
B. I'm with B or D.
I
B
think
and
it's
D look right to me.
D feels like
I think I'm B.
the right one to me. I don't know.
Nah, I'm locking in B. It's B.
I'm going with D.
I like D. I think I'm gonna go with D.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see.
I'm looking at the bottom right. You see that like weird kind of clipping into the ice shard?
Oh, it's B.
no
What?
way.
Oh, come on.
Not possible.
I'm blaming my monitor calibration. Clearly, my
I
color
think
correction is
same,
off.
same.
Yeah. Yep.
Ooh, we got another question.
That's right. There were many extremely close runs during the group stages, but by far the closest was Hope's plus 21 Azure Vault in Group A to the millisecond. How close to the dungeon timer did the team come? Do you
I
remember?
think they were 100 milliseconds off, like under the timer. Well,
They were
they
over
were actually
the
like
timer.
yeah, they were. It was
Yeah,
900
yeah.
milliseconds
So they
over
were
the timer,
9
but you
milliseconds
But it still
over
counts.
the timer.
Yeah. Which I mean, you basically the timer has an extra second that is hidden in there. Is how that works behind the scenes. So yeah, I'm gonna say 100 milliseconds.
Yeah, it was 100.
100. Okay. Was it
Different
100?
one.
I feel like I remember something different, but it was. Oh.
0.95.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
no way it was 0.95 milliseconds, right? Surely it's 0.95 seconds? 0.95 milliseconds?
Yeah,
was
good
gonna say.
point, actually. Yeah, good point.
That's a
Because
very.
we don't even
So
track
it's
to fractions of milliseconds, right?
tenth
We
of a
track to
millisecond.
Wait, unless are we tracking fractions of milliseconds? Because that's amazing.
Can we get a
Also,
judge's
Hope-
ruling on this?
Hope we're in Group B, not Group A. So
Yeah.
the question is
Wow,
also
I can't
double
believe you're-
wrong.
I was going to say.
I can't believe
Yeah.
you're calling out production like this after they gave us such
Dude.
valuable entertainment.
Did you
and
see
you're
the
just gonna be
question?
like, actually.
Did you see the question like retreated to the middle of the screen like that Homer Simpson gif where he's like going backwards into the bush too? That was a like a surreptitious, embarrassed exit for the question there. But we had a good time regardless. So thanks production for putting those up there. It was a good time. A good time was had by all.
All right, we've managed to stall for long enough to get a fourth team into a dungeon as well, which is really, really good.
Oh no, I can't solo this. No, don't do this to me.
Oh no.
I'm out. Back to you.
So Pedros have opted for the 21 Neltheris to be their dungeon of choice. I like this call from them. I think their 20 Neltheris was definitely good enough that, you know, they can scale that up to a 21. Maybe they can avoid one of those deaths, and then they're able to put this key on the board. So I like this play from Pedros per hour, playing for first place in the weekend for sure. That's what they've been doing this whole time. They're playing to win. They're not trying to haggle for fourth versus fifth place or something like that. They are absolutely trying to show that they are competitive with the mandatories, with the echoes of the world. And yesterday it worked out very well for them. If they can put this 21 Neltheris on the board in one attempt, I think they're going to have so much extra time left in their day. Fired Up is proccing Cauterize early on in this key, though. Not a great start to the dungeon. At least it doesn't cost them a death.
Yeah, that will be incredible for them, as Yoda also drops incredibly low there on the pull of Magma Tusk, while all of this trash is still alive as well. So this is going to be a little bit dangerous for them initially, as they had gathered all of this up. But hopefully they can recover soon to be able to just rest of the fight, because of course Magma Tusk, pretty dangerous fight, so much AoE damage coming in, as well as the fixate as well, that can be shadow melted if you get lucky with the people that get targeted. But yeah, miscount on the plus 22 top right side. They did manage to finish off Croth now. This is a boss that they wiped to a few times, but we do have a Rift Breath hit on AJ there. Thankfully, the healer not actually that important for this pull. They do have Bloodlust running, and they are going to be avoiding the charge from the Ravagers here, but actually ends up not being able to avoid it as the charge just go through. Thankfully, didn't go down, though. But yeah, Bloodlust is running, AJ running back, not with the team, did release. Losing the Bloodlust and the healer also not too horrible as well, so...
Gingy goes down for Echo on the Lost Dwarves and then gets rezzed and goes down again, which means, unfortunately, that's the end of this dungeon run for Echo. But you know what else it's the end for? You know what else is the...
Oh, I did. You know,
Yeah.
usually I'm more on the ball with these, but the question threw me off. So we're back. I'm back, everyone. I was not out like it.
To give you a little softball for
thanks.
a segue there. I know how much you love those.
You're a team player, and I appreciate you. You know who else I appreciate? Nagura, but also is ironic as well, as he is jumping on the broadcast now. Nagura, you've been casting for like, I don't know, like 6 hours, 7 hours at this point, so you're free to take a break. Go ahead. Go and chill. Go forth and chill. Yeah. Nailed it.
Let's go.
All right, so mandatory. Bye. Love that.
Bye.
Mandatory put up there 17 Halls of Infusion. That should be reclaiming first place for them on the scorecard. Yeah, 101 points. They are 3 points ahead of the field now, but miscount still working on this double Ravager pull. AJ has managed to return to the pull at least, so that is good.
What's been the major pain point for them in this key? I mean, you know, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into the day so far, and they've really only pushed up that Brackenhide, right? They already had the 20 Ultimon down yesterday, so they've been in this Algathar for quite a while at this time, I presume.
It's tough as well because they've kind of been wiping at different spots, but the Scepter was the most recent cause of their last wipe, which was on this pull. So if they can get through this pull, they will be ahead of where they were last time in here. And realistically, I don't think we've seen a lot of teams deplete Algathars after Veximus. Usually, if you can make it through Veximus and you have enough time left on the clock, it tends to be done at that point. There have been mistakes after that point, but rarely have they led to a full, cataclysm, a full wipe. As miscount nearing the end of this pull, there's the first knock. We do have a silent sigil. Ooh, the knock overwrote the, it griefed the silent sigil actually there. So perhaps some CCs mistimed, and that might mean that overlapping some early might mean we run out of them later. There's that psychic scream from Yargi. AJ running in.
That lets you know that
AJ
they're
running
really
in for
low
the
on buttons.
disrupt. And you can see no Vengeance Demon Hunter sigils are left available, but still a lot of health on these mobs. Damage now starting to go out. An upheaval is going to be a rotational stop out of Thanner there into a Dragon's Breath from
6 seconds on the
Heartjax.
silent sigil. Could Kira stay alive? Oh, okay.
We're starting to
Little
spawn
bit of
Spitefuls
stun.
as well, which means now Kira and the rest of the group may have a harder time actually getting in to use their CCs. But the Silent
it
Sigil
is.
does get to it.
A
That should be
reprieve.
enough to get them through the end of this pull.
I think they're
Maybe.
going to be fine.
Spitefuls!
The last little
Spitefuls are
second
attacking
battle
them!
axe is a little scary. The Spitefuls are definitely causing some issues, but they're through the main danger of the pull. Once that scepter's down, you're not really going to have your entire group get one shot off. And there's
Echo having the same problem on Lost Dwarves. Gingy dying twice is going to be costing them another attempt here. See, the thing is, that feels bad. That's one of those things where, like, you know, you're definitely not happy about it, but at the end of the day, you've lost 5 minutes to that happening twice. Like, it's not a big deal. 5 minutes, not the end of the world. So Echo should be just fine. That's one of the best mistakes to happen is the first pull of the dungeon. So Miscount also now starting off Veximus, a hard boss, but once they're through this one, they should be, and they have the timer for this key as well. So they are looking good as long as they can hold on for this fight, which is, again, even though it's fortified, one of the hardest bosses in this dungeon. Got to use very good defensive and external management to make sure you get through, particularly the hard overlaps. There's one at about 1 minute and 50 seconds on this fight that we often see being the most lethal. They do have 2 battle reses, though, so as long as it isn't AJ who dies, they should be okay, even if there is a little bit of a problem.
And they do have enough buttons to where they should be able to live that one bad overlap, right? You're not worried about your priest or your mage. They have pseudo immunities that are going to prevent them from dying there. Actually, I think the mages even just straight up run ice block in this dungeon rather than the ice cold variant. So they will actually be immune to the damage. The people to keep an eye on are the Yogg-Evoker and the healer mainly. They don't really have those pseudo immunities. Healer can go bare form and maybe ward themselves. Same thing for the Yogg-Evoker. They can ward themselves and pretty much pop their personals and hopefully live through it. But, you know, it is also fortified, so it's a little easier to live to for them as well. So we'll see that in a little bit here. It'll be not on this next Arcane Fissure, but on the one after that we'll be looking to see if they can live through that one shot. Once they're through that, it's just ticking mana bombs that they're worried about.
Yeah, Darkness is a cooldown I've really liked to see used on that 1 minute 50 second overlap. So we'll see if Miscount will be adapting that as well, because it is so strong against those mana bombs because they come with so many ticks of damage. Yeah. Darkness has been buffed in 5-player content in Dragonflight to a 30% chance to avoid damage, which a 30% damage exposed to 12 damage ticks is unbelievably valuable. That's something where you can see the entire group will be getting a lot of value out of it if they decide to use it on that. Here comes the danger. It looks like they've actually got a pretty good cast sequence coming out here. So not too much danger. I think it's the next Fissure now.
Yep, this
that
next
might
one coming
overlap.
up in about 10 seconds. It almost certainly will. We'll see a mana bomb cast in the next few seconds here.
Yeah, there
and
it is.
Of course, yep. Got to keep an eye on the health bars here. 2 ticks, and then the Fissure will start to cast as well. One large burst of damage right after the mana bombs go off, but AJ had everyone topped. Everyone had buttons
all
to press.
Good.
They're good to go. They're through the danger. Just have to keep living those mana bombs. And at this point, 2 minutes into the fight, whatever cooldowns you used on the first few sets of mana bombs, those are starting to cycle back around, and they should be home free. As long as they didn't overuse for anything, right? If you ever panic and overuse and it won't come back up when you need it, that's something that could cause an issue. But like you said, they've got those 2 battle reses in the back pocket. As long as something catastrophic doesn't happen, they should be good to go. And the timer's looking good too. Well, you know, now actually that I mention it, the timer might be near the point where you might want to be worried about it. On 22, we would love to see a pre-20-minute Veximus kill. They're going to be right around that marker. So it's actually going to be a little closer than I'd like for them.
I would describe the timer as just on the good side of okay, but not any room for error, right? If they have a pull that goes a little bit scuffed, that will probably bring them over the depletion line. And painfully as well for missed count, this probably means they're going to be sitting on the slowest 22 Algathar. I guess Pedro's have one that just had 20 seconds to spare, but a lot of other teams have been finishing with a minute and a half to spare, and I don't think missed count are in position to realize that on the timer. But at the end of the day, if you're missed count, you're just happy to see the end of this dungeon and get out of here, get into your other dungeons. So they really need to hold on and make sure they don't have any problems in the rest of the dungeon. Probably wouldn't be on the bosses. It would probably be the trash pull after Overgrown Ancient. That's where we have seen some teams struggle from time to time. Miscount need to make sure that they avoid that, as they are going to be, just around that 20-minute marker on Veximus. So, you know, it's okay. but it isn't inspiring a tremendous amount of, like, it's not one of those timers where you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, we're fine, we just got to play good. It's like, no, we got to keep doing good damage as well. We can't afford to like wait 10 seconds or to have a skip go slowly, anything like that.
Yeah, definitely no time to let off the gas here. All gas from this point on, and yeah, that 20-minute timer, not the greatest, but they could definitely get it through. Going around the board here, though, we've got Mandatory and Mage both working on that 19 Halls of Infusion at the same time. Mage a little bit further ahead in their key, already halfway through Kujin the Unyielding. Mandatory halfway through the first boss. Both of them look like they're on relatively good pace as well. And Pedro's per hour, I mean, one of the teams that hasn't really been like super standout in terms of doing like world record level keys, but they've been very solid throughout the weekend and are now, through the first major pain points of this 21 Neltharis. And if they're able to get through this boss, I think they're on pace for a good run. Usually you want to see this boss down by, I want to say, like the 14-15 minute mark, and they're kind of on pace for that.
Yeah, they are the only team besides Echo and Mandatory to have all 20s or better in the 4 dungeons that aren't Halls of Infusion. So they have been, like you said, they haven't been the best, but they have been consistent. They have gotten every single dungeon. They've reached, within a key level of where they want those dungeons to get to. And now if they can put this 21 Neltharis on the board, I suspect that 21 Neltharis will hold for the remainder of the weekend. Maybe Mandatory can do a 22. 22 is maybe possible, but I feel like the 21 with a good timer is pretty likely to hold. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Zyro, we're starting these keys at such a high level that within a couple of hours, teams are only going to they're going to be looking at their scorecard, and it's going to be 5 keys that are all really hard to push. So maybe Neltharis 22 will be one of the options the teams consider, but I think that is going to be really, really, really hard.
Well, I mean, look at Mandatory right now, right? They're in a 19 Halls of Infusion. They're probably... But they can potentially 2-chest this. Bolstering Halls is definitely pretty difficult, although most of the difficulty is pretty staggered into that first section of the dungeon before Watcher Iridius, so they've gotten through that pretty easily on this dungeon. 21 is probably the cap that I would say for this set of affixes in a Tyrannical Halls of Infusion, so let's say they get the 21 done about 45 minutes from now. They have a 21 Brackenhide to go for, which we know that they can do from time trials as well as their cup. And then where do they go after that? Like you said, like 3 dungeons from now, they're going to be in a scenario where they pretty much just have to go for 22s of these keys where 22 doesn't really look possible. I don't know. Maybe we get to see them butt their heads into some very difficult keys for the last hour and a half of the day.
Yeah, maybe they'll make a decision to just go and shave time as well, but that's a scary place to be. If you're Mandatory and you get good keys everywhere, and then you start shaving time, and then another team actually starts going for the points, all of a sudden it's like, oh man, could we actually lose because we played it safe? So I suspect that they will at least start by trying to get whatever they think the easiest point left on the board is, and that is an open question as to what the answer is. Echo, on the other hand, in the bottom left, they aren't heading to Halls of Infusion yet. They are instead working on plus 21 Ultiman.
Interesting.
Now here they are playing the Frost Mage variant of the comp. So we've seen 3 different flavors of DPS capping out this team, or this comp for different teams in this dungeon. The Fire, the Destruction, and the Frost. I do really like how Frost plays on this boss in particular. This boss is one of those bosses that you're just so thrilled to be playing Frost on.
Well, it's good and it's bad. It's extremely good at killing off the totems quickly. Frost is one of the best, like, just fingertip burst DPS classes in the game. Being able to just Glacial Spike, Ray of Frost a totem whenever it comes out, if they are playing that talent, you can do a ton of damage to almost every single totem. The problem with Frost is its damage on the adds is particularly bad. They do not do a lot of damage to these adds because they're jumping around so often. It's extremely difficult to keep them in a position where you're getting good Blizzard value and Frozen Orb value on them. Your team has to constantly move around to play well for this Frost Mage. Now, if they're able to do good burst damage when they're stunned after the totem dies, that's another thing. But I mean, you can see on the damage meters here, the Shadow Priest is doubling the Frost Mage on this boss, essentially. Now,
that's pad. That's all pad.
No, it's important. The adds need to die. You want as few of these adds alive during the leaps, during the totems, because those leaps stack up damage on the players and can easily cause deaths. If you're killing the totems that quickly, like, it's not that big of a deal, but not every totem do you have your 2-minute cooldowns up for, so I don't know. The other thing about this boss as well with the Destruction Warlock is when they have their Infernal active, they have, like, the best burst DPS in the game. They do a ridiculous amount of damage, and the way that you're pulling this boss with the 3 Berserkers into the boss, when they cast their Enrages and make themselves take more damage, all 3 of those buffs go on the boss, and you can burst it for a ton of damage. Come back to that thought in a moment here. Yeah, AJ going down on this pull, a little bit scary here. It's during the Bloodlust. They had a battle res for him, so they instantly get him back up, but scary moment. As long as they can keep Kira alive, that's the important thing.
Okay.
But the important thing, during that healer death, Kira did lose his Prophetic Stone Scales, so he doesn't have that cheat death available to him now, and he's going to be taking the majority of the damage from those Arcane Missiles.
Yeah, that's looking okay for Miscount. They had a 24-11 split on Overgrown Ancient, so again, timer is okay, but not phenomenal for them. Healer Death is definitely the best person to die as long as you don't end up wiping as a result. So they are going to be able to stabilize this pull, it looks like. But yeah, like you said, very sketchy. And Echo do indeed down Bromok there. I do want to add one more point to our discussion of the different specs on Bromok, which is another big value point of the Destruction Warlock is you're stunning all of those mobs for free every few seconds with your Blasphemies, right? That actually dramatically reduces the damage that your group is taking from all of those ambushes, and you're interrupting the Geomancers for free, so it also does make the fight cozier from that perspective.
And they also just gain damage from having multiple targets, right? They actually do have solid funnel from it. That's not to say
As
Frost
Frost.
and Shadow Priest don't, but it's a little bit easier to realize that as a Destro lock because most of your funnel comes from 2 targeting rather than making sure you have to hit all of the mobs. And then you can also immolate them. They don't have to be in a Rain of Fire because you're not really pressing Rain of Fire on that fight too much. So it's just a little bit easier to play with the Destro lock, and I think the point I was going to make before we had to talk about Miscount there is that Destro significantly lowers the length of that encounter because of the burst damage they can do in that damage up window on the boss. You have to deal with at least 1 less totem, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it makes the fight that much easier for the team to deal with.
All right, Miscount have a bunch of trash coming into the boss here. Now, these trash mobs in and of themselves aren't too dangerous. It's primarily Echo Knights, and Kira is doing a good job of kiting them. But the Spiteful Shades that they spawn are dangerous when the Echo Dorogosa grips everybody in. So they have to be really careful here to make sure that they ideally land a CC. And you can see as they get gripped in, we do have CCs coming out to keep those Spiteful Shades under control. That is very important as these mobs are dying. Probably one more vacuum while there are mobs or Spiteful alive. Actually, it looks like maybe they're going to be able to finish these all off before the next one. So Miscount, now they have 4.5 minutes to deal with 80% of the boss. AJ gets shot in the head by a arcane missile from the boss. Unfortunate there. These things just do so much damage, and the boss just randomly shooting people. The B-Res does come out, so we do stabilize, but a little bit sketchy position for Miscount to be in there. Now just 1 battle res left. So you're not terrified just yet, but you're starting to get a little bit scared. AJ forced to ward to survive the debuff. And yeah, you can see just every time the boss randomly looks at somebody and shoots them with a missile, that does so much damage.
Got to be careful for it. I mean, we already saw one player go down to it, and you said they have only 1 more battle res. They've got another one coming up in about 2 minutes, but you're hoping to have the boss dead by that point. They definitely have the time to finish this key. We have 3.5 minutes left with the boss at 60%. We've seen teams have the boss at like 85% with 4 minutes left, so they have the time. It's just about how quickly you can do this 22 right now. Miscount is significantly behind the other teams, but again, bringing back the discussion about how high we're starting the key levels off, they definitely can bring it back today if they play clean for the rest of the day today and play clean tomorrow. And if that does happen for them, the timer is going to come into play here, so we'll have to see where they can stop the clock here. This is still a massive DPS race for them here. And they actually have that restore really low already. I don't know if you noticed when they mind controlled it, I think it was at like 10% HP, so they're ready to kill that off pretty much whenever they need to.
Yeah, we talked about this 22 Algathar being something that is probably not something they'll want to return to, but like you said, that timer is really important because it's almost certainly going to be this key level that stands in this dungeon. So if they are playing this time tiebreaker off against everybody, really hoping to get this done around that 31-minute mark. Looks like they have the damage for this, though. Looks like their timer has become fine. It's gone from good to great, as they have 2.5 minutes left to deal with this boss. Only 35% to go. Should be more than enough. And I think, 31 minutes is attainable for Miscount.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be as fast as, say, Mandatory. Mandatory managed to put up a 30-16 in this dungeon.
Crazy.
but it's still going to be very, very good for Miscount. And more important than any of that, it's just going to let them depart from this dungeon and go to Neltheris or Halls of Infusion, which they have to get started at some point soon, or else they're just going to have so much work cut out for them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Another team that has a lot of work cut out for them as well, just finished off their 19 Halls of Infusion, was Mage, and unfortunately, they were just 15 seconds off of getting the 2 chests in that 19, so they're going to have to work on the 20, level it up to a 21 instead of just skipping straight to the 21. And I mean, that's kind of been something that's been happening to them a lot this weekend. They've been missing 2 chests by the tiniest of margins, and that's just caused them entire extra key runs. Now, they've been consistent. They haven't had any super, crazy wipes 20 minutes into a key, but still, kind of makes you wonder where they could be right now if they were able to just get these 2 chests, man. It's rough for them.
Yeah, every 2 chests you miss is something like 30 minutes of the tournament that you then have to spend in the next key level, which is a very costly thing. It does look like Miscount are actually going to beat that 31-minute marker, putting up a 30:55 in this Algathar Academy. That is faster than Drano's Guild Team and Pedro's per hour, but slower than Mandatory Mage and Echo. They are still in last place, but at least they have, now tied for the highest Algathar, tied for the highest Bracken, only Echo at that level as well, and only Mandatory are faster than them in Ultimate. So at least they feel good about their 3 Keystones. They're probably going to want to put up that 21 Ultimate if they can at some point this weekend, but not something that I think you do right now. I think at this point, we're going to look at Neltheris and Halls of Infusion, and I think we may have just seen the last ever Algathar Academy of Dragonflight, of Dragonflight Esports. Unless teams go back in there to improve timer, I think they're probably out of there. I think that's it. I think the school is out of session for summer.
It's a 2-year session, man. That's a long school year. It was a good school year, though. I enjoyed my time in Algathar Academy.
Me too. I feel like once we get to War Within, there's going to be some new iconic dungeons, though. Because I feel like Algathar is maybe for me the most iconic Dragonflight dungeon. It's got just the voice lines, stuff like that. But man, once we move into War Within, we've got Cinderbrew Meadery coming up, which I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't been looking at the upcoming dungeons, but that one is a treat. I think it might even surpass Algathar Academy in flavor. I don't know. It's early to call, but yeah, that pre-expansion patch coming out this coming Tuesday as well, so only a couple of days before we really get started with the lead up to that new expansion.
Definitely exciting, but we have to figure out who's going to be our final Dragonflight MDI/TGP champion this weekend. Still 2 days left here, 2.5 hours left in the day today. See, we're at that halfway point for the weekend already now, and there's still a pretty big gap between the top teams and the bottom teams, but still plenty of time left to make up that gap. And Miscount are pretty much through with their day 1 dungeons. They still do have that 21 Oldemon as a stretch goal to go for, but I feel like that's going to be something that very few teams are actually going to have the time to get done this weekend. Mandatory made it look easy, but as we've seen from Echo, that is it's not an easy key to get done.
I actually think if you're looking at the dungeons, there is a good chance that 21 Oldemon will be something a lot of teams will have time to try by Sunday. But it's going to be very important. It's going to be a big variable. I think a lot of teams are going to take like 2.5 hours to put that on the board, whereas Mandatory were able to get it up basically in a one-shot. As Gingy down for Echo does consume a battle res for them in their 21 Ultimate that we are seeing in the bottom left. It's not the end of the world. Again, as long as the death happens when you still have a battle res, it's really not that bad. But they are working on this very sketchy Protector pull. Protectors in general, very scary mobs. Mandatory do a lot of work to minimize the amount of them that they have to fight.
Now, something I'm worried about for Echo here is their boss splits compared to Mandatory are not great. Their Bromok split over a minute slower, and then also a minute slower on Talandris. Hold that thought here. Pedro's per hour, couple deaths on Forge Master Doric here. They have a battle res. They actually had 2 battle reses, so they're able to get 2 people up there. I think they'll be able to finish it off, but do they have the time afterwards to finish off? They'll only have 8 minutes left in the key afterwards. This is going to be tight, actually. There's a lot of key left at this point, and Grims is not taking the res. Maybe it's faster
waiting
for him to just release.
AOE? Oh, yeah, maybe thinking of releasing at the start of the dungeon. Oh, no, but now Sang and Fired Up are down.
Kill the boss, please kill the boss.
Yeah, if you kill the boss, you could use this as a skip to the start of the dungeon, potentially.
But what can they do with this skip? Because they have to wait for Yoda to run and start pulling the mobs, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is actually faster. That was just unfortunate death timing.
Yeah, I wonder if they have... I mean, I guess Sang can get in position for a rescue.
Yeah.
If Wernstone is active on Yoda, then that could be big here as well. I don't know if it is, though. They don't have the ability to move it, of course, at this time, so... Can see Sang kind of standing off to the side here. Yoda just flying in, so no Wernstone available to speed this up. 8 minutes left in the dungeon for them. No less. Yeah, it's getting close. It's getting very dangerously close for Pedros per hour.
That is
We'll have to keep
definitely
track of
enough
them.
time. I'll say that's enough time. They need to burn this first Blaze Wing off. Make sure they kill it off quickly. Don't want to overlap it with any of the shields from the defenders as well, or from those wardens. You definitely don't want to have a warden shield pop while the Blaze Wing is doing its AoE. And they need to pull into this next trash pack essentially as quickly as possible. There's definitely time, but I think they're also going to have to then pull trash on top of the boss, maybe with their Lust in 2 minutes active, because they definitely do not have a lot of time left.
Yeah, this is a very scary part of the dungeon for Pedros. They basically have to finish off these 2 birds and then go boss. I think that is the only path that they have to victory, and they may even need to pull the last half of that second bird into boss in order to be able to time this. But now we're starting to talk about really, really sketchy possibilities. As Echo in the bottom left, looks like they're chilling for a little bit here. Hanging out for a while. We're hearing Zalia may have DC'd for them, so that might be a tragic loss
They didn't have
of this
time.
Keystone. Yeah, they definitely didn't have time for this kind of thing to happen.
Before Pedros had their issue on the third boss, I was talking about Echo's timers, right? And when you look at Mandatory's timers in this 21 Ultimon, they're consistently about a minute ahead of Echo. In their end dungeon timer, they only had 1 minute 20 seconds left on it. Now, they had some issues with the trash after Emberon. Those golems could be very dangerous to deal with. But you have to assume that Echo's going to have some form of issue with them as well, similar to what Mandatory had. Like, it's not going to be a first attempt, no-death situation, I don't think, from Echo. That pull's just way too volatile for that to happen. So you would have to assume that, especially with that DC, this pull is just gone for Echo. I mean, they'll probably get attempts on these pulls into Emberon, but I don't think they can time the key anymore.
Yeah, I think that is probably just going to cost them 20 minutes there. In fact, Echo will be starting a 10-minute break now. That's good. And that's at least one of the nice things about this format is the DCs cost you a little bit less because you can just use some of your break timer on them. So Echo making the best of a bad situation, but it is unfortunate. That's one of the things as well where I've played with some players that would get very tilted about that sort of thing happening. There are some people as well that instead, whenever you wipe to something that's out of your control, they get less tilted than when they wipe to something that's in their control, and vice versa, right? Like, it's an interesting difference in character. I feel like Echo are a team that are pretty good at handling either kind of wipe, right? Whether it's your fault, whether it's the internet, whether it's some kind of other thing happening, either way, they tend to be able to recover.
Like a curse or a hex?
Yeah, a curse, a hex. Something like the Curse of Ra, as the prophecy foretold, perhaps. Yeah.
All right. Drano's cursing teams besides Pedros per hour. This 21.
This timer is. This timer is one of the ones that you're really not feeling great about, but at least it's still in the realm of doable, right? 3 minutes and 20 seconds to do 80. I mean, it's a tyrannical 21. Now, Warlord Sarga does get damage amp phases, right? Every time you stun her, she does take extra damage. But Pedros aren't sitting on an awful lot of gas to pump into those damage phases, right? They have no lust from this point in the dungeon, so they are just going to have to deal with the boss naturally. 73% as it enters the next magma shield. They do a good job of using those weapons to be able to clear it quickly, and now they get a little bit of damage amp. Good work by Crims saving up a Void Torrent for that damage amp. So they are going to be able to drop the boss 67%.
Here's what they have to do. They're going to have 2 more uses of their 2-minute cooldowns, right? They'll get a 2-minute use in about 30 seconds here. They'll get a 2-minute use at about 22:40, which is not going to be a good overlap. Maybe they just save this next use of 2 minutes for overlap with the next Bloodlust, which will be in about a minute. And what they can do is they can then also pull the next 2 trash mobs they need to finish off their count on top of it. The problem actually might be, if they want to pull the trash that I think they might pull, it could be a bad patrol, or they could just pull those 2 mobs that are actually directly behind the boss from our camera right now. I think those 2 would also be enough trash as well. If they do want to pull them, it would also need to be during this magma shield stun, so that they don't accidentally reset the boss. But maybe they do it on the next push.
Yeah, the lust being available is definitely big. So they head up the side, Yoda grabbing some enemies, back down to fighting the boss, avoiding that reset. And yeah, I think what's happening at this point is Lust, PI, Void Eruption, Breath of Eons are all being saved and will be all used together, as we are only getting one more press of each of those buttons. So at this point, that's kind of the math you do in these keys, right? Whenever you start getting really close to the timer, you stop just pressing your CDs on CD and you start mathing out how many more uses do I get? Okay, let's get the best possible of those remaining uses. Here comes a Magma Shield. Now, it's hard to get full value out of CDs on this Magma Shield. Yeah, we're going to get one more, right? We get our Lust on the next Magma Shield, and that is going to be with all CDs, right? The question is, will the Breath pop before the end of this dungeon timer? We have 1 minute and 20 seconds, so Sang is going to be obligated to press that Breath of Eon soon. Here comes the Bloodlust. Hopefully this will last. Actually, it looks like they're just not even going to bother trying to line up their damage CDs with the damage amp of the shield, which makes sense. It's a pretty short damage amp anyways. You have to dodge during it, which kind of negates some of the value of the start of those CDs. And they're going to be able to roll some of this Void Form into that next shield anyways, so should be okay here. This Lust gonna be trying to get them over the finish line. 23%, 48 seconds. This is gonna be quite close.
Well, this boss is going to
Last
melt
Magma
here with
Shield.
the damage amp here. They still have all their cooldowns up. They have Combust, they have the Bloodlust, they have the Void Form still active here. This boss is getting shredded right now, and
The
this
stun's
boss is
about to
sub
expire, though. There
10%
it
with
goes.
30 seconds over. They definitely can finish this off. The cooldowns are still rolling, Dranos.
They are, but the Bloodlust is now expired, fired up in still combustion, which is obviously great news. The Kalashi Warden's dying as well, so they won't have to worry about getting count after the boss. 20 seconds and 5%. No cooldowns at this point, though. The boss is also going to shield itself in a couple of seconds here.
They can beat the shield. You have
As long
to
as
beat
we
the
can
shield.
beat the shield.
If you get the shield, it's
Sang
over.
getting low. 10 seconds left now. They've done it. 6 seconds to spare. Pedros per hour. Barely going to be timing this keystone. And adding success to success, Mandatory will actually be two-chesting this plus 19 Halls of Infusion. A storyline that we weren't following during this run very much, but is vitally important for Mandatory. Cannot overstate just how valuable it is for them that they'll be able to put a two-chest on the board in their 19 Halls of Infusion compared to, say, Dratnos Guild Team, who I don't know if they've got that available to them here. They're not going to have Lust here. Less than 3 minutes before that two-chest expires. I think they are probably just playing like almost everybody else probably this weekend will be for just the one chest in that 19 halls. But somehow, Mandatory have managed to put up a two-chest 19 halls of Infusion, another dominating performance. If they could put a 21 halls of Infusion on the board, Zyra, all they'll have to do left in the day is 21 Brackenhide, and then they're just working on 22s. It's incredible.
I'm excited for that. I want to see what they think is the best key to go to out of the 22s, because your options are very difficult. Every single one of them is something. We've seen attempts on a few of them, actually. We've seen attempts on the 22 Brackenhide, from both of our cup weekends, and both of the teams were like, yeah, that might be a little bit too difficult. And that was before they even got to the final boss. That was before they had to figure out whether or not they could consistently kill off those totems on Decatriarch. So I don't know. I think that might be the most reasonable choice, but it's also Sanguine this week. Man,
yeah, Sanguine just slows you down by so much in that dungeon. I feel like 22 Brackenhide. I mean, you're right, though. Nothing else is looking easier. That's the problem. There's no easy options.
Bromok just kills you. Talandris just one-shots you with the shards. 23 Algathar, I don't think there's time in the key for that. 22 Halls of Infusion, I mean, it's bolstering, man. How do you live the polls? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I feel like this 21 Halls of Infusion is going to be an issue on the first polls. I mean, here we go. First look at it from Mandatory here. Let's just see how this first poll goes. The big thing to keep an eye on is, once the mobs start to die off in this first poll, Skylark pretty much just can't interact with the pole anymore. You're going to see him jumping around, trying to stay as far away from the mobs as possible. The other thing with this bolstering pole as well, on the higher keys specifically, you need to kill off these apparatuses extremely quickly. Too many of those channels go off when they have bolstering stacks, and they could just kill a person in like 4 seconds. So it's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, you can see Skylark getting some bleeds here as well, which is normally fine. Those bleeds aren't normally that nasty, but bolstering will actually dynamically update on those bleeds, I believe, so he's going to need to be a little bit careful as that pull starts getting towards the end. Maystein does have access to Cauterizing Flame to clear some of them as well, or you can just dodge. If you dodge to the side, they'll just harmlessly cast that frontal and not hit you, so something that Skylark can start to do. Yeah,
his health bar was yo-yoing, procced his trinket, and then he's like, okay, guys, I'm out of here.
Yeah, look at that Ring of Frost as well. Hopefully we're going to put down. to help him avoid any damage. And all of these mobs now have stacks of bullstring. Skylark needs to make sure that he doesn't get hit by them. Look at the way he's kiting, though. He's kiting in sort of a circle, and that's going to keep most of the mobs grouped up, which helps everybody else just kill them all. That is a masterclass in how to kite there. I think a lot of tanks in that spot would just be running away towards the start of the dungeon. And not only does that spread the mobs out in a long line where the faster mobs are just getting further ahead than the slower mobs, right? Than the mobs that are CC'd. But also it means that then when the pull actually dies, now you have to wait 10 seconds as you run back to where you want to be. He instead kited in a beautiful circle around, keeping the fast mobs close to the slow mobs. And he then ended the pull in front of the pack, which means that he's closer to where he wants to start the next pull, saving them a bunch of time. Those are some of the hallmarks of really exceptional tanks, is their ability to just instinctively always be ending a pull in front of it rather than behind it.
And then also just the presence of mind from the team to have solid damage allocation to kill off those last 7 or 8 mobs within like 5 seconds of each other, so there wasn't like an errant bleed or melee that would go off to accidentally take someone out. It was just a masterclass in general on that first pull. I think that's a great way to describe it. Drago's Guild team in the top left corner able to get that 19 down, although without the 2 chests like we mentioned, but they weren't too close to that, and it seems like it's exceedingly difficult to get the 2 chests on the 19 in this key.
Yeah, that I think is going to be something we really don't see very much of. As we do see Echo. Looks like Zalia is back as they are in that old demand once again in the bottom left, so they should be able to start up this key once again at some point soon. Meanwhile, Pedro's getting underway with that 17 hauls as well, which means that there will be only 2 teams left that haven't gone to hauls. Echo and Miscount. 2 of the I think top tier of teams coming into this weekend, although Mandatory so far has just looked a cut ahead of everybody, including Echo.
They've been just lights out, man. They've been extremely good. I think the hilarious thing to mention, and I think Hopeful has alluded to this multiple times in his yapping sessions, where you see him kind of chatting, the hardest key they've had to do all week was that 16 Brackenhide yesterday in the top of the show when we saw their just plenty of wipes in that 16 that were all saved by the Savior engineering object. I mean, if that toy wasn't in the game, that 16 Brackenhide could have been a 1 chest for them. But, you know, they've made everything else look so easy, and they've been so consistent in doing things on the first or second attempt. It's just ridiculous to see how they've played. But, you know, like we've alluded to, what that allows you to do is just attempt the hard keys earlier. A lot of these 22s, we don't even know if they're possible, let alone like how close they're going to get to timing them. So maybe they just reach a wall where they don't get any more points and other teams are able to catch up and maybe go a little bit faster. We know that Echo has been going incredibly fast in their keys when they time them, but unfortunately today they've just had way too many issues in this 21 Ultimon.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because they've been wiping a lot on that very first pull, and then they had a run going well, and then they wiped to tech issue as Drago's Guild team wiping to an expulse going off from a containment apparatus. I think that was one in the pack just as they pulled it. They sort of RP fight each other, those mobs, and I think one of them was finishing their expulse cast right as they got in combat with it, so that's okay. Again, not a big deal for either Echo or Drago's Guild team to be wiping on first pulls of dungeons. That's not the kind of thing at the end of the weekend that you ever really look back on and are too sad about, because those only ever are costing you increments of 1 to 5 minutes, and that is nowhere near as costly as, say, the 20, 30-minute time losses. As Skylark down for Mandatory, that's going to lead to a Titanic Fist hitting Stove, and I suspect that is a reset. An uncharacteristic error for a team that has looked flawless largely in this tournament. Not a big deal again, though. It's only at the start of the key, so NBD.
Do we mark that a caster curse? Does that count? We talked about them a minute ago being, like, lights out. I'm going to mark it up there. That's our fault. Sorry, Mandatory. That's 5 minutes loss on us.
That's on us, yeah.
Not that you get anything back for it. I'm just saying it's on me.
You get our sympathies.
Anyways, yeah. Exactly. They should be able to get back in there. I mean, they look like they just have that first area in a chokehold. I mean, like, they know how to do it properly. And we've seen how difficult that gather is, specifically on the first pull, right? Specifically those containment apparatuses. They actually have really weird tendencies, and you have to pull them in an exact certain way to make sure that you get a very consistent cast pattern. If someone is in range of them when they're pulled, they will channel their beam on them rather than casting their expulse right away. And ideally, when you're pulling that pack on the right in as you go down the stairs, you don't want to channel a beam. You want it to cast its expulse right away, because what you can do with those expulse casts is if you're over 60 yards away from them, you just don't need to interrupt it. You can let it go off, you can outrange it. But if you're in range of it and it casts that beam, and then it starts drifting in, then you would need to commit a kick to the expulse. And the reason that's a problem is there's other things you want to kick in the pull. You want to kick as many of those demoralizing shouts at the start of the pull so that you don't get those damage debuffs on you, and that way you can deal with the pull that much more quickly. So what the tank actually has to do is they have to tag the mob and then instantly leap away so it doesn't channel on them. And I think that's one of the things that went wrong for Drano's guild team on their most recent attempt, where they had that expulse go off and kill them off.
Yeah, definitely a very technical portion of the dungeon. It's one of those areas where you look at a problem and you're like, oh yeah, what if we just kick that? What if we just stun that? And then it's like, well, hang on. Those are all spoken for already. We don't have any spare kicks or stuns or anything like that that we can use on this, so we got to find another answer. So we do see Mandatory starting off once again in the 21. We've got that first pull going. Beautiful stun landing on all those mobs with the Breath of Eon's stun. Meanwhile, Mage in the top left, making good time in their plus 20, which is good. I mean, we expect most teams will have to do the plus 20 in here. Being able to two-chest that 19, I suspect, will be a mandatory only thing, although Echo might be able to do it as well when they get to this spot, so that'll be an important thing to watch once Echo decide to start the Halls of Infusions. That'll help us kind of really see whether they are going to be challenging mandatory for that first place spot today.
Remains to be seen. I mean, they're spending a lot more time in that Ultimon than they would like to, and they, like you said, they still have to attempt the Halls of Infusion entirely. So, just spending time in a difficult key that, realistically, in order to secure the second place position, they might not even have to go for, but Echo's not playing for second place, right? They're playing for first. They always do. So they do need to get that Ultimon down, and that's why we're seeing them allocate so much time towards it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you sort of feel bad that you're spending this time in the dungeon, but after you spend 30 minutes in it, you're still in the same position you were in 30 minutes ago, where it makes the most sense to go to this dungeon. That doesn't change. The only thing that would change that, especially without eliminations, is the end of the weekend, where you start thinking okay, maybe we need to get out of here and get points elsewhere. But other than that, it would just be for morale purposes that you would leave this 21 Ultiman. And Echo do not like to make decisions based off of considerations like that, as Roybin actually down to a bolstered Deep Chill from the Proto Dragon. That is one of those bolstering issues that can happen. Mage, lucky to avoid deaths on any other players, are going to be able to res. And it looks like their timer is still fine. But
you would think that wouldn't be an issue with this comp, right? Because Fire Mage and Shadow Priest both do single target. Hold that thought. AJ going down at the very start of the Warlord final boss encounter here in Neltheris. They do have a battle res, so they're able to get him up. It was a little bit of a scary moment, though, because remember, one of the major talking points about how dangerous these pulls are is at the start when you're pulling things together, and they were pulling that trash on top of the boss. Kira, fortunately, still does have the cheat death in the back pocket, so there was no major danger there, but Hearthjacks did use Cauterize there while the healer was dead, and also getting that battle res off. They only have one of them left, so need to get through this cleanly. Now, fortunately, no 3-chest timer we have to worry about here. Still 5.5 minutes left on the 2-chest timer, so they have some breathing room. Just need to keep it clean here. Get these Lavamancer interrupts. Don't let your tank go down to any of those bolts, and you should be okay on this 17.
Yeah, that's that is the good news, at least. Man, these healer deaths just look so scary to me, but then they're always able to get the res nice and quick, and people are always able to press their defensives and live without the healer, so scary looking, but well recovered. And yeah, these comps, I mean, you don't have a good way to cast that res, so it is always terrifying when your healer goes down. So you do need to actually land that engineering res, which takes quite a while and requires you to get into melee. So Gingy down for Echo once again as they are getting ready to pull into Bromach here, but that's one of those Frost Mage things, right? If you're used to playing Fire Mage, you just don't have Cauterize now as Frost. A lot of stuff actually just can kill you, and you don't have that cheat death to rely on. Looks like they are going to be getting these Berserkers nice and low, though, and get ready for the boss pull. Azalea looks like going for a meld drink, something we usually see in PvP. Okay. But landing it in PvE as well, the old cat behind the pillar drinking.
Let's see how low they can get this boss in their initial burst here. They've dealt with this boss before, but the big place they lose out on a lot of their time versus the mandatory split is on this first boss. They lose about 45 seconds on Bromok. It just kind of goes to show you what the Destralock is capable of there in reducing the amount of time spent on that encounter here. Frostmage really just doesn't compare in that specific aspect of the key. Really, really lucky totem spawn from them there, but Clicks unfortunately going down to the AoE slam from the Berserker, and yeah, that's just going to be a death from them. I mean, that's really unfortunate because one of the things about this Bromok encounter is there's kind of a little bit of RNG with where the Quaking Totems spawn. You would love every single one of them to spawn right on top of you because that means there's less leaping around of the leapers. You don't have to worry too much about positioning. Maybe you just have to move out of the circles, and you can lose a little bit of AoE from the Berserkers being alive, but those tend to go down pretty quickly. That was just really unfortunate overlap for them. When those totems spawn far, you actually lose quite a bit of time relocating your entire team towards that totem, so we'll have to keep an eye on that for Echo, if that's just going to be something that's going to be a problem for them at the start of the boss there, just where the totems are actually positioned.
You know, we're at the point where there's only 2 hours left in the day now, and that means it's time for a caster swap, but that also means it's time for Echo to go ahead and finish that Alderman, because they've... are you a little bit surprised they haven't gotten it done already? I'm not going to say I'm worried.
No.
But I'm maybe starting to feel a tiny inkling of concern. How about you, Tuttles?
I don't know, man. I think that there are like 3 teams this weekend, maybe only 2 teams this weekend that can even do 21 Ultimon.
Sure.
Obviously, mandatory, having that world record was one of them. I think that Echo is the other. And I think that Dratnos Guild team can, but I'm really concerned about the rest of the field even being able to do that 21 Ultimon. I don't think it's something that you should be like, oh yeah, this is really easy. I mean, even though mandatory looked great in there, I think that that's a dungeon that very few of our TGP global finals level teams are going to be able to even do.
I think
also they DC'd like 15 minutes in. Like that's
True,
tough.
true.
I think you're right. I think Miscount actually is capable of doing it. I just don't know if they're going to have the time left in the weekend to do it with how much time they lost yesterday.
Okay, so this is the first time I've been casting today. What is going on? Like, what is going on with Miscount? They looked like they were literally poised to win the TGP last weekend where we saw them in Cup B. What happened?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, everyone has off days, right? But
Yeah.
for a team that looked so dominant for a majority of the weekend last weekend, and has looked the opposite of that this weekend, I don't know. And I mean, it's not to say they've been playing bad the entire time. They've had things go just unfortunately
They've actually
wrong.
been okay. They've actually been okay today, all things considered.
They've been fine today. They got the Brackenhide 21 done relatively quickly. They had a few wipes on Kroth in the Algathar Academy, but they got the 22 down. They're just
normal.
working on the Halls of Infusion now as well. I mean, when you even think back to yesterday, when you think about how unfortunate the end of their day was, right? Sanguine healing on the final boss of their first Brackenhide timed key prevented them from getting, a 2 chest that they would have needed. And then they had their boss reset on them due to, a tendril targeting the boss outside of the arena. And then, to add insult to injury on top of that, they were unable to start yet another key at the end of the day by like 13 seconds. If they had finished either of those 2 keys that had something go wrong on the final boss a little bit faster, they would have gotten an entire extra key. And so not only did they just play a little bit subpar yesterday, they just had things go horribly wrong for them.
They got really unlucky. They got really unlucky too. I think it's like a combination of it was like it was play that was not up to their standard and a little bit of unlucky, and then that was a pretty brutal combo. They can catch back up though. Right now they're like 2 dungeons behind. They're in a 19 Neltharus. Talking about miscount here. They're in a 19 Neltharus. Honestly, if they 2-chest the 19 Neltharus and then go in time the 21 like first try, I mean they're kind of back in the mix. So there's definitely a way for them to come back.
Yeah, certainly they definitely can. I mean, they've got the 17 down, they got the 2 chest, it was pretty clean, no major issues for them. A couple deaths from AJ, like, during bosses, but nothing that they couldn't recover from, right? It was just a quick battle res. They were good to go. These pulls are difficult, especially when you're pulling trash on top of bosses, and in a Neltharus, where the trash is incredibly dangerous, even without the fortified affix, so... I mean, you're kind of going to expect a couple of spot deaths here and there, even on the lower key levels.
Okay. As this is my first time on the desk, what are the other storylines that we've been seeing today? What have been the more important stuff?
Important storylines to follow? I mean, it's really just a lot of continuations of yesterday. Mandatory just looking completely dominant the entire day. Very, very few issues. No Brackenhide issues from yesterday today for them. They've just, been solid all day. And, the other stories as well, Drano skill team continuing their play from yesterday. Looking good. No major issues from them. Mage actually kind of same as yesterday. They're solidly completing keys. Again, just barely missing out on 2 chest timers. They were 15 seconds off on the 2 chest and the 19 in this Halls of Infusion. But again, no major wipe issues from them. They're not wiping in their keys. They're just not getting the 2 chests where they need them.
Pedro's kind of outperformed expectations yesterday. How have they been doing today? Because they were a team that in Group A, every single day, start of day, first hour and a half, they looked not that great. And then the second half of the day, they kind of turned it on. But yesterday, they looked sick at the very beginning of the day. They looked pretty good throughout the entire day and actually tied Echo's score.
Yeah, same for them today. They're looking confident today. They went into the Niltheris. They got their 21 done on their first attempt. It didn't look too bad for them. The only real hiccup in that dungeon for them was at the very end of third boss, where they had all of their DPS players die at 2%. But they were able to finish off the boss. And you would think with 8 minutes left after that boss dies, the timer on the key would be pretty close, and it was, but they managed to chain the trash in such a way that they had enough time left on the boss, pulling trash on top of it to just finish it off with less than 10 seconds left.
Tyra and Neltharis actually opens you up to having a lot of interesting stuff that you can do at the end with all the trash. Fortified is a bit weird in that dungeon. I think that is probably one of the dungeons that changes the most between Fortified and Tyrannical to just how it feels to play. And you were able to do some pretty aggressive stuff, like you saw from pages per hour. Mandatory right now, only team in the 21 Halls of Infusion. All the other teams are kind of trying to push up the Halls of Infusion. Echo bottom left in that 21 Oldemon. Those are very important.
Echo's been in here for a while now. It's been at least an hour and a half, closer to 2 hours. They've spent a lot of time kind of trying to get through the first section of the dungeon here. They had a really, really good attempt about 30 minutes ago, but unfortunately Zalia just, I think his computer blue screened? I don't even think it was an internet issue. I mean,
yeah, I saw that.
That's just the most unfortunate thing to happen. And they were on a good run. Now, I don't know if they would have timed the run. We were talking about the timer in that key. Their boss splits were a solid 45 seconds to a minute behind Mandatory consistently. And we know Mandatory had a minute 20 left on their timer when they timed their 21. I know they had some issues on the trash in between Emberon.
They had 5 deaths. I think. Yeah, you and I were casting that. They had 5 deaths to the golems yesterday, right?
But we kind of expect there to be issues on that pull, right? That's a massive pull. There's tough stuff to deal with in that pull. I kind of expect there to be some deaths, maybe not 5, but I expect there to be some deaths the first time you get there in competition. So would they have timed the key? I don't know. It's hard to say, but it still sucks to lose that to a to a DC like that.
Echo plays a noticeably different route than Mandatory, so it's almost impossible to compare their splits. I went through and pathed out Mandatory's route in Oldemon yesterday, and it is just so widely different than Echo's. It's really difficult to tell how close the teams are going to be, basically until right before they're pulling Chronolord Deus. That's the point where you're oh, okay, because Mandatory likes to grab a bunch of count right after Sentinel Telandris that Echo skips, and then Echo does this weird skip that's after Emberon, and it's It's not to get too out in the weeds with just routing talk, but it's a much different route between the two teams.
Yeah, I think the most notable difference to look for is specifically the first pull right after Sentinel Telandris, right? Echo goes for the bigger pull into the Golem, which adds difficulty to that particular pull, whereas Mandatory goes for a bigger pull but without the Golem, which means that they kind of can consistently deal with things happening at the same time rather than also having to worry about an earthquake on top of all of the hail of stones you have to interrupt, as well as bolts on the tank and stuff. So the other thing as well, though, is Mandatory has the Warlock to deal with that big pull, right? They have that extra little burst of AoE damage to chew through that pull, whereas Echo doesn't. They have to more meticulously deal with the pull and kind of kite it around with the Frost Mage. The other thing as well is Bromok is just so much harder for Echo to deal with. This boss lasts so much longer without that Destro burst at the start.
Looking around the horn a little bit, top right Mandatory in this 21 Halls of Infusion, probably the most important key, that and the 21 Oldemon. They are crushing the timer. So Watcher Iridius at 10:39, not exactly the fastest split ever, but actually getting onto Gulping Goliath at the 14-minute mark is incredibly swift. Mandatory is definitely posturing to be maybe 2 minutes under the timer. I'm thinking maybe a minute under the timer in this 21. 21 is probably the cap for this dungeon, just to be super blunt with the audience. It's once you get this dungeon done to a 21, I think that this one in like Brackenhide Hollow probably in a similar vein. Once you get those dungeons done to a 21, those aren't the dungeons that you're going to be looking at for your chase keys. You're going to be looking at the other dungeons for your potential chase keys to be able to go up +1 point. The Halls of Infusion, I mean, we saw it in Group A and Group B, is really difficult timer-wise to be able to even get done on a 22. And then you have things like, Tyrannical and Bolstering, you're just like pretty slow.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory's been dealing with the bolstering very, very perfectly. Like, I don't think there's any better way to deal with it.
One death.
But it is still a time loss, right? The thing is, like, the way it forces you to do smaller pulls, and it also removes your tank from the equation, like on the damage meters on those bigger pulls. Because once they start to bolster, they can't be a part of the pull anymore. You take a melee and you die. So we've seen Skylark do a great job of kiting the pull around, but it's just so much of a time loss. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't think Halls of Infusion is the 22 you go for. I think you're probably better off going to maybe the Oldemon 22 is possible. I just want to see how they live through Telondris.
It's probably possible by it would be possible by one team, I think. I don't think it's possible by the field.
20 timed for Mage in the top left. They've got that one under their belt here. They've got the 21 unlocked. That's probably where I would guess they'd go next, but they've got a couple of choices for 21s to go for, so maybe we'll see them take a break before they choose where to go after the fact here. But let's take a look at this Gulping Goliath for Mandatory here in the top right. We're looking at what would be a good split here? 1830-ish is, I think, what we would like to see.
Yeah. Sub 19 is like, if you're sub 19, it's probably fine. If you get a 19-minute run, you're more okay. The Kajin 26-minute is the biggest one. Like, if you don't have Kajin killed off by 26 minutes, you're going to be in trouble.
26 is the final mark where you're like, okay, we just have enough time left. Anything below 26, you're like, okay, a little bit of breathing room, just don't wipe catastrophically on the bridge.
So I will say that this week's affixes for Halls of Infusion have an added layer of difficulty that we hadn't seen necessarily before in Halls of Infusion. A lot of the teams, especially on the Tyrannical affix sets in HOI, have been doing like a very large bridge pull at the end of the dungeon. How is that really going to look on bolstering? Like, is your tank going to actually be able to survive that on bolstering? Because like on Fortified, you wouldn't necessarily be able to even do that pull. Like the dragons with the Oceanic Breath is like pretty brutal. I think that Mandatory is going to have to go for it. Like, I think you have to do it to time the key, but I don't think it's going to be something that's as automatic as we saw during Group A and Group B.
Well, yeah, it's really on the tank, right? Can the tank live? Because your DPS can just line of sight the Deep Breath, if they're the Deep Freeze, if you really need to. It's just a matter of whether or not the tank can live the pull. And I think with the comp, you can focus down the dragon enough to where it's not too much of an issue. The thing that I would be focused on as well is making sure you don't accidentally bolster the mini-boss, right? Because that can also kill the tank, too.
That'd probably kill every... Well, it depends. You just like
you're
watch
ranging
the
anyways
end
on
date.
this key level.
Yeah,
right?
I guess that's a good point.
It's really all on the tank, but we have a few minutes before we see that. Mandatory going to get Gulping Goliath down by like 18-15. This is going to be a very, very swift split. They've dealt with the middle section of this dungeon extremely well here, and the count is good too, right? They can just skip past this first dragon, take that second dragon plus the trash around it for one pull. Then we're on to Kajin, and we've seen what 21 Kajin is capable of. And, arguably, it's easier to deal with for the teams now that they know they can do it, right? None of the affixes are really going to cause too much of an issue on the boss. The Evoker can just deal with the affix for the healer, and Mode can just keep the team healthy.
I mean, I think that all of these healers are really qualified to be able to heal this boss at like this level. We kind of talked about it a little bit last week. It's like a mana sink. This boss, it's like a real mana test for the healer. But the rest of druids in these groups play such a mana efficient and like very safe build. They're playing things like Rejuvenation Duration. They're playing Tree of Life. They're playing Innervate. Things that you don't typically take. They're sacrificing like a lot of their damage just to play for a lot more HPS throughput and mana conservation. And that allows them to be able to heal this boss with pretty good consistency. On top of that, these are the best healers in the world. Like, these are the best that you're going to get. So yeah, Kajin should be very automatic for these teams.
I love highlighting the skip past the dragon here because it's kind of meticulous what you have to do.
I'm so bad at this, by the way.
Your priest can fade and run by the dragon. Your Vintage Demon Hunter can leap over the rock your priest can grip somebody, and your evoker can rescue someone through the wall, and then on top of that you have a warn stone from somebody as well. That rock essentially doesn't exist for line of sight purposes, so you can just run right past that dragon. It's a script the teams have gotten pretty used to. I think unfortunately the rescue wasn't working there, so they had to go for a time spiral to reset the grip cooldown on Stove so we could grip a second person over, so that did cost them a little bit of time, but you know, like we were talking about, with an 1830 Gulping Goliath split, you have a little bit of time to give. Now, the main thing to look for on this pull, we need to burn down this Proto-Dragon before anything else dies. You do not want to get a bolstered Deep Freeze off, or Deep Chill, but this second Deep Chill is going out, and they should be able to kill it off before the next one goes out.
He is playing Time Spiral in here. That's insane. That's not something you'd like typically play.
That's not typical at all, no.
Nah.
But
Typically
I did notice Stove grips twice, and that's the only way that you can grip twice is if someone time spirals. So I'm like, huh.
They are playing Time Spiral. I mean, if it's like you can take it, it's just not something that you find good uses for in every single key. But it's easily takeable by the AUG.
Do you have to drop anything like super special for it? I would assume not, because otherwise there's no reason you would ever take it.
I mean, it's nothing substantial. You're not dropping anything that's like. It's just like you have to like purposefully be taking it. It's not something you'd ever play in like a default build.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, on to Kajin at 2030 here. 5.5 minutes for the boss split here. I think they'll be killing this boss off well before that, with the Bloodlust coming up in the middle of it. So the split should be good for them. The question remains, though, I mean, there's a little bit more to this Kajin than just the healer topping everyone off, right? There's a little bit of tank positioning to consider as well. You want to make sure you're getting good spawns of these rocks so you aren't like cordoned off by the broken ones during the Hailstorm cast, but these teams have pretty much gotten that down to a team. The tanks are so good at positioning that it's not really something we've covered too much about.
Additionally, like, look at what Skylark's doing here. Skylark's going to move the boss away from the group, allowing the rest of the group to remain standing in this efflorescence with 100% uptime. On top of that, your Shadow Priest doesn't have to cancel any of their casts. And so that's like a really big heads-up play. That's something that like high-level tanks do pretty automatically, but it's not something that you're likely to see in like a pug.
Yeah, certainly not. Missed count here. Okay, this is actually kind of a make-or-break pull of the dungeon. I think this is the last like ultra-difficult trash pull where you pull this commander plus lava bears into these flares, and then also with the trash effect. You can see they even saved the second Bloodlust to get this lust on this pull. There's so much damage going out, even on Tyrannical. This trash isn't even fortified. You need to make sure not a single one of the melts go off from those lavas, and on top of that, you have this AoE coming out from the commander too. It's just super, super difficult to live through.
So the commander itself is not like necessarily the worst mob in this pull. Like, it does do a decent amount of AoE to you, but also the stomps that happen from that pack that they pulled that's in front of them. If that happens at the exact same time that the commander circles can go out, you can die. And like Zyro pointed out, any melts cast, like, that's going to 100 to 0 somebody. So you have to be like really, you have to be like really aware of what's going on for that entire pull. Obviously, these TGP teams are going to be super on the ball with making sure that they have all their stops prepared for all those lava flare melt casts and whatnot. Is Miscount able to two-chest this dungeon, Zyro? I know that Mandatory did. I watched them. Miscount's having a perfect run. They're deathless. They're going really fast.
They're certainly doing what they need to do in order to potentially two-chest it. Are the boss splits there, though? I don't think we have
24.
the 19...
This is the two-chest.
Two-chest. 26-24 is what they would need. If we go back and look at the mandatory two-chest splits on the 19, maybe we can get a good idea. I think you're going to need on 19... I think you need to kill off this boss with probably 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the key timer in order to get the two-chest. So we'll see if that's possible. That means they need to kill off Forge Master Goric by 1950.
So
I don't know, maybe.
In Mandatory's run, they had Goric killed off at 2042, and Echo's run that also two-chested had it killed off at 1840.
Oh wow!
So I think it's a slightly different route. I think it's a routing difference between the two teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of trash differences you can make for.
Yeah, Echo plays a lot more count at the end of the dungeon, so I think that. I mean, it looks like miscount might be a little bit slow on this boss split, regardless, right?
It depends. I mean, again, it depends on how much trash they actually need. There's a lot of count in the end of this dungeon, right? The only thing that people will like typically always pull is at least the first bird pack. You can definitely skip past that though. I don't know. We'll see. How long does this boss even take on a 19 Tyrannical? I'm gonna guess it's about 3 to 3.5 minutes.
I was thinking like
Bloodlust.
3:30. Yeah, I was thinking like 3:30. They are gonna have their lust up.
They do get it right at the end, right? Okay, right at the end of the 2 chest timer, they get it.
They're posturing like they're going to be able to do it. So I think that to me, this is pointing towards the fact that they think it's possible, at least for their group. That'd be big for Miscount, because like at this point, Miscount needs basically everything to go right for them to be able to kind of claw their way back.
I mean, it's just another rung on the ladder that they have to climb to get back into the competition, right? They really put themselves behind a lot on day one with the mistakes they made. In hindsight, which weren't even that big of mistakes, it was just they spent, an hour extra in a dungeon that everyone else got done pretty quickly, and then, like we covered a little bit earlier, they just had a lot of really unfortunate mishaps happen back to back to back at the end of the day for them.
Dude,
if they get 2 chests, that'd be
fast.
massive. Mandatory is really fast, yeah.
They're going to be, I don't even know, a minute and a half under on this timer or something like that, 2 minutes under. This is really impressive for Mandatory here. They're continuing to accelerate past the field in this dungeon. Now, they still probably have the hardest pull of the dungeon left in front of them. It's going to be this dragon pull. Again, like I was outlining earlier, bolstering makes it really tricky. I wonder if they have enough time to kind of solo pull this. I don't think they do. But this is going to be a tough pull for Skylark to be able to live. He does have his cheat death available. You don't see that prophetic stone scale debuff on him, so that is available to keep him alive if something does happen. The Gather here, very dangerous as well. Vintage Demon Hunter is notably susceptible to dying on the Gather, and as they get the pack grouped, then they no longer are susceptible to dying. Look at everybody grouped up behind LOS whenever that first AoE from the dragon going off. That way you're just not taking any damage.
Yeah, and the entire time making sure we're focusing this dragon down. You do not want to get a bolstered breath off on the tank, or even a bolstered deep chill on anyone. That dragon is going to be what wipes them if they do die to this pull. 2-minute cooldowns just now coming off cooldown, and also just instantly popping the Vamp and Praise so that any damage that the tank takes for the next 15 seconds is just instantly topped by the amount of damage the Shadow Priest is doing here. That dragon's still at half HP. Deep Chill goes off on the team, but nothing they can't heal through with that Vamp Embrace active. Next one could be a little dangerous, though.
Oh, he cheated.
He cheated as well.
He's gonna get hit by the wave.
He has to get out of there. I mean, like...
Okay.
Oh, this is scary.
He actually got really lucky that he didn't get bounced into the water. He procced the Prophetic Stone Scales, which stuns you for like a quarter second, and then he got hit by the wave, but it knocked him towards the middle of the platform as opposed to knocking him off. He actually got kind of bailed out.
Dragon's dead. That's good. Dragon's dead.
That's how your tank falls off the edge and then they evade the pack out.
Yeah, that would have been an instant reset from them. It would have been time loss and probably the worst mistake. But it's not a mistake that Skylark makes, and the dragon is dead. The major danger of the trash is dead. The question now is just how much time for the boss? 21 Tyrannical of this boss is probably, 5 minutes that they would need to be super safe? It's closer to like 4:45. So if they can get Infuser Soraya here down by about the 30-minute mark, I think they're good to go. Another important run going on now in the top right while we've been focusing on Mandatory. Echo is on their best run in this Oldemon here. Again, though, the boss split timers for them aren't the best. Each of these boss split timers, Bromok and Sentinel Chalandras, are about a minute slower than what we saw from Mandatory, which means if Echo is able to do the remainder of the dungeon as well as Mandatory did, they will have very little time left on that timer to actually time this key. But I mean, they need to get this done if they want to compete with Mandatory for the #1 slot, man.
I think Echo notably has to play a little bit less count in this area. They do that now skip where they send people back on the mold machine. Mm-hmm. But it's not like something that's like an insane amount of less count. Obviously, they're going to be able to make up a bit of time there. I think that, like you said, I think your analysis is spot on. I do think they're pacing to be able to time this key, but they're not going to be a minute under like Mandatory. I think they might be something like 30 seconds under. Okay. But they have to be able to be clean here. And I think that they have to beat this next phase on Emberon. So Emberon actually won't cast another intermission whenever it's below 5%. Echo can either kill Emberon before it would cast the intermission or get Emberon to 5% before the next intermission comes, and that would be fine. But they have to be able to beat it. If they actually get this next intermission, I'm pretty sure they're just going to be too slow. Now Miraz is popping his CDs here. They do have that Icy Veins up as well. So I think that Echo's going to be able to beat it. They do have that second Unstable Embers coming out. And
yeah, they're good.
You have about 15 seconds after this explodes to beat the boss phase, and Echo is going to be able to do it. So that's really good for them to be able to time this key. Now, I wonder if they changed the route. Okay, so look at this now. They're going back to the mole machine. And so now is going on a solo mission in front of the group, while the rest of the group is hitting the mole machine, going back to the front of the dungeon. Now is going to skip this pack, and then he's going to meld off. He's also going to use a potion of frozen fatality, which it'll look like he's feign deathing. It's basically some insurance whenever he presses his meld to make sure that mob doesn't walk up to him. That golem does have true sight. And so now with that pack skipped, now is going to then walk past the breakpoint to summon the mole machine gamma portal to allow the group to be able to reintroduce him. That breakpoint is like right here, this doorway. So now the mole machine is going to appear at that point, and the 4 remaining players for Echo are going to be able to join in here in just a moment.
Love that skip. It's some good tech to just get past some of the more difficult trash in the dungeon. You really don't want to deal with those weavers while you're also dealing with these protectors, these golems that do so much damage to the group if you're not line of sighted. So, good skip. Get it done. They're going for the massive pull as well. They've got all 3 of these golems stacked up here, and they're going to be lining every single Thunder's Crap, which is a pretty big damage loss, right? But it's a bigger damage loss to be dead. So even then, a death here is not that big of a deal, right? Because at the end of the day, as long as you're not losing your cooldowns, you can just take the mole machine back, right? Problems, though, for missed count. Kira did go down at the start of this gather here, and this trash is everywhere.
This pack is all spread.
Thanner, the pack is spread everywhere. They have to somehow fix this. Hearthjack still has aggro on all of these lava flares as well that spawn from the wardens. Yargi goes down as well. How can they fix this together? I don't know if they have the time on the 2 chest. They just need to actually hope they can time the key at this point.
I don't think that they're going to be 2 chesting it now. Silver lining is that I think they're still timing this key, even if they had a full wipe here.
Yeah.
Yeah. They really wanted a 2 chest to be able to like. Yeah, they're trying to make up some time over the course of the rest of the weekend. But miscount, they're still going to be able to time this key. Mandatory in the top left have made it into the intermission on Primal Tsunami. Their loss is coming up in 3 minutes. They're positioned well to make sure if everybody's staying alive, they should be able to time this key fairly easily. We've seen teams beat this timer time and time again. You only need about like 150-ish. In the second phase, if you have Lust to be able to kill the boss off. So Mandatory is going to be a decent bit ahead of that. Echo in the top right, you called out the fact that there's a potential for deaths on this pull. Echo was able to dispatch this pull pretty easily, Zyro.
Yeah, they did it a lot better than I would have assumed they did. But of course, they get the benefit of VOD watching, right? They get to see the VODs yesterday from how Mandatory did the pull. So I guess they have a little more information to go off. So credit to them where credit's due. They were able to deal with that pull incredibly cleanly. And like you were mentioning, the timers might be a little bit suspect, right? That Emberon split for Echo is about 2 minutes and 40 seconds slower than what we saw from Mandatory yesterday in their timed 21. But they had 7% more count, so that kind of makes up for a lot of that. In looking at the timer here, they have this one large trash pack left. They've got 8.5 minutes to get this trash plus the boss done. This should be doable for them. Now, they used their Lust on that big pull, so they're not going to get another one. But I think they do have the time for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to be, again, like I was saying earlier, I think they're going to be like 30 seconds under. Their execution has carried them heavily. They've been very clean, and even they still have like custodians and stuff like that filtering in. They're just making sure to be really quick on the trigger. A lot of times, especially in like pub groups and whatnot, you'll watch teams be a little bit slow on getting their pull set up. But Echo knows that those remaining guardians and custodians or whatever, not really going to do anything, so they can just like let them filter in pretty late, and they know that like getting the agents pulled, that's going to be a pretty big deal.
Mage has chosen their next key to attack after dealing with that 20 Halls of Infusion. It's not the 21 Halls that they go for, it's the 21 Brackenhide. This dungeon can cost a lot of time, it's difficult to get through. Sanguine is a major run killer, but they're actually making an adaptation to the route that we saw a few of our teams go with yesterday for Sanguine. They're dealing with as little trash in that first area of the dungeon as possible. Just don't want to deal with trash running all over the place and dropping Sanguine pools all over the place. Only going for 12% count in the first session here. That's a lot lower than normal, I think.
Mandatory here in the top left. Going to be able to kill off Primal Tsunami.
Yeah.
Hopeful is caughting here. They're still in their Lust for a few more seconds. They're going to be pretty far under on this timer, about 55 seconds. So this 21 is definitely going to stand for the rest of the weekend. And now, mandatory for the rest of the day basically just has the field for chase keys that they can go do. I think that the likely candidate for them to do next is like a 21 Brack.
21 Brackenhide is, I mean, we know it's doable, right? It was the time trials key. They've done a 21 of that. It's just a matter of how fast they do it. I mean, knowing how clean they've played, they could definitely one-shot it, or, you know, they played the 16 yesterday and wiped 4 times. So we'll see which mandatory we're going to get in that 21 Brackenhide. Maybe they've been waiting to go back to it all day because they are aware of how unclean they've been playing in that key all day. Or, you know, maybe they just decide to go to another key and see if 22 is possible. Plenty of time left in the day to make that decision, though, now nearing the 1.5 hours left mark for the remainder of the day. Missed count. Did get their one chest. They killed off the boss, just have to finish off with a little bit of trash. And Echo now pulling Chronolord Deos with 6 minutes left. I mean, barring disaster, they're going to be able to get this key down.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about their route maybe a little bit, because whenever I was watching Mandatory's route, I thought that was maybe going to be the route that you were going to need to be able to play something that level of aggressive to be able to time this dungeon. But Echo, they have a much different route, and I think that they make it work for them. Their Lost Dwarves split, they lose a little bit of time there, like you pointed out as well. They lose a little bit of time on the Bromox split, but they really are able to make it up in that middle area. And I think with the unique routing that they're able to implement, particularly with that mole machine stuff, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that's a good route. I mean, that tech was actually debuted by one of our highest live key pushing teams. It was Rare's team, I believe, Rare and Loda.
Yeah.
Who shut off that tech for the first time, and I think they were rank 1 world for a little while. I don't know if they still are rank 1 world, but they were for a while this season. So good to see tech from them showed off on our broadcast here. Love stealing tech from other regions and making it look good too.
It's not stealing, it's borrowing.
Borrowing, sorry, not stealing.
Exactly.
A little bit of Chronolord Deos on 21 Fortified, still a difficult boss. It's not like... I mean 6 minutes left on the key timer, plenty of time, but still got to play it clean. They don't have the Bloodlust. Got to make sure they don't have their tank randomly go down to a frontal. Although he does have that cheat death back off cooldown, so that's not going to be an issue for them. Too much.
We kind of talked about yesterday whenever we were looking at this fight about how good the Warlock was with like the Imp Dispel. I think that the Mage is still a little bit safer in this fight. You know, just having access to that mass barrier and giving your healer a little bit more healer power with Arcane Intellect, I think it just makes this fight a decent amount safer. Without Lust, this fight's probably going to be somewhere in the 4-minute, 4:30 range. Barring a catastrophe, I mean, Echo has 4 battle reses and like bracer reses and stuff like that. It would have to take a catastrophe for them to not time this key.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can get it done, though, at 100% as Echo. I mean, like, the way that they played this key with the Mage, I didn't actually know if it was going to be possible to get it done with their routing yesterday, but they've, once again, proven me wrong. I will sign the Echo apology slip again if I have to. They've gotten through the difficult pulls with the Frost Mage that I thought you really needed a Destro lock for, so they deserve it. This is a fantastic key for them to put on the board. And
I don't know why you doubt them. They're so good.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, they've been winning for so long. Maybe I just want to see someone else win. Maybe I'm just biased, you know? Who knows? No, it's all good. They're going to be able to get this done for sure. 50% on the boss here. Probably only 2 more of those intermission phases to deal with where they can deal with the damage amp. 3 minutes left on the key. They're in the home stretch here. Let's check in on another team. We're not trying to cast or curse them. Drano's Guild team in the 21 Halls of Infusion now. This first pull has been causing them a lot of issues, but they're getting through it pretty cleanly here. On to the second pull now. Gotten the apparatuses down. Bolstering shouldn't be too much of an issue. Frosty even able to stay here and do a little bit of damage. Of course, as I say that, he starts to run. Doesn't want to deal with those mobs at all anymore.
This is the same pull that we saw from Mandatory earlier today, and it's notably the pull that we saw from Missed Count last weekend in the Halls of Infusion. What it does, like it is very dangerous, like you pointed out, but it front loads the difficulty of the Halls of Infusion just by a substantial amount because you're cutting out a pull in this first area. And it's something that you're actually going to need to be able to do, I think, to time this key on like a bolstering 21, because the timer is going to be super suspect whenever it's tyrannical, whenever it's bolstering, and so you're not able to do like really exotic pulls. You're just going to be holding W a lot for a bunch of these pulls. But whenever you're front loading all the difficulty, if you make a mistake on the first pull, it's just not that costly, as opposed to having to do something like a massive left side pull after Iridius that happens 12 minutes into the dungeon. Instead, you're doing the hard pull on minute 2 or whatever.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just saves you so much time if you're able to get through the pull that you front load.
Ooh.
It gives you that leeway for the rest of the key.
I think Echo's going to take the world record tag on the Ultimon, by the way.
I think you're right. Our world record split for the Ultimon on mandatory was 33-39. Echo, are they actually going to be able to take it?
Nah, okay, maybe not. Maybe they're going to be a few seconds off. Okay, so they're going to be, I don't know, 20 seconds off of that. But that, I mean, this is still an incredibly impressive run. It's one of those runs that I don't think all of the teams are able to do it this weekend.
I was wrong. It's 34 flat. They might actually still be able to do it. 34 flat for the world record steal from Echo here. Can they get it done here? 5 seconds left on the timer.
Co-commentator reading the document on the timer wrong.
They got it! World record stolen by Echo. The sticker stolen away from mandatory. Give them the world record sticker now.
Co-commentator reading the timer wrong. This is sick. Echo, that's big for Echo. This entire weekend so far has kind of been the mandatory show. Echo, I think, is a team that for some reason people have started to doubt over the course of Group B. You know, they lost a miscount, and then people for some reason didn't necessarily think that they were going to be that sick. Not a lot of, for some reason, a bunch of our casters just didn't even have them in our top 2. You got to put some respect on their name.
Obviously you do, but I mean, like, a lot of our predictions were not based off of how we expected them to play this weekend. We have to go off of the most recent performance, right? And when you look at the Cup performances, the 2 most dominant teams were mandatory and missed count. So, like, can you really blame the people who put those 2 up? I don't know. Listen, if there was a 3rd place column, and I did send a 3rd place column, Echo would have been my 3rd place. Just saying.
Anyways. Coping aside, it's Dragon's Guild team bottom right, Halls of Infusion 21. The Watcher Iridius time that they want to be able to time this key is about the 10:30 mark. Anything that's under that really positions you to be able to time this key fairly reasonably, assuming that you have a really clean into your dungeon.
Out for Mage.
Yeah, I was going to say Mage top left. Mage runs a very different route in the Brackenhide Hollow than any other team. They do a lot of, like you pointed out earlier, they're really low in their count compared to even some of the other teams off the first boss split. They play a lot of that after tree mount, so you can't really compare their splits to any other team except for their own. But I think that with a clean run from them and like good totem management on the last boss, especially with seeing how they did in their 20, they should be more than fine. They're just going to need to make sure that they continue to play their game plan, not have too many mistakes. Lamike is very scared here. You know, this Will to Doke pull is one that has killed many players. And so they just need to really make sure that they're being diligent about keeping themselves alive, staying safe, and playing for optimal DPS to kill the totems.
They've got the majority of the trash here dead, right? They just have the Oak left to deal with. So I think the major danger of this pull is gone for them. They should be able to get through this cleanly. And I think that's something Mage has been doing really well throughout the weekend, right? They haven't really had any major issues. Yeah, they've had spot deaths here and there, but they haven't had any massive wipes that cost them a key, right? They've just had spot issues that are able to be dealt with. Another one right here. Rugby goes down again, but like they'll be able to finish off this pull without their healer, and then after the pull is done, just get a hard res off on her. Like it's not that big of a deal. The big deal though is not having the battle res for the next 8 minutes. For some of these other pulls, you kind of want that battle res. So we'll have to see if that's going to be an issue for them. I mean, 8 minutes, you'll have to play perfectly, and could be scary.
They do a really weird pull after Treemouth with like a hunter, and without a battle res, it's not like great. They don't need it, but it's not great. I will say that this is also kind of annoying whenever they have Roybin dead, because they have to actually kill off these lashers. If you didn't have to kill off these lashers, you could actually just like run to the side and avoid skipping the pack. But since you have to manually cast this resurrection, it's going to cost them a little bit more time than the cast of the resurrection itself. At the end of the day, there's enough leeway for Timer and Brackenhide that I think that Mage, if they have a clean run through the remainder of this, they should be okay. But again, that really comes down to just the consistency of their play through the rest of this dungeon.
Yep. And, you know, if there is a pull that's going to cause them issues, it's probably going to be this next one. If they pull trash on top of the boss, we've seen a ton of single-player deaths to just the sludge exploding on top of the boss whenever they're going in for the consume. We'll have to see if they're able to live through that. It's actually going to be a major pain point for them. Focus in on Mage here. This is going to be extremely important that they can get through this trash on top of the boss. They do have that decay with them as well, so I think they just kind of have to keep that away from the boss. Oh, Soda goes down to a melee at the very start of the poll, and there's no battle res here. They just have to reset the boss. But how are they even going to get him alive? Can Roybin get a meld res off?
No,
they just have to reset.
Going again.
They just have to go again. That's brutal, man. This is probably the first major mistake we've seen from this team the entire weekend.
Yeah, I agree. They were already on a little bit of a tight timer. I will say, though, one of the things with the global finals is like we're starting a little bit higher on the key level. We started at 16s yesterday. We started at 17s today. With that being the case, there's a lot more time for pushing, but with that being also the case, there's a lot more time for mistakes. You know, I think that if you make a mistake in that Brackenhide 21, even if you are 15 minutes in, it's not like the end of the world. Also, there's no eliminations in the global finals weekend, and so I think that for Mage, it's not the end of the world that they had to reset this key 15 minutes in. It really is fine.
Yeah. It's fine. It's it sucks for sure. You lose 15 minutes, but the way they've been playing, they'll truck right through it. They'll get back in there. Now the question, as we reach the 3 hour 40-minute section of the day, only 20 minutes left to take the remainder of your break timers. So, do we have that break timer graphic ready? Are there any teams left that still need to take their breaks?
Pedro still has to take 10 minutes of theirs. Every other team has finished their break completely.
Okay.
That's at least for what I remember whenever they flew the graphic last time. Pages per hour is going to be fine. They're going to be out of this Halls of Infusion before they need to be able to take that break timer.
Got it. Okay. Well, yeah, they have plenty of time, so they'll be okay. Rhino's Guild team. Do we like this Iridia split from them? It's going to be close to like 1040. That was good enough for man. Actually, it's going to be a lot longer than that. I always get baited on Iridius. I forget that the boss starts at 30%. I see the 3% on the boss. I'm like, oh, this boss will die in the next few seconds here for sure. But no. They're gonna be closer to 11. Did we just see
I'm getting a bit worried about the timer. Yeah.
Wipe in the first pull of Brackenhide here, yeah? It's going to be a go again. Again, 2 minutes, not a big deal. Just going to go again.
It's fine. That's where you want to wipe in Brackenhide. But yeah, Dratna's Guild team, like you were saying, 21 Iridius down at 11:03. I'm going to be honest. I'm not in love with the timer. It's possible.
It is.
We would have preferred about 30 to 45 seconds more of leeway. But I think if they play clean for the rest of this dungeon, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, again, the split timers to look for that we really want. We want a pre-19-minute Gulping Goliath. We want a pre-26-minute Kajin the Unyielding. So let's see how they deal with this poll. You really want to make sure you're kiting as a group on the Swogwoods here for Drano's Guild team. Looks like they're doing a good job of keeping everything nice and stacked together and slowed. And yeah, I was going to say no major issues, but Terrasant going down to one of those melees. They've got the battle rest for him, though. Notably not using the Bloodlust here, though. This is typically where we see the second Bloodlust applied.
Interesting. I wonder where they're going to press it. They have to press it within the next 3 minutes to be able to time this dungeon. I wonder where it's going to go. Oh, Cryptic's dying to melees too. I think this is zone out and we go again.
This has to be a go again, right? This is... Well, can Timbermog get a meld res off? No. Okay. With that, it's definitely a go again.
I think that their timer is bricked, even if Timber is able to res people. I think that you're just losing too much time in one of the tightest timers, right? Like Tyrannical Halls Infusion was already tight from last weekend, and then it has like pretty difficult affixes applied to it this weekend.
Okay. Miscount back from their remainder of their break, right back into that Neltheris, going into the 20. They still have 2 more keys left to do here. Can they get the 20 and 21 left today? Actually, do you even go for the 21 at the end of the day today, or do you just go into the Halls of Infusion now, get that pushed up a couple key levels, maybe transition back to the 21 Nelth if it's better for time at the end of the day? I don't think they have time to do all of that. They probably have time to do this 20 and then do like 2 Halls of Infusions before the end of the day. I don't know. You're really starting to run out of time for today.
So whenever I was talking about Mage earlier, I was like, they don't have to be the most efficient team to be able to perform super well. I think that Miscount doesn't necessarily have that grace that Mage has, right? I think
Certainly
that
not.
Miscount really does need to be efficient with their time, particularly their overtime period too. I actually don't know what I would do here. I think that it's optimal to get the 21 on the board today. That way you don't have to go back to Nelthorus at all. And then you do Halls of Infusion plus tomorrow's dungeon. Like you'll do some Halls of Infusions today, and then you'll be able to do tomorrow's dungeon with the remainder of the Halls of Infusions that you need to be able to do to get that done up to a 21. Problem is too, they have tomorrow's dungeon. They also are going to need to do a 21 Oldemon, and then they have basically like all of Halls of Infusion in front of them. So it's going to be There's a path. I see the path. It's tough for a team that coming into this weekend. Some people thought they could win the entire weekend, but there is a path, I think, for them to win.
I think it's extremely unlikely for them to win. There is definitely a path for them to get back into the running for like a top 3 position. It certainly helps that there's only one new dungeon tomorrow. That means that they will have a lot of time to catch up while other teams are pushing for those stretch keys. The problem becomes for Miscount is if those stretch keys aren't necessarily as difficult as we thought they might be and teams start timing those, then they're cooked. But I think those stretch keys are going to be extremely difficult, and if they're able to play
Agree. Cup
day 1, play levels for the rest of the today and tomorrow, then they could certainly come back. But that's a big ask, and there might be a certain level of tilt or maybe dismay at the way they played at the start of the weekend. That's a tough position to put yourself in. Remains to be seen, though. I mean, adversity definitely can create some of the strongest players. So we'll see if they're one of those teams, if they can actually come back and play well enough to put themselves in the competition at the end of today and tomorrow.
See, to me right now, as we see Peter's Power take down this Halls, Miscount reminds me of like myself in like high school or college, right? Where it's like I would do well on the assignments, I would get A's and things, but I wouldn't be able to work on them seriously until like 2 hours before it was due, right? So that's what I'm seeing here. They're kind of slacking a little bit, but we know they've got the skill. So when it gets to tomorrow, right? Because there's no eliminations this weekend, they're gonna be on fire. Just wait. When the pressure mounts, that's when they really come alive, I believe. What do you think, Makes? Do you concur?
Well, I'm a big procrastinator, so if they're anything like that, they're going to be kicking into gear tomorrow like there is no tomorrow. And there isn't, so we'll see how that's going to be working out for them.
I think there is a tomorrow, actually.
Well,
there is definitely
tomorrow,
a tomorrow. I mean,
there is no tomorrow.
Maybe Makes knows something we don't.
If we arrive in the next day, there is not going to be another day after that.
Doomsayer Makes here.
It made sense.
Well, on that note, have a great breaks, Ironic. Don't worry about any impending, world-ending things or anything like that. It'll all be fine. Yep.
Just a tournament.
Back,
calm down. No, but I'm actually so surprised that it is close to like 1 hour until they can start their last key, and we are still seeing some teams not in the Halls of Infusion titles.
Does it concern you that we haven't seen teams step foot in the Halls of Infusion? Echo notably 100%. Just started it, and Miscount hasn't stepped into it at all.
I think, so I was talking with Nagura about this at the beginning of the day. I think there is a world where you kind of just focus on the other keys and then put this key last, since tomorrow there's only one more new dungeon, so you'll get some extra time. But in order to do that, you would need to do kind of the Echo thing. Put up some new world records, put up some keys that are really good. So for Echo, I think we should be okay. For Miscount, I'm very worried.
I think that the silver lining is that Halls of Infusion seems to be capped at 21 with this affect set. Meaning that, you're budgeting, oh my gosh, Miscount's wiping in this 20. So for most of the dungeons, we're budgeting about 2.5 hours to be able to, just do to completion. And then I think the Halls of Infusion, at least whenever it's capped at 21, you actually don't have to spend all 2.5 hours in that dungeon. You can hammer that out in an hour 45 if you're like really efficient. But Miscount are playing from a tremendous from behind by a significant amount, and I think that the differentiator that you pointed out was that Echo, while they haven't stepped into the Halls of Infusion, they were out there putting up a world first Oldemon.
Yeah,
and I think that is a big deal.
Exactly. Not only that, they also locked in, for example, that 21 Brackenhide that Mandatory notably is working on right now. So they kind of went into the other dungeons and tried to cap out the dungeon as high as it goes, right? It's probably going to be 22 Algathar, it's going to be 21 Uldaman, it's going to be 21 Brackenhide. So we know that those are kind of the target keys, and Echo just went and did them all. They were like, okay, let's try to put our fastest timer in there, and then we'll go to the Halls of Infusion once the other teams have actually ventured in there.
Nix, I saw a crime committed on stream. Soda accidentally missed his Shadow Crash because Shelly had rescued him, and he just like didn't angle his mouse in the right direction and just whiffed the Shadow Crash.
We can just pretend it never happened, okay? We don't need to be mean.
That might have been the single most important global in the entire pool, and it got missed.
Yeah, it's quite sad. But it doesn't mean that the key is in trouble. It just means they'll be here for a bit longer, and they can still work it out. For what it's worth, we did see Mage finish out that 20 Brackenhide yesterday in the overtime. How do you think teams are going to approach that overtime today? I feel like yesterday a lot of teams kind of whiffed on it a little bit in terms of planning their runs, planning when they start and finish keys, which keys they do. Do you think they'll be better about it today?
So instinctively, I think that the overtime period is more impactful whenever there isn't eliminations.
Exactly, yeah.
Because like whenever you're actually doing the overtime period without eliminations, you're able to save a key that you know there's like 100% chance you're able to one-shot. You're able to save that for the very end. You just go in and one-shot that, and then you just are able to use that overtime period efficiently. Like you pointed out yesterday, though, what we saw is that some teams were actually doing a key that it wasn't a one-shot. It was, 20-30% success rate, and a lot of teams ended up failing at not being able to get benefit out of that overtime period. Mage, on the other hand, we're one of the teams, Mage and Pages per hour, I think were the teams that probably got the most benefit out of that overtime period, and I think that continuing to just take advantage of that, get really efficient usage out of that overtime period, that will help you maintain pace with some of the top contenders that we're seeing in Echo and Mandatory.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly what it comes down to. So hopefully today teams will be very good about that. Of course, they still have a little bit of extra time until we actually reach the area where it's going to get spicy. 10 minutes and 1 hour until they can start that final key, but they need to start planning it out now. Some of the teams are still in break. Pedro's just finishing out right now, while the other teams are working on those target keys right now.
What did you think about the Echo World first?
I think it's really impressive. I didn't think they'd be able to do that. They had a really good time in the 20, I will say, but just being able to kind of play it on the Mage, I wasn't sure that was going to work. Their route is very spicy.
Look at the replay. He's whiffing the Shadow Crash over and over again.
That's so mean.
It's insanely toxic
so
to
mean.
showing it, man.
Look at it just go into nowhere.
Oh, dude. Anyways, as you were saying...
Yes. So I was very impressed that Echo was able to do that and faster than the one we saw from Mandatory. I thought that really goes to show that, some people were doubting them a little bit throughout yesterday and today as well. I've been watching chat and saying like,
some
Echo,
people are haters.
They're still the like 9 times back-to-back champions, and the Echo that I know has always kicked into gear once there was actually something to fight for. So I'm not surprised that they did it, but I'm surprised how dominating they did that key.
You like to keep your ear low to the ground. Do you think that a lot of other teams are going to even be able to do that dungeon on a 21? I think it's kind of something that we don't even expect all 6 teams to even be able to do that dungeon, right?
Yes. So I think if you're looking at something like Miscount, for example, their 20 already looked really, really rough. And then at the same time, you have teams like DGT who looked very good in their 20. They're also playing that Warlock. I think they definitely have the potential to do it. But I think to them, it's still maybe a little bit more of a progress key. So I'm not sure how confident they're feeling into going there and then actually sacrificing that time that a key like that might need with a couple of like go agains. Since Uldaman is not, there is front loaded risk, but there is a lot of all throughout risk as well.
There's medium loaded risk and back loaded risk. Yeah, I would describe that as one of the hardest dungeons. Personally, I'm not really able to get that dungeon timed very easily on live. It's one of those dungeons that you roll into as well, and it's like people already have that dungeon done on a higher key than you, and they don't want to go back. And I'm like, wait, but I need this for score. Hold on, wait,
Yeah.
please.
Have mercy. Yeah, for sure. So I think Uldaman overall is a very hard key. But if there is a team that I would kind of have to put my money on that is able to do that 21 that we haven't seen it do yet, I would probably say DTT just because of the Warlock. I think their route was really good as well. So I would like to see them attempt it. As for the other teams, Mage hasn't even done the 20 Uldaman, for example, and Miscount, we know how that 20 went. I'm not sure about Pedros. I don't think their 20 was as fast as, for example, Echoes, so we'll have to wait and see if they feel confident enough to go into that one, I think. Would you agree, or do you think some of the other teams can do it still?
I think they're fighting a massive uphill battle. That's what I would say. The timer's starting to. It's not necessarily an issue of survival, although survival is very difficult in that dungeon. The timer's just like starting to look a bit challenging. The first area, if you haven't pre-planned, I think a first pull that's large enough, I think you just lose too much time in that dungeon. A lot of the dungeons we've actually seen this season kind of cap at 21. A lot of that comes down to dungeon scaling, and Uldaman is definitely one of those where it's fringe possible even to do on a 21, but if you play an aggressive enough route, you can make it. You just have to play a really aggressive route towards the beginning and towards the middle
And
the
to its end.
Yeah, and the end. Just
Yeah, it's a very hard dungeon in that regard, that there's just a lot of abilities that can one-shot your team, that make you drop very low. It's back-to-back. It's a little bit of RNG when it comes to something like the clap timing. So there's really a lot of things in that dungeon where you need to live, and that is the big problem, right?
Look at Mace Time for mandatory here. This isn't something that all the teams do, but this is something that some of the teams started doing. Mace Down here is actually grabbing some of these shapers to try to grab some more trash into this boss, and then he's going to Wernstone over, and it actually snaps the shaper into this bowl here, and it allows mandatory to play a little bit more trash into the boss. It's like super efficient.
Yeah, you love to see that. I would still be a little bit careful in Brackenhide since it is sanguine to pull anything on top of bosses, but they should be fine here, of course, and making sure that that's all planned out, and these little guys shouldn't spawn sanguine if I'm not mistaken, so just make sure you have that under control. You have your incorporeal as well, and the rest of the trash comes now running in as they deal with Treemouth. Speaking of that 21 Brackenhide, I don't know if it was Zyro and Ecaster yesterday in that 16 Brackenhide where mandatory just was wiping back to back into savior rests and somehow finished that key with 17 deaths.
That was insane.
I'm pretty happy that they're looking better in this 21. Just a little bit of a YOLO, just send it dungeon, I feel like.
Dude, I don't even know if you can get tilted off of that. It's just like everything that could have gone wrong did. It's just...
Yeah.
That's just brutal.
I mean, so I asked Mopmode about it, I was saying earlier as well, and he said they were just laughing. They were like, they don't know what happened, they were just laughing, but something that unfortunately isn't a laughing matter, DGT wiping in that 21 there, we'll have to redo it.
The Curse of Raw, I think, backfiring a little bit.
Yeah, it's a
kiss curse.
Was waving his hands in the wrong direction, I think.
God, Yargi just got meleeed to death with a phoenix. No.
I mean, we have him back.
He's fine. You
and still work on. This poll in particular is really rough when it gets grabbed together because there are so many different variances that can go wrong, like the hunters jumping, some of the AoE just absolutely not getting shown in the stairs. There's a lot.
Yeah, and one of the things too is like just chain management. The amount of damage that whenever you actually click this chain, the amount of damage that does to you is actually really high. And so if you have a thing like a Bone Tender cast going off on you, or you have that Hunter Bleed on you, and you're the person that's supposed to be clicking the chain for your group, you're going to be dying. Like Hearthjack said, he presses Ice Cold before even grabbing that chain, and that's really efficient. And now Miscount's going to kite to the next chain pull that they skipped in advance, and click that because look, you see that they're trying to group back up to get ready for the next chain. Whenever that chain is deployed, the mobs are stunned for 5 seconds, but they take bonus damage, and so it's actually really efficient to use a bunch of these chains on these mobs, especially once you have like the Shadow Priest dots rolling. And Kira actually going down to melees from the trainees. I don't think that Miscount's going to be able to recover this pull. I think that they're going to have to go again in the 20. And
They don't have a CR, so that's a do again.
even if
Very
it did,
unfortunate.
I don't know if Kira's gonna be able to like get threat back on that pack.
Something that we definitely need to mention as well is Echo right now. I was kind of thinking that they should be on track to +2 this 17 and that they are doing 60% to go.
they're
They just
crushing
went
this.
over that +3 marker. So going to be important for them to keep that pace, and maybe they can be the second team that is actually able to +2 that 19 as well as Mandatory did. So something to look out for Team Echo.
Yeah, they're absolutely crushing this key. I guess the kind of thing that we're looking at for Echo is like, what is their end of the day going to look like? I think that they're going to be okay. So there's a chance that if they do the 19 Halls of Infusion fast enough, and then they maybe one-shot the 21, they can actually do 3 dungeons today. Okay, I don't. Now that I'm talking, I don't know if I believe what I've just stated. Okay, there's a chance that they could get 3
wanna keep
dungeons
going?
done today, but I'm thinking about the numbers a bit more. I'm not so confident that I'm in what I'm even saying.
So
backtrack a little
right
bit.
now they have 1 hour and 2 minutes to do 2 dungeons. That means
Yes,
on average
that
a dungeon
is
can
true.
have like 35 minutes duration if you factor in like porting out, porting in, making that key possibly if they don't have that ready, as well as changing characters when they need to. So 35 minutes gives you a lot of these dungeons, actually. I think if you're starting a key right now, then that's absolutely doable. However, if you need more than, let's say, 8 minutes in your current key, then we're already approaching a very dangerous area, I think.
The problem I'm seeing is, like I said, they go 19, and they time that. They would need to time that at like 30 minutes, and then they would need to time the 20 at 30 minutes. And I'm just not a believer that they can do that to then be able to do the 21 as well. So I think that they're going to be stuck doing. I think that they might have like the same thing that happened to Miscount yesterday, where they're finishing that 20 Halls of Infusion, assuming that they've been able to one-shot that dungeon. They're going to be finishing that 20 Halls of Infusion like right as the end of day timer finishes up, which is not a bad spot to be in. They're still in a great spot.
Yeah, I think so too. Definitely very good that they're able to get that +2 as they're now finishing out. We'll see if maybe they can do it. If they're really fast in the 19, I think there might be a chance.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. But then the more I thought about it, what are we going to need them to see them at? 27 minutes? Like, is that 27 minutes or something like that in there?
Yeah, probably around that. Do you think that's that?
The fastest 19 was a 29, or no, the fastest 19 was a 27:14 2 chest. So it's possible.
Mode going down, they're in that 21. Gut shot,
I think for Echo, their
claiming
best.
lives.
I think for Echo, their best situation is just 2 chest the 19, and then throw a couple of attempts at the very beginning of the 21, and then that's their end of the day. I don't think that they need to be like, because if they one chest the 19 anyways, I don't believe that they're going to even be able to get another dungeon.
Well,
outside the
we'll
20.
see what they do, and if they're able to do that, no caster math is going to change the reality, fortunately or
We got a
unfortunately.
calculator. Hold on, we got to keep talking.
But Mandatory able to recover that death on Gut Shot in that 21 Braconitis. They're currently dealing with the spot here. I feel like Gut Shot has taken a lot of lives throughout the weekend.
I would describe this boss as like sneaky hard. This is a fight where a lot of the times nothing happens, but sometimes your healer can get meleeed to death by a hyena, and the next thing you know, you're wiping, or your tank can actually get gut shot into the next dimension and just like die 100 to 0, and you can wipe, and it's not like a very mechanically intense fight. But it's one of those fights that like you can have a decent amount of deaths in if you're not like perfect. And Mandatory, dude, Sanguine, pretty tough on this fight. Mandatory's healing up some of these hyenas here.
Well, I mean, you just need to kill the boss. If you're kiting the hyenas, it doesn't really matter that they're healing up, right? Just let them sit in those traps, and that's not that bad? Question mark?
Good point.
Skylark.
Skylark's starting to drop really low here.
Ay.
It's okay. We didn't sanguine heal the boss. That's the only thing that matters, honestly. Is that the boss didn't get sanguine healed? Everything else getting sanguine healed, maybe not the greatest, but I've seen worse.
We're getting
just got
pinged in
trapped,
production
too.
chat. So update on your question by our lovely admins. Mostly it's been the hyenas, but it's also been gut shot.
Okay, he
just
got
a
one
little
tick. He got one tick. That's well. I'm not gonna say I accept that, but it's the reality of the situation.
You gotta pick your battles.
Best I
is
can-
the reality of Sanguine Key on 21. I think one tick you probably can take that.
Where did this mob come from? I missed who pulled this monstrous decay. It's full health. Did they spatial? Mason had a spatial tag that mob.
Yeah, possible. I'm not really sure. I haven't really realized that one on the 20 before, but it seems like it's all going to plan
So
for them.
that mob is like in the pit. Like it's in the pit. Like you definitely could spatial tag it if you had spatial paradox available. I was looking at the sanguine healing too. I didn't see like how he got that mob pulled.
Well, maybe we can get some eyes on that. We'll see.
Oh.
But
The
for
healer
now-
pulled in Wernstone. I see. That makes sense.
Okay. How
They're
did
doing
you
it-
find this out just now? Who told you?
I see. I got sources. Okay, listen.
Okay, no, keep your
I got
secrets.
sources. It's fine. It's actually kind of important because they actually want to maintain combat after the boss too. So this team actually runs a lot of Invokers Codexes, which is the Razageth trinket from Season 1. And what the Desperate Invokers Codex does is like it builds up over time. Same with the Signet brand. It's like, but there's an on-use effect with the Desperate Invokers Codex, which does an insane amount of damage on use. And so being able to stack that up and maintain combat for an extended period of time for both the Signet brand and the Desperate Invokers Codex is going to allow them to like one-shot totems with a fully stacked codex.
Yeah,
so,
that's
like,
a really good point.
Basically, all of their players run it. I was looking earlier. Stove's running a Desperate Invokers Codex and a Baloralos. Macian's running a Desperate Invokers Codex and a Baloralos. Same with Hopeful. Same with Mode. Skylark is probably playing Cheat Death Trinket. Yeah, Skylark's actually playing Signet Brand and Grief Torch. He's actually not even playing Cheat Death Trinket. That guy's playing full offensive. Are they posturing to time this dungeon on a 22? Okay, well...
he does go down here, but they do have a battle rest, so...
Maybe he wanted the Cheat Death
I
Trinket.
karma this one, no?
Maybe
I was
he
like, well,
wanted the
it's
Cheat Death.
Skylark, and he goes down. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I take blame. It's not on them, it's all me. I won't say that again. But at the same time, we do have our other teams as well, matched side by side to mandatory in the back, and at 21 as Lamike also goes down to that. DK Roybin is going to follow. They're having a lot of problems, but they also have enough battle rushes to get this one back on track, and I think that's probably what we're going to see, seeing how far they are in that dungeon already.
Oh, wow. How bad is this for Mage right here? What's going on?
That's what I was just saying. I thought
Yeah.
they would just pick Roybin back up, but
Soda
I'm
goes down
not really
too.
sure where she is. So, because do they not have a way to rest her? She's there.
She's
yeah.
right there, yes. The observers are...
Thank you, observers.
Got eyes on her. There's even a world marker down on top of her corpse.
Yeah, so I saw the world marker, but I didn't see the character. Aslamike actually drops really, really low. Maybe they cannot pick her up.
Soda got B-rezzed.
That's really weird. Maybe she's having a disconnect. But then, wouldn't Shella have a disconnect? Well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes for now. It seems they can recover this pull.
I don't know the semantics of the internet in Germany.
Oh, trust me, no one does. We just press buttons and hope it works. It's very much not functioning. Don't worry.
I wonder if Mandatory is trying to play this like they're trying to time this dungeon on a 22, by the way, because they're overwearing the amount of on-use trinkets that are required. And I think that they're playing this dungeon in a really aggressive manner, in a way that's kind of making me question as to whether or not they're going to go for this dungeon on a 22. Because, like, look at this. They're continuing to chain that Rot Hexer. It's like those Desperate Invoker Codex stacks, you know. I think that Hopeful actually ended up invising off the pack, so I think he actually lost some of his Codex stacks, which is really unfortunate. But Mandatory, how they're playing all of this dungeon, they're going to be pretty far under this timer.
I mean, hope so. We're going to be seeing how it is, but I think at the same time, if you're looking at some of the polls we've seen, like how low Skylark dropped, I'm not so much sure that a 22 is on the table with how much damage is actually going out here, but we'll see. It also comes down to the totems at the end here, so maybe they're just testing it now, saying, okay, we'll go as strong on like all of the extra gadgets and trinkets we can to blast these totems into oblivion to maybe be able to gauge whether or not a 22 is on the table. It's definitely something I wouldn't put past mandatory.
There's a team that could do it. I think it's mandatory. Other teams also making their way back towards the Bracken High as well. Pages per hour, bottom left. Also in that Bracken High, Drogo getting the Spatial Paradox to help pull for his tank. You see, that Spatial Paradox allows your healer and your Aug Evoker to get 100-yard range. So that'll let Drogo pull some of these Withered Oaks while Yoda's grouping other mobs. And then Drogo will get on top of the rock with the remainder of his group here in just a couple of seconds.
Did DGT have to reset?
DGT
Just saw them there for a second.
Yeah, so they wiped and had to reset the dungeon, and then I don't even know exactly what happened, but they had to reset it. They died to like the very beginning of the dungeon again, and then zoned out.
I mean, better that way than further in.
Like they
right?
started
That's how
the
I
key
feel
and
about
zoned
it.
out. It might have been like an affix situation, or the priest.
We had a couple of those today.
Somebody dies while they're getting meleeed running in. I couldn't tell exactly why they were zoning out, but they were zoning out literally like 15 seconds in the dungeon.
That's fine. We take those. Just a couple of seconds that are lost. Not that bad.
The unfortunate other reset was on the Iridius earlier. I saw that.
Oh man, we're getting an absolute treat now. So Mage and Mandatory are basically neck and neck in this 21 Bracken Height. Shell going down here for Mage, but they should be able to recover this one. Do have the battle rest to get him back up. And then we'll see both of them side by side on the Decatriarch. This is going to be such a pleasure to watch. I love watching this fight for what it's worth. There's so much going on. There's so much pre-planning. It's super fun.
Yeah. And the pre-planning that you're talking about, it's kind of what I was saying earlier. Look at Mandatory. I don't think has dropped combat since Gutshot. They've literally maintained combat since Gutshot, maintaining the Signet Brand stacks, maintaining the Desperate Invoker's Codex stacks, and now that every player on their team has 2 on-use effects that they can immediately eliminate totems if they want to. Typically, you have to use like 2 or 3 abilities to be able to kill off one of these totems. Things like Ray of Frost and Void Torrent are also pretty powerful versus them, so that can also be calculated into this. Lust is also a pretty powerful effect, and Mandatory just has a war chest of abilities to be able to just like completely dump into all of these totems.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And there is a little bit of difference in how teams approach it. Like you're explaining with Mandatory, that's the way they want to deal with it. But for example, we've seen this key from Echo, and they hold back on their Bloodlust. They're actually send it on the second time their cooldowns come up, because they just burst the first couple of totems naturally and then use that Bloodlust to carry them over to totem spawns that they otherwise would not be able to take down, I think.
Yeah, so lusting on pull is a lot better for boss damage is the big thing, especially whenever you're pairing it up with their offensive Cs. What Echo does is like they use it on like their second set of offensive Cs whenever they're completely dry on all of their trinkets and effects, and they're just using like offensive CDs like Icy Veins, like that Void Eruption with the PI, and the Lust in conjunction with one another, and they're just killing those totems with their hands, letting those Bellarellos effects come back up. But Mandatory doesn't have to deal with that, because everybody has a Codex, everybody has a Bellarellos. Skylark even has a Grief Torch that sometimes gets reset if somebody sacks themselves. So there's a lot of trinket damage that's coming from Mandatory on these totems here.
Yeah, we gotta make sure that
Codex.
it's all working out. Mace's very low.
So the Codex actually
Should be fine.
The Codex does a lot of damage to you up front. That's what did all that damage to Mace Team right there. And so whenever you're using the Codex, you actually don't want to use the Codex right before the AoE goes off. You actually want to be using the Bellarellos on the one that's right before the AoE goes off, because the Bellarellos has like a dot component, but it's not that big of a dot, whereas the instant damage from the Codex is like 700k or something, or not even 700k, it's like 2 million.
Soda goes down. Match does have one battle rest, but that is
the
their
totem is
last
killing them.
one.
They're gonna
Dr.
wipe.
J is also down.
Oh no!
And that's exactly why Brackenhide is so lethal. Everything going wrong here for Mage at the very, very end of a 32-minute key. This is not where you want to be. They don't have the time to run it back. They were even like, we were talking about not picking up Riben for what it's worth. They were even trying to save on those battle rests just in case something goes wrong there at the end, but
They just lost 34
unfortunately
minutes.
not able to do it. Yeah.
That's brutal.
That's very bad. It's very, very unfortunate for them. "47 minutes to start that final run." I mean, if they can time it, they can at least get 2 more runs.
Where's Echo now? 47 minutes to the end of the day. We know that they're going to be in the 19 Halls of Infusion. We know that. They probably need to do this Halls of Infusion in about 27 minutes. They need to be like 2-chesting this dungeon, is what I would say.
Yes.
And
We're
I think
expecting them to +2 it.
if they only +1 this dungeon, they're not in like trouble. Say they only +1 this dungeon, they would actually need to do then +1 the 20 in about, I would say, about 32 minutes, which is possible, and then they would have time to be able to do that dungeon again on the 21. However, if they just +2 the 19, then they can go straight to the 21 and throw attempts at the first pull of the 21. Echo has a chance of having a very, very efficient end of their day, and that would actually be very big for them to be able to catch up with the likes of Mandatory.
Yeah, it's very important for them, but of course for Mandatory they need to lock in this 21. We just saw how bad this dungeon can go. They still have roughly 10% more to go as the boss ends a little bit earlier, and they're now just, I think, focusing it. At this point, you don't even care about the totem anymore. You just send it into the boss, and that should be the 21 clocked in for them.
The timer's not great. The timer's not great, though.
You were hoping for a better timer?
Yeah, so we can fly the scoreboard here in a second and kind of look at how this Brackenhide stacks up with the other 21s that are timed. I'm not in love with this Brackenhide timer compared to the likes of like Echo and Mist Count in this dungeon. They're like minutes behind. So they'll either have to rerun the Brackenhide on a 21 to put up a better time, or run the Brackenhide on a 22. Yeah, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the scoreboard there. So Mandatory having a 33-23, Echo at a 31-54. So, and Echo is really close in a lot of these dungeons timer wise.
Yeah, I mean, I am a firm believer that with how stacked this weekend is and how stacked even Group A and B have been, I think for the first time ever, TGP is not going to come down to a points difference, but rather a time tiebreaker. I believe that. So I think keys like this are definitely something to look at. For Echo, it's going to be that Algathar Academy. For Mandatory, it's perhaps going to be that Uldaman, that Brackenhide that they now are a little bit slower on.
I think that they're either going to have to do a key level higher or rerun the Brack. I don't know necessarily what's even the best option. Is it?
Do you
it's kind of
think
weird.
they can run it higher? Do you think a 22 Brackenhide is on the table for Mandatory?
I don't know. What do you think?
So they had like 1 minute 30 to go. Obviously that key wasn't super clean, but I don't even think the timer is what makes me the most worried about it. I think it's being able to live the dungeon. There's so many moments similar to the Uldaman where, for example, Skylark is just on 5%, and that's where you look at it and you think, oh yeah, in a 22 he'd be dead here. That, for my liking, I think happens a bit too often in that 21 Brackenhide, so I'm not really sure the 22 is possible.
You can't really Sanguine Hill a boss in a 22, I don't think.
Also.
Yeah. It's kind of weird to think about how Echo won the past 2 TGPs by 2 points in both of them. Whenever it's definitely coming down. I'm firmly with you. I don't believe that it's coming down to points. I think that there's a high chance that it comes down to tiebreaker, or it's going to come down to like 1 point of separation in one of the dungeons. Maybe even that dungeon that we see tomorrow, where one of the teams is just like better than the rest of the field at that dungeon.
Yeah, we'll definitely. So I think we'll definitely see some progress keys, right? Some keys where teams think that a dungeon is highly unlikely, but they're still going to like give it at least a shot to see if what they think is true. But for many, and specifically those tyrannical dungeons, I think it's just very clear where the cap is. So you'll have to go back into the fortified dungeons and look at, okay, can you shave down on that timer if there isn't a world where you can do it? Pedros per hour there, having some trouble in that Brackenhide for themselves as well. Sang and Drogo both going down on Tree Mouse.
So they have battle reses for both of them. Now, the issue is Drogo is typically the person that battle reses, and Sang is typically the person that battle reses Drogo. And so then there's a question as to, does anybody else actually have on the engineering bracers that would be the prerequisite to allow Crims or Fired Up or Yoda to be able to res? And it looks like the answer is no. It looks like it looks like both Fired Up and Crims are just standing on the corpses of Drogo and Sang. Just, I don't even know why they're standing on top of them.
I mean, the boss is on 13 HP percent. So we just clutch it out and then pick them back up, saving our battle reses. Right?
I think it's just that they don't have bracers. I think they would have res Drogo to res Sang, I'm pretty sure.
I was trying to make them look good, Tettles. Come on.
Well, you just got to call it like you see it sometimes. They're not holding the res out of spite. I mean, maybe, but like.
No, I think you're right, but either way, they're going to be able to finish off this boss and then hopefully pick them back up here. There we go.
I see I don't normally have chat open. I actually see a question in chat. Do you know why Forgy would actually be on a Colteran mix?
No, I don't. Do you? I'm very bad with the racials.
So Colteran has a thing called Brush It Off, and whenever you take damage, you actually have a chance to proc a heal on yourself. In addition to that, they take reduced damage from lightning effects, and a lot of the damage in this dungeon is actually lightning damage. So the Colteran's actually very safe survivability-wise, and their passive racial is 1% versatility. So it's just a safety thing on particularly this boss and Kajin. We saw it last weekend. Forgy's the Colteran enjoyer.
I mean, they look kind of cool, so I get it.
Frost resist. Maybe it's frost resist, not lightning resist. Is one or the other.
Being a little bit more safer seems to be a good idea in the Brackenhide, if you ask me. Let's have a look at Echo's split timers, if you are down for that, because of course we're looking at them to maybe get yet another more dungeon in before that last dungeon time comes around. And I believe mandatory in their +2 was around that 15 marker on Goliath as well, so they should be on track.
I think they are, yeah. They don't sanguine heal the boss. Those are the rules, right?
Yeah. I was also asking production if maybe we have a graph for the sanguine of mandatory in that 21. I really want to see it
for the entire run.
Yeah, just to see how much actually happened there, because it's very hard to kind of take in with switching between 6 teams to catch all of the sanguine healing when it happens, and even if it's just a little bit on every single pack, it can really matter. But mandatory are in that 22 Tattles.
Oh wait,
we're getting to see it.
Wait, we were right. Okay, that's
pretty hype.
I gotta pull back up. Hold on, I have to. Twitch.tv/Warcraft. I have to pull up the page and look at the tool. I wonder if Skylight put on cheat death trinket. Is he able to?
I am going to predict that no.
He is not. He is playing full double damage trinket again. They are playing to kill every single totem, and if Skylark dies before they make it to the last boss, they will be resetting the dungeon. Those are the rules, I think. This is going to be sick. Basically, we didn't see a 22 at all during group play, and also notably, we didn't see a 22 at all during time trials, which is the point where you would actually likely see the highest level of Brackenhide be pushed, right?
Mm-hmm. Just because they have more time, and obviously they can try some stuff there as well. I'm very curious on how this dungeon is going to go. We'll be seeing what they do and how they actually make their way through it. Right now, we're on that first boss, and I think the overall dungeon timer is looking pretty good with where they pulled it.
I think if they're able to time this key, I think they're going to put an intense amount of pressure on the rest of the field to be able to time this key too. It seems like a lot of the other teams just really... I wonder like how other teams were doing in practice on this dungeon, because talking to some of the other teams, it seemed like nobody really thought that 22 was like within reason doable. Just the ability to be able to kill off the totems, it seemed like nobody had great consistency at being able to kill off the totems on the last boss on a 22, having to rely on things like Bellarellos crits and whatnot.
So I think Mandatory is a team that is very confident in any dungeon they enter. I don't think this is a team that on day 2 would opt to go the 22 just to try it for what it's worth. There is a world where right now you're trying some different things before that overtime hits to then run a dungeon. I think I could see that. But just judging by kind of my knowledge of this team and their competitive history, if they are in this dungeon right now, they probably think they are able to finish it. And that makes me very excited to see it.
I think the keys that you described them as you just try it. Those are those like last minute Hail Mary day 3 kind of thing. Like I think notably Echo had that happen in the Gambit in Shadowlands Season 4, where they were like, dude, we don't think that we can do this, but we're just going to try it. And then they were able to time it. Where, I think that you're spot on with Mandatory. I do believe that if there's a team that has practiced this dungeon on a 22, it would definitely be Mandatory. They're also hiding their splits on their the co-streams, right? I went to go look and see if they'd actually done this dungeon in practice, but there's unfortunately no more splits. After calling that out,
no, they wiped them all.
Yeah, after calling that out week 1, they decided that was no longer acceptable. That is unfortunate.
Yes. So just to explain for anybody that's maybe confused to what we're referring to, of course, we do have streamers from each team. If you just want to follow a specific POV, then you can check that out. And with that, you see their UI instead of our overlay, of course. And most of them use a weak aura that shows their best split timers, so that during the run they can be like, oh, in our best try, this is where we ended that first boss, and they communicate it. But Mandatory has opted for the streamers to wipe that weak aura, and only the non-streamers keep the splits on theirs, so they can talk about it and know. But problems for Yoda, in Pedro's per hour as 3 players go down.
Is it a full wipe for Pedro's? Can they? Dude, oh my god, it's a full wipe. I think they deplete off of this. Oh my god, they're town portaling. 25 minutes minus 25 minutes. Oh no.
So the good thing is, it's not only Pedro's that had that happen, right? Mage also lost a lot.
That's not good. That's not good at all.
It's good for both of them, because now they're suddenly not the only team that had that happen.
I would describe it as good for neither of them, but okay.
Well, yes, it's a question of perspective.
I'm not describing it as good for both of them at all. This is terrible.
No, you're right. Unfortunately, a little bit of time lost there on both teams, but we'll need to check back in with Echo, because 4 minutes to go. We haven't pulled the Primal Tsunami just yet, but we're about to. And if they can get this +2, there is a chance where they run one more dungeon before those final runs start.
Yeah, basically we're looking at this 3 minutes 45-second timer. Is there Primal Tsunami kill time? I don't think it's happening. I actually think that this timer on this 19, they're only going to be able to do a 20, and then they're going to be like 1 or 2 minutes over the overtime period for even being able to start a key for the rest of the day. So I think that they're just doing 19 into 20 Halls of Infusion, and that's going to be the end of Echo's day, which is a little bit unfortunate, because if they were like 2 or 3 minutes faster in this dungeon, they would have actually been able to have a bonus dungeon on the remainder of their day.
Yeah, I also think we'll see something like we saw from Miscount yesterday, where they're just a couple of seconds over that timer to start the last run, unfortunately.
It's mostly down to the fact, too, that like the 20 is probably going to be 32, 31 minutes, something like that, a little bit over 30 minutes. Tyrannical, just like the bosses just become so much longer as you start to continue to push the key levels. I think we were throwing the scaling earlier. I saw that little graphic, and it's just one that the scaling starts to ramp up exponentially, and so it becomes really hard as time goes on.
Yeah, that's right. I saw a question in chat that TGP has fallen off because last time they ran like +30 keys. This is the answer to that question. Actually, dungeon scaling has changed, so this is the new 30. Get with it.
Well, I did a 30 Brackenhide in Season 2, so why aren't these teams doing a 30 Brackenhide?
Right. That's right. You tell them.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Notably, Miscount finally finishing out that 20 nilth there is bottom left corner. Will allow them to maybe venture into that Halls of Infusion as well, and they could potentially get one more run in there on that 17 if they're fast enough, and then start another key, which would allow them to at least claw back some of that time.
Okay, so Neltharus is actually a 33-minute dungeon. Hold on. You got to let me cook for a second. Neltharus is actually a 33-minute dungeon. If they time if they're able to one-shot Neltharus 21, hear me out.
I don't think we're going there.
But hear me out. Say they are able to one-shot the Neltharus 21, the 33-minute dungeon. They would then be able to get another dungeon on top of that, actually be allowing them to start their Halls of Infusion.
Okay, but wouldn't it be safer to do the 17 Halls of Infusion, since that is notably shorter, and then try the 21 nilth?
Haters would say that they should probably go 17 Halls of Infusion into 19 Halls of Infusion, but that's not the hype play.
Okay, but it's a good score play.
It is definitely the safer play. You're 100% correct. It's probably the play that they're supposed to do, and it's probably the play that they will do. But it would be hype if they did the 20. It would be hype if they did the 21 one-shot it, and then we're still able to get the 17 Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, but I think that's cutting it very close. Fastest 21 we've seen
they keep showing that timer.
Was 31:22. Yeah, and our timer says we are under that already.
Oh my god,
they don't have count. I think we're going halls, and I like that for what it's worth.
You're right. I'll
Echo.
concede.
Ooh, Echo cutting it close here in that 19, but is going to be able to hopefully finish it out. 14 seconds to go for that last percent, but they got it.
That's big. Okay, so now they actually don't even have to go do the 20 at all, and instead they can spend the remainder of the day, the remaining 30 minutes of today, throwing attempts at the first area of the 21 until they get on a run that they're like pretty happy with. They feel comfortable that they can actually be able to time the 21 timer-wise. And so that is massive for Echo, being able to two-chest that.
Yeah, big finish for Echo in that dungeon, and a big finish for Makes as she's done with casting for today as well. So, see you later. Welcome back, Zyronic and Dratnos. That's right. But I'm curious, Tettles, though, first, in terms of hype versus cooking versus safety, where do you find yourself most allied, you know?
Cooking is cooking. I'm always allied with cooking.
I thought you'd say cooking. You do seem like the type to cook more.
Any chefs in the TGP, I'm always a fan of cooking.
You do request that you and others are left to cook quite often. So
you don't want to cook too much, or you just become cooked sometimes. What's going on for Drano's guild team? Do they not have this? Do they not believe they can get the skip consistently? I don't know. This is technically faster if you just go for the meld. Yeah. Okay.
I like it. As they're ready to get underway here. 21 Kajin the Unyielding, starting at 21 minutes on the clock when they pull the boss. Should be okay here. They are going to be getting Must coming up soon.
Their Gulping Goliath split's pretty tight. This Kajin, we need this boss killed off about 26. I can budget 2610 if you make me, but I won't be happy with it. They really want this boss killed off about 26 mark.
Meanwhile, Miscount putting up a key. They'll probably have time for exactly, the Hall's 17 and then one more. So that is a good thing about saving a Hall's till the end of the day, saving a 17 or a 19 till the end of the day, is you can maybe squeeze it in and then get one more key before the end of the day. 30 minutes left for teams to start their final keys of the day, which is not enough time for a lot of our teams to finish their runs, right? Like Echo, just starting at 21 Halls, definitely won't be able to finish this and start another key. But Miscount will, because their key level is a 17, so that's much, much quicker. 29 minutes left of the day is Mage having Dr. J and Shelly both going down here. Looks like it's just going to slow them a little bit, not cost them the run or anything.
Looks like it was on purpose there. I think they might have been in combat with Stink Breath there, and they just jumped down into the ravine to die. So they both died to decaying slime melees, so that's what I would assume happened for them.
Now we have a Hunter in combat here for them as they set up this big pull.
I got jump scared. I thought you meant like a hunter was in a party.
What is this garbage that's mass rooted for mandatory?
Oh, Mage have a War Scourge off to the side as well coming in. Okay, yeah, so mandatory you said have a mass root going on. Meanwhile, Soda down for Mage. Wow, we've got so much going on in all the
so much stuff is going on.
I'm getting dizzy.
You keep talking. I'll look at mandatory.
All right, yeah, so Mage have had a death here that has cost them a battle res on this trash pool. This is a trash pool that we don't see a lot of teams doing, right? Like fighting War Scourge and this stuff over at the side here, but potentially a good way to pick up some count. Probably not too bad on the Sanguine department as well. Only a couple of mobs here that won't cooperate with their CC attempts. Meanwhile, Echo in the bottom left wiping and resetting 21 halls. That's actually completely free for them at this point in the day to wipe to the first pool of halls a couple of times, because there's no way they're getting another key started after this one anyways. As long as they get a run they're happy with going at some point in the next 28 minutes, should be all good.
Okay, I think they mastered and misery the lashers off to the side to make sure that players weren't getting bled while they got the pack stacked up.
That makes sense.
Because the monstrous decay and the shapers were coming in like really late, so they did the thing where they like Warnstone and then they like sleepwalk and then they Warnstone one of the shapers from like really far away. And so I think that they were just trying to get this entire pack stacked up. Because look at how Skylark is kiting Treemouth around the room. I think that this makes a lot of sense now that I'm watching them play this out.
I mean, you can still get pretty bad overlaps if that monstrous decay starts casting on top of the boss, because no kiting is going to move it once it starts casting.
It's okay. I would describe this as cooking. This is cooking.
Okay.
Yeah, this plus 22 key is going to be so tight for mandatory as well. They basically have to avoid any sanguine healing on any important mobs. Although, these shapers or whatever getting a little bit of sanguine healing is actually not the end of the world. That would be fine. They would die at pretty much the same rate anyways. I mean, they would just die a little bit later. The main problem is that then you'd have to keep them away from the boss for longer to avoid sanguine healing the boss, which is the main thing they can't afford right now.
So, did you see what Mason did on the screen right there? He actually went into the belly of Treemouth during that eat phase, and he Warnstoned out immediately. If you actually like pre-press your Warnstone, you're able to come out, and you actually don't have to deal any damage to the shield. And you can do a thing that I like to call like Warnstone juggling, where you alternate like the cooldown of the Warnstone itself with the cooldown of bestowing the Warnstone onto players. And if you do that correctly, then you're able to skip that eat phase every single time, and it reduces the amount of damage that you'd have to do like breaking the shield. It also lowers the amount of defensive cooldowns that you'd have to press inside the stomach of Treemouth.
Something that's a little bit concerning, though. Actually, we just took them off the screen. If we can go back to them, Dratno's guild team currently on a 21. Kajin the Unyielding. Their timer isn't really like. It's going to be tight. One of the things I'm really looking here, though, is Timbermaw's doing a good job of keeping everyone alive. But
okay, you can dodge and then run back fast. Yeah, so as soon as the Hailstorm cast finishes, you can get out of there. Yeah, they've done that.
Doing a good job keeping everyone alive, but look, he's hardly able to do any DPS on this fight, and I don't know if that's because their personal assignments aren't necessarily great, but I mean, we've seen Zalia do this fight and keep the team alive and do like 120k DPS, and that makes the fight that much more quicker. And like, we keep talking about the splits on Kajin the Unyielding on 21. We want this to be dead like pre-26. They still have time, but there is like zero wiggle room for them.
Okay, this is going to be 35-minute timer plus or minus 5 seconds, and whatever side of the 35-minute timer we're going to get on is going to determine whether or not we're timing this key. This is going to be this is incredibly close for the guild team. I don't love this end section too on bolstering. Frosty is in a lot of danger. He also doesn't have his cheat death available. The prophetic stone scales isn't up for him, so there is actually a chance that the tank can just die here.
Absolutely, a very common area. 4 tank deaths that Fell Devastation used for a little bit of initial safety on the gather here, but that Proto-Dragon Deep Chill cast is so dangerous here. They can't afford to let that Proto-Dragon bolster, which means they need to focus damage on it, but they also need to AoE so they can get out of here quickly. They need to kill off the Aqua Rager to spawn the mini-boss as well.
This is going to be tough. I'm going to be completely honest. This is very scary.
Yeah, we do have Power Infusion, Void Eruption coming out, luckily uninterrupted for a little while, so good damage coming out from both Cryptics and Forgy, but definitely a sketchy situation for the guild team.
Ooh, look at Mandatory. Look at Skylark here. He's going across the gap there with VR Glide to grab a bunch of trash that's into the boss. He really just needs to make sure that he doesn't heal gut shot as well, because this 22 Brackenhide, for those who don't know, would also be a world record level key. This is very impressive if Mandatory is able to time this, and they're deathless. The only thing that could be slowing them down is, in theory, some like invisible sanguine healing that we can't see on screen.
Yeah, Gutshot is a well-known Sanguine offender as well. You got to be really careful here to avoid getting Sanguine under the boss. It's one of those bosses where you have other positioning requirements from the boss fight itself, so managing those and Sanguine at the same time can be really difficult. Does look like we've got a good first Sigil of Chains out. It's okay if we see Sanguine on the healing meters. It's not okay if Gutshot gets any of it. That is the most important thing here. We are going to have our first pieces of trash starting to die now. And we are going to see Sanguine jumping up those HPS charts.
Don't hit the boss. I don't care
As
what
long
you
as
do, don't
we're
hit
on
the boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave it off the boss.
Okay, a nice grip comes in under the
Yeah,
trap.
we're good.
We're now out of chain sigils, however, so that is an important resource that Mandatory will have to make do without. We do have a Blast Wave ready from Hopeful. Let's see if he moves in position for a good one.
Dude, Frost Mage, by the way, is so obnoxious on this fight because the hyenas will desync themselves and desync their leaps, and it's really difficult to actually get them trapped to
you
kill them off
randomly
from the
root
ambient
them,
damage.
right? And then they don't get to cast, and
exactly.
now they're separated instead of being stacked on each other. Yeah.
Exactly. It is real obnoxious. Ooh, another great knock to try to that bear as it starts to get pretty low. Hey, it looks like they're keeping the mobs off the boss.
Yeah, we do
Shout
still
out
have
to
a full health
Skylark,
Filth
too.
Caller.
Don't worry
Only
about that guy.
using one of the cheats on this pull, we've seen so many tank deaths to this pull,
Oh,
just because it's like a super dangerous pull.
He doesn't play Trinket. He's playing
He's not
Signet
playing
Brand.
Trinket at all?
He's
Oh,
playing
he has
Signet
to.
Brand
He's
and
playing double? Oh, man.
yes,
Okay,
he's
so he did use his one cheat. Okay, never mind.
he is very impressive.
Beautiful cauterizing flame there. Quick reaction from Mason keeps himself from dying as a second
That's a lot of
tick that
hyenas.
bleed would kill you. Yep. We've got a lot of boss hyenas.
Skylar
Ooh,
might die here, man.
Oh,
Okay.
no, man. That's got to be the end of this run, I think. There's no way they're going to be able to land this res, is there?
Sure they are,
There's
They can
cheap
get the
death
res.
for Mace-Dean. Skylark is in danger now, and down
No,
he goes.
Skylark.
The gut shot takes him out. B-res is available, but I think this is just going to be it. Yeah, this was... You could kind of see the writing on the wall there for a little bit.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like kind of like watching, like a car crash in slow motion, where it's just like, dude, you know that they're gonna. You can't have that many hyenas. Like Skylark is going to die to that many hyenas. It's just one of those things that's bound to happen. Okay, Dratnos Guild team in the bottom right. 5 minutes as they've pulled Primal Tsunami.
Yeah.
Can we get some estimations as to whether or
they're
not
good.
this is going to be done?
Yeah, we're hard
You're
chilling.
good. You need
Okay.
timing
Is Omega
445.
fine. Yeah.
And also, they have practice. Remember, this is the team that lost their priest 2-minute cooldowns in the last phase and still timed it with like 2 minutes 10 left. So they're good.
Well, that was
They
brutal.
still play clean.
Yeah. Everything that can go wrong has already gone wrong for this team in practice, so they are ready for
Yeah, they're
whatever
good.
the boss throws at them.
It would actually be really nice too, because then they could go do something that's like relatively consistent. If they're able to time this 21, they could go do that 20
20
Melthorus, for
Melthorus,
example.
Yeah,
I would
like
love
that. I
that.
like the sound of that.
I'm feeling pretty good about the guild team. Whenever I'm like, 20 Nelthorus, you got
Honestly,
20 minutes
I mean,
to
if
even
you
start the
finish
run.
this key, you have 20 minutes to throw attempts at a 21 older man as well. That could potentially be
21
compelling
Brack.
as well. Yeah, a lot of good options for the Dragonflight Guild team. They are going to be sitting only at 102 points after this, so that's not a lot of points by any stretch, but
Okay, but the points, but the
they
22
have some of the hard
Alg,
keys is the thing. Yeah.
the 22 Alg would be a big one, but then the 21 Halls of Infusion is not something that's automatic for all these teams.
Right.
I don't think that's something that a lot of teams are going to be one-shotting.
Yeah, they basically, if they can time this Halls of Infusion, they'll be done with 2 out of 5 of their keystones, and they'll have the choice of the other 3 on which one to try and improve. And, they'll have time tomorrow. Tomorrow we only get 1 new dungeon revealed. So definitely not out of it yet. But it is, they have fallen a little bit behind the top of our leaderboard, mostly Mandatory and Echo. Mandatory and Echo have just looked on another level here. Echo playing for that 106th point to tie it up with Mandatory right now, which would be incredible out of them.
I think if Mandatory timed this Brackenhide 22, by the way, I don't know if any other team is able and capable of timing the Bracken 22.
I feel like Bracken has been a pretty good key for Echo as well.
Their timer is really good, but they're not playing. So, Mandatory have 9 on use effects from trinkets, 9, whereas Echo don't play that many, and it makes me wonder as to is the prerequisite to time the 22 9 on use effects? Because dude, Skylark's not playing 2 Death Trinket, like that is insane.
I mean, the big thing is that the Shadow Priest is finally off of his max DPS trinkets and also playing Bellow plus
Exactly.
Climax in that key, right? You're just doing everything you possibly can to make totems as consistent as possible. That's what you have to do on this key level, I think, to make it work. I mean, you probably have entire totems where you're like having one caster use their bellow and another caster use their codex, and you can almost do that on every other totem outside of your 2 minutes with that setup. So you just have to make the totems consistent. You cannot spend 30 minutes doing a 22 fortified key and not have a 100% chance of killing the last boss. It's not something you can waste time doing.
All right, guys, you guys were 100% right. The guild team is totally fine timer-wise.
Yeah.
They're gonna be 15 seconds under, assuming that Forgy doesn't die here.
Yeah, a
Waiting
big
to pop the
assumption, but
cooldowns
let's
until
see.
after the Tempest Fury this time. I love that.
Oh, the globules are getting close to the range stack here. This is sketchy. All good, though. Tempest Fury comes out once again. Everybody is totally fine, though.
Oh,
Forgy playing that Coltiran as well for a little bit of extra frost res.
Terrasan was like struggling to get in there to press a Breath of Eons, so that means he's actually not getting a repress. Kind of unfortunate.
That's okay. I don't think we were getting a repress anyways with how long the timer's actually going to be here. As we do have the next set of Afflicted spawn and get dealt with. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Only 23% on the boss. As Bloodlust is now about to fall off here. Last couple seconds of cooldowns expiring as well. Although Combustion is to come back soon.
They're good. On the take now. Just don't go down to the focused deluge and you should be fine.
Yeah, Cheat Death is still available as well.
Oh, Darkness defensively.
Yeah, Darkness and Feldev. Darkness gets a lot of value on this deluge, although Frosty's still
God, the Hellfire,
I don't know.
Oh my god.
If I was Timbermon, I'm just letting him cheat. Yeah, just let him cheat. That gives him haste. It's good.
Timber's a cap form. Timber did not come in a cap form.
Exactly. I mean, this is a
one
great
little-
play.
One little Fury for the road, but even if one person goes down, they're fine.
So-
That's a timed key from Dradno's guild team. Love it for them.
Their Kajin split was pretty tragic, but they actually accelerated faster than any other team from the Kajin to Primal Tsunami kill time. I think that's the fastest Kajin to Primal Tsunami kill we've seen in any team so far in the 21.
Yeah, now Dradno's guild team up into that 3rd place position, although Pedro's per hour are currently working on a Brackenhide 21 that would reclaim that spot. Only 47 seconds of tiebreakers now separating these two teams. And you could kind of see that it's a lot of that is that Neltheris as well, that Dradno's guild team only have on the 19, whereas Pedro's have it on the 21. So
this is so good for NA.
Yeah. We do have mandatory wiping once again 2 minutes into this Bracken. Not a big deal. They have a lot of time to start this key up. We have another 17 or so minutes left in our day for teams to get another key going. So at this point, everybody except for Mist Count are in their last key of the day. Mist Count can finish this and start another one, which could be huge.
I think Madge was able to start another one.
Yeah. I guess Madge will be able to do as well after this.
Well, it would be kind of weird if Madge weren't able to start another key, I guess.
Our Madge are looking on pace for this timer as well, right? They have 5 deaths on the board. 3.5 minutes, though, is enough for the last 70% of Decatriarch Rathai, right? Or
Well,
is this going to be close?
Their loss just faded. It's going to be close. I think it's close, but I do think that they're...
Drogo down for
I think they have
Pedros.
enough.
Yoda's in danger. That's a
yeah,
cheap
this
proc.
is really bad.
This is over. That's a
So
dead pull.
this was really bad because nobody could really go and res him. Everybody was standing on top of that pole. If you jump down off that pole, you're going to get an unfortunate greeting from a bunch of lashers bleeding you. So Pedros are going to have to reset that one. Here we can see those splits in the Bracken, Echo and Mist Count looking just neck and neck throughout that dungeon, even with the slightly different pacing. Mandatory a little bit slower in there, but Mandatory are the team is looking to...
Oh my god, Jago! They had totem go off! Oh, they're wiping. They're wiping. They're wiping. They're wiping. They're wiping. This is the second time this has happened.
You cannot recover from this. There's just no way.
Well,
Can they actually recover?
No.
Jay and Soda don't have the debuff anymore.
It's the 2-minute press. They can maybe...
the
no,
totem
it's just
goes
another
off.
totem burst.
No, there's no way.
No.
Even if they could somehow recover from... Yeah, they're just going to wipe.
Dude.
Tragedy.
It's the second time they've lost 34 minutes in this dungeon. Oh my gosh.
That's what we talk about with Brackenhide, though, is all of the difficulty. Well, the first 30 minutes of the dungeon are hard, and then the last 5 minutes are unbelievably hard, is how Brackenhide works out, especially with Sanguine making the start of the dungeon also super duper scary.
It's kind of like I was talking, like the consistency of being able to kill the totems. It is so hard to kill the totems, even if you have optimized gear. Like these, basically how the gear works on the tournament realm servers is the gear is normalized. No team has any gear advantage, anything like that. But as a result, you're able to kind of like hand pick any gear you want. So these teams are hand picking trinkets and stuff that they really want. And even with like perfectly optimized trinket selection, those that boss is still so hard.
Yeah, it's a very nasty one. As we do interestingly see Drano's guild team joining Pedro's in a Brackenhide expedition here.
So you have 15 minutes to start this dungeon, right? Like, to get on a run that you feel like is acceptable.
I think this makes some sense because a lot of Brackens do get restarted in the first few minutes, so it's kind of nice to use some of your free reset time, getting a few first pulls of Bracken attempted. We are seeing 4 of our 6 teams in that Brackenhide, Echo and Missed Count being the 2 teams to instead call the Halls of Infusion their home.
Echo crushed that Iridia split. That is very fast for a 21.
Very good.
Yeah, that is. They're pacing to time this key comfortably.
Trash? That's an important thing to focus on. Are they pulling the same amount of trash before Iridius
as
our other 21s that we've timed? Because that's an incredibly fast split.
Most teams have adopted to the missed count first area route from last weekend. Very, very similar routes, I think, from all of the teams, where they're doing like a very large first pull, and then pulling a couple of defenders and stuff like that, and then they go into the frog cave.
Gotcha.
Which is different from what we saw from Miscount last weekend, but I'm only talking about the beginning.
All right, so Mage are opting to stay in Brackenhide after that tragic loss of their 21 Keystone onto Katriarch Rathai, making it, as I inaccurately predicted, their last Keystone of the day. A prediction coming true by way of the Caster Curse. Mandatory restarting their 22 in this dungeon as well. A very low success rate Keystone, I expect, is the 22 Brackenhide, but Mandatory only have low success rate Keystones left. Their only options are 22s in any dungeon, or 23 Algathar Academy, the Keystone in which they currently hold the world record.
Echo's actually winning time tiebreaker right now, aren't they?
Echo have the advantage in most dungeons over Mandatory. They're losing Algathar by about 30 seconds. They're winning Uldaman by 3. They're winning Bracken by 2 minutes, which is if Mandatory can do this 22, that'll help in a lot of ways because
that's what I was going to say. If Mandatory can time this 22, I don't think that matters at all, basically.
So as long as Echo put up a pretty good Halls of Infusion time, I mean, even if they don't, I think they'll have the time tiebreak by a little bit, but if they can get a good Halls of Infusion time, they should have the time tiebreaker by a moderate amount over Mandatory. But the thing is, if Mandatory can do this 22 Bracken, that's going to be really impressive. That's going to mean we probably don't come down to time tiebreakers. And if they can't, they can just come back and improve their time in the 21 instead, and that is their biggest weakness of the time tiebreakers, and they can definitely improve that timer if they need to.
I think there's just a serious question on the board: is it can any other team except for Mandatory time Bracken on a 22?
See, I think they can.
Can Mandatory time Bracken on a 22?
I think they can. I just think that it's one of those things where it's like, this is going to require hours of attempts to make this happen, and only Mandatory can afford those hours right now. But Echo, once they finish this 21 Halls of Infusion, if they do that, will be in the same position as well, where they can look at all of the 21 keys and decide which one they think is the most easy to 22. I wouldn't be surprised if their answer is also Brackenhide, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Echo and Mandatory dueling in 22 Brackens tomorrow.
I think we are witnessing the most competitive TGP I've ever seen, and it's crazy that we don't have eliminations either, because it makes it even more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Missed Count would have been eliminated yesterday, but if they can put up the 17 and then the 19, all of a sudden they're going to be at 102 points. They're going to be in that 3rd through 6th tie that the other teams are setting up right now, so... this is there's going to be no teams that are, far off of first place going into tomorrow, and especially if Mandatory and Echo are spending a bunch of tomorrow working on 22 Brackenhide and fail to get it done, that opens up a huge opportunity for every other team to catch back up and time all the keys that Mandatory have timed. And then all of a sudden, if those runs are good, if they're clean, if they're fast runs, we could see Mandatory put into a position where it's like, okay, we got to leave this 22 Bracken, we got to go improve our time breaks.
Dude, Echo's Gulping Goliath split is insane. What?
Yeah, this is really big for them because this Keystone is very likely to hold for the whole weekend. So
this time,
this is tremendous time tiebreaker value for Echo if they can stay on a 0-death run.
This is going to be like -1. This is going to be like minus 130, 2 minutes maybe even.
Yes,
on
18
the timer.
Minutes, unbelievable on the. On the old Gulpy G, as you can see, Mandatory 18:23 was the previous best there. So Echo 30 seconds faster than mandatory at this point in the dungeon. If they can hold to the end of the dungeon on that pace, they are going to be in a really good position. It looks like they have to wait a little bit here.
Oh, bad
Now
patrol.
getting this pull started. Yeah, it's okay. All good.
Get that patrol. Hurry up. Rapping. We're burning daylight.
Yeah, maybe 5 seconds lost there by Echo. Not a big deal. MD comes out immediately for that first AoE. Vampiric Embrace allowing Xaylia to just stay in cat form, optimizing his damage here. He doesn't look like he's doing a lot of damage here, but he's doing a lot of single target to that dragon, which is the important thing, especially with bolstering. You need it to die, not at the same time as everything else, but you need it to not get a bolstered deep chill cast off.
I want to circle back to something. Did you say Gulpy G? Did I hear that right?
The old Gulpy
Yeah,
G.
he did.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
making-
did hear
making
that.
sure
I took note of that as well. Yeah. Good old Gulpy G.
Write that one down. That one's going to be common in the lexicon when Halls of Infusion comes back in Midnight Season 3.
I was going to
You don't
say,
have that
I only feel
you don't
bad
have
we're
that
almost done with the
trademarked?
X-Pack. Yeah.
It's okay.
You don't
Look for the new Gulpy G shirt on dratnosmerch.com.
Stick it in the back pocket. Save the link. Bring
Save
it out
that-
whenever
save that
Midnight
for-
Season 3 comes out.
Yeah. Dude, now imagine if they were planning on putting Halls of Infusion in Midnight Season 3 now, and somebody's like, how does he know?
Saw the script.
Yeah, they changed it around now.
Yep.
All right, Echo about to pull Kajin. They're going to be getting Kajin in combat here before the 20-minute marker. Now also going to be just pulling these rather than sneaking around the side, letting the rest of the group through very quickly. This does cost Shadow Meld,
Dude.
which is fine.
Last time, whenever we saw Echo in this dungeon, Xaylia put up the most HPS on Kajin the Unyielding I've ever seen, while also doing the most DPS. This guy is the GOAT.
Let's see if he can do it
Is
again.
that pre-spatial?
It might be. It might be. We'll see.
First
I mean,
glo-
it was 900k HPS, and he was also doing like 120k DPS at the end of the fight, like sustained.
Yes.
So let's see if he can do it again here. I mean, it's less affixes, right? No real boss affixes to deal with. You're going to let your evoker deal with the affix, so you don't have to worry about that as a healer. So he should be able to just free fire here. I remember he was in. He was just casting wraths, like natty wraths, while
Yeah.
his team was getting topped by hots. Dude,
Yeah,
this
that
dude
Tree
is
of
just a
Life
prodigy
form.
on healer, man.
The downside is, like, whenever you have to dot with Moonfire or Sunfire, it actually drains your mana by a significant amount. It's actually pretty costly to maintain your dots on Resto Druid.
Vampiric Embrace coming out now for Echo, so should be a little bit of free time for Xaylia to do some damage. Does expire now. Sitting only at 73k here. I think as we get to this 21 Keystone level, it's just starting to get so tough to find time, although he does cast a Wrath. There he goes.
Wrath.
Yeah, nice placement of the boss there, allowing them to move out, although they're going to have to replace this Efflorescence. But Echo maneuvering around nicely.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the
think we can
damage
get
is
some
really
more
gonna ramp up.
HPS.
Whenever they hit Lust, that's when he's really going to be able to ramp up and do a lot of damage, right? Because teammates will be able to do more. VE will
Your hots are ticking
contribute
better as
more,
well,
your
so you
hots
need
are
to
ticking
cast fewer of them.
faster.
We Wrath.
You can actually spend
He's
a lot
wrathing
of
again.
time in cat form too, maybe.
We canceled it.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes left in our day to start another keystone as well. So teams are getting to a point now where if they wipe, they can start another key, but soon that will no longer be true. Meanwhile, Missed Count up in the top right are going to destroy this plus 17 keystone, getting them access to a 19, which they can go and do, as there are still 5 minutes left in the day for them to start another key. So again, the Missed Count 83 to 102 point pipeline remains open at the end of the day. That will tie them up for third place, despite a very unfortunate day one and start of day two for that team. They are doing a great job of mounting a comeback here. Mode is down for mandatory to a breath from a wilted oak. Are they going to be able to land a res? A world marker comes down to help Maystein find his body. Out comes that res. Looks like they're going to be able to keep this pull going for now. Sleepwalk by Maystein help keep these incorporeal under control. Looks like they got it MC'd first though, so it'll actually help them. And yeah, this dungeon looks so difficult, the one that Mandatory are up to. Even a little bit of Sanguine healing on a pull like this might kill their timer.
I mean, the tanking of this fight too. You guys pointed out that he's running cheat death, but he's not running the cheat death trinket, which
Skylark,
is something
yeah.
that we see like super common. So I think the amount of tension that's on Skylark just being able to stay alive in this dungeon is incredible. And then on top of that, yeah, like you guys were saying, just like any Sanguine healing can, like your timer is so tight in ways that most of the other timers in Season 4 dungeons aren't.
All right, and in the meantime, we have Echo's Kajin split looking to come in under that 25-minute marker here, if I'm not mistaken. That is going to be incredible. I remember we had Drago's Guild Team over 26 minutes, still timing the key. Echo might be on pace for a 33-minute dungeon here, which would be absolutely unbelievable and would be such a powerhouse for their timer tie breaks. As now, a beautiful vengeful retreat into the hunt to lose as little damage as possible, dodging that glacial surge. Looks so beautiful as well. Demon Hunter, whenever you get to do a good, like, using your movement buttons for movement on Demon Hunter, it feels really, really good. All right, Miscount have opted to start the 19 Halls of Infusion. Makes sense. That was probably what we were most expecting out of them. This should be a good for them to get maximum overtime value. Mode down once more to a bleed from the Lasher.
He's on the pole. They can res him here.
Yeah. Stove and Hopeful going down.
Oh, but no.
All good. Okay. You know what? We got 4 minutes.
This is the best time to wipe.
All good.
Start
yeah,
another
that's great.
key. Exactly. This is okay.
Run it back.
We go again.
I wonder at what point Mandatory would make a time tiebreaker decision. I don't think it would be today. I don't think you would start on a time tiebreaker key today. But at some point tomorrow, that might be the move when you're looking at Echo just being faster in a couple of these dungeons as Mist Count wiping in the 19. They can do this once. They can maybe do it twice, but they can't do it a third time before they're out of time in the day.
One thing that I've heard about Mandatory is that they are confident that all of their practice has led them to do higher keys than any other team. I sincerely doubt we will ever see them go for a time tiebreaker key. I think that they think they can do higher keys in every key.
I love that. Please, just impress me with the timing of the key that other people can't. Be the best. Win the TGP off points.
Pedro's having Sang go down and get rezzed to one of the breaths there. Inside their Lust pull, Drago's Guild Team at the same spot in the dungeon on the same pull. It does hurt as an evoker. You have to jump down to land your Breath of Eons, and that is a very common place to die as that evoker. Terrasant was able to execute that little maneuver. Sang, you can see, unfortunately, still down, not on the pole, so in some danger here of those lashers, but it looks like they've mostly been taken care of for Pedros per hour. And yeah, Sang just flying around trying to not get killed by all these lashers. He's in some trouble there. Oh, a beautiful Baloralos to just try and finish off the Shaper in the back against the Sanguine Affix. Really like that play from Sang, using that trinket that's mostly for the end boss as an anti-Sanguine tool as well.
Where's can we get the splits for Halls of Infusion? I want to see what the other teams put up on Kaja in the Unyielding, because Echo sub 25 is insane.
It's actually just unreal. That's ridiculous.
We can replace
compared to the other
one of these 3 Brackenhide teams that are all on the same pole, notably. Cool little symmetry there. But
25-26.
So Echo are a little bit more than 30 seconds faster on that Kajin split as compared to Mandatory. More than a minute faster than Drano's Guild Team. So potentially playing for a 33-30 here on the Primal Tsunami. 50 seconds left in our day for teams to restart their key. So if they don't wipe now, and they wipe in 1 minute, they are going to be sad.
Yeah, I think that most of these
cheats available as well. This is sketch.
The pull that we just saw all of the Brackenhide teams do is the pull that you would wipe on, right? That's the most difficult pull of the key, where you're kind of going into a second big pull without cooldowns at the start. Your tank is most susceptible to go down there. So it's a good spot to get past.
Ooh.
Mandatory having a death right at the start here. Do they know they can get a reset in? Yes, they do.
Yeah, one more. They get one more.
Last reset. They'll definitely be able to get an extra start off. Get a good start to the pull. You don't want to have a death at the start of the pull like that. And
we were kind of questioning it.
They're getting their extra key. This is big for them.
Yeah, that is big. I think that will let them kind of even it up as well. Get to that 102 point threshold that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, 102, the place for all of our teams to be at the end of the day. If Mage can time this key, at least that'll be the floor of our teams. But timing this 21 Brackenhide, something that 3 teams are working on right now. I doubt that all 3 will succeed. I bet that this keystone is going to claim at least one of the team's attempts. We are now over the end of the day line, so I believe I'm waiting for that. These are the final runs of the day, confirmed by our admins. This is it. It's now or never.
We were kind of questioning as to whether or not Dragon's Guild Team was supposed to go into this 21 Brackenhide, and we were kind of saying, like, they can actually throw a couple of attempts at the first couple pulls. They actually didn't need a couple of attempts. They've actually just been able to kind of own this entire key so far. 15 minutes in on Treemouth. They're looking pretty good. They're through They're through the second hardest part of the dungeon. The first hardest part, of course, being last boss.
Echo up in the top left will be our first team to stop a keystone during overtime. A little bit of a... not a great thing to be true. Sometimes it's unavoidable, right? But usually you'd like to get full value out of that overtime. But Echo, they've been just timing keys for the end of their day, so hard to be sad with their performance. This is potentially 106 points for them if they can avoid wiping on Primal Tsunami. 6.5 minutes, more than enough time left for them to not just beat Primal Tsunami, but potentially get the new best time in Halls of Infusion. Mandatory's timer in here, for reference, is 34:07. Echo potentially going to be able to be as fast as 33:30 here. Although, yeah, being much faster than that's going to be hard because then they won't be getting a full lust. And I think that is probably going to be gatekeeping them a little bit.
Mandatory had the best day yesterday. I think that Echo have had the best day today.
Yeah. Mandatory have looked really good today, but Echo, the keys that they've actually put on the board have had really, really good times. So not only have they been succeeding their keys, which obviously Mandatory have also done today, but they've done it with timer tiebreak to spare. Oh, Pedro's Drogo is down to the Vine Whip from Treemouth. That is no battle res available.
They don't have
for
battle
him as
res,
well
dude.
For Pedro's.
Oh.
So here's the thing: this boss doesn't do any raid damage, so it's just a question of whether Yoda can survive another 50% of this boss fight without a healer. And the answer should be yes. There's so many little slimes around. The Vengeance Demon Hunter 4 set generates so many extra soul fragments. Off
Oh my god,
of
a
each
slime
mob
is
the Sigil
feared?
Flames on.
I think casts go off here.
As long as they don't have any casts
they
go off, they
can't.
should be okay. Yeah, casts going off would be not good.
Okay, that was
Swirly is
sensitive.
also a little bit of a
Sigil for
danger.
those. They should be good. These shouldn't die off inside of the Grasping Vines here. Sang's going to be Warnstoning out on that one. Dodge the swirls
That's
as
good.
well. Looks like most of Yoda's danger is gone here. Only has to deal with one set of these slimes. The Incorp also helping out, reducing the damage everything does as well. I think they're going to be good here. Just have to make sure slimes don't die on top of the boss when you Warnstone out. They should only be getting one more cast of the Grasping Vines as well, so even without the healer, I think they should be okay. This isn't the pull necessarily that I'd be worried about at this point, though. It's if they're going to be able to do that gut shot pull without a battle res and without the lust, too. Because
Well,
that's not gonna
one
be
B-Res is coming up, right?
Yeah, in
Is it
going to
be up in time? Yeah,
I don't
maybe
think it's going to
not.
be up for the pull of gut shot. It'll be up
Mid pull.
It'll be up in the middle of
halfway
it.
through the fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. That is sketchy for Pedro's per hour, but impressive that they've been able to stabilize and avoid this boss getting much. They've enraged the boss. There was an early Warnstone out from
That might have
Crimson.
been
He
on
pressed it a
purpose.
little bit too early.
Oh, was it
Well,
early?
you would have just not run in then. This Vine Whip is going to hurt Yoda. It's not going to kill him,
He's
but
gonna
now he's
live there.
outside of meta form. The boss autos are starting to hurt him quite a bit, and he doesn't have access to a healer. And they actually killed all the slimes here, which means
The
that
rescue
they don't
on him
have.
as well, just
Yeah,
to keep him
great
alive.
rescue. We need to keep his cheat death alive as well. Oh no, there's his cheat procced. Unfortunate. So that is going to cost Yoda the cheat death trinket. Again, not the end of the world, but not great, as they do now have to land this res as well. Pagers per hour are still alive, but they have lost some important resources to that incident there.
You know something funny? Prot Warrior could tank that unironically.
Yeah, hold up the shield.
Yeah,
That's,
hold up the shield block.
That's the idea.
Were they just posturing for more trash count just now, too? It looked like they were.
It looked like they
Go
were
back
going
to what
backwards
Yoda
to
was
pull a
doing?
little bit behind. Yeah.
Okay.
This will be good. This will mean that they'll have that B-Res for the gut shot pull and the lust as well. So I actually really like this. Timberbot down for Drano's guild team as they're making their way towards gut shot. They don't actually
They have all
it
their battle
pulled yet.
reses.
Yeah, Terrasant is going to be able to land that res, and they're just still going
Oh.
straight into gut shot. Timberbot needs to stabilize quickly, though, as there's a lot of damage going off on this pull. Meanwhile, in the top left, we do have Echo working on the end of Primal Tsunami as I cast their Curse production to full screen another team there. 30% on Primal Tsunami as we're looking to beat 33-30 for Echo on this timer. So this is biggest
Timber's dead
again for Drano's guild team. Oh no! Now they will
another
they be able to land
res.
the res?
They get a res,
will.
they get a
Where's
res, they get a
his
res.
body?
Terrasant res
Where's his body?
instantly. It's already
Okay,
out.
we're good.
Beautiful maneuver as the world marker macro comes down to just mark where he died. And they're now still one battle res.
Oh,
Actually,
Timbermont
Timbermont
almost has it
getting
again, man.
beat up. Yeah,
These shots are just chunking him. He's
He's-
trying to
the
do as
trash
much
is
damage
left
as
alive for so
possible,
long.
too.
Ooh, Terrasant getting low as well.
Oh,
Looks like
so
it's gonna
Everyone
be
needs
a
to be
KO.
topped. Every single one of these shoot casts is just chunking people for massive amounts of HP. They need to get topped off by Timbermaw here. Now Frosty in danger as he drops dangerously low, but looks like Timbermaw's going to be able to top him up here.
the gut shot.
Echo on the other hand, where
alive,
are
he's
you
alive, he's
going
alive,
to
he's alive.
stop the clock on the Primal Tsunami? It's going to be 33:03.
Oh my God.
Crazy timer for Echo.
What?
That's
What's the time?
more than a minute faster than mandatory. No way.
And that
Incredible
drops them
work
into the
there.
first place position. They have taken over the lead of the tournament from mandatory, but back to Dratno's guild team. Looks like things have stabilized, but they're going to be in danger for the rest of this fight. On 21 Fortified, every single shot just chunking players. These squishy clothies for 80% of their health bar.
Yeah, incredible work by Echo. That does solidify a first place slot overnight, unless mandatory can time this 22 bracket in the top right. Meanwhile, Forgy for Dratno's guild team getting chased down by those hyenas to the edge of the boss arena. But it looks like they've stabilized and got most of the trash dead. Just one filth caller under boss that they need to avoid sanguining the boss with, and then they need to catch up on these hyenas. But hyenas pretty manageable once all the trash is dead here. It looks like a beautiful knock is going to come out and keep these ads from dropping any sanguine under
He's
the
got
boss.
Timbermaw. Not again.
Yeah, Solar Maelstrom Dot, and now the Solar Maelstrom Dot into the file of overwhelming rage Dot on Timbermaw. But it looks like he's going to be able to survive without too much difficulty there. And Gutshot should be going down for the guild team. Meanwhile, in the bottom right, Pedro is working on the same pull. Sanguine, you can see, has done 186 million healing on this pull. Now, I didn't see for sure, but that is a large number of Sanguine healing. That makes me suspect a tick or two may have landed on Gutshot. I'm not sure.
I think some of that has to be on the boss. At 186 million, dude, that's just like so much.
Are we pressing this Bloodlust, Pedros? I mean, what are we saving? Oh,
Yes,
it's
we are.
pressed,
Yoda
but
died.
as Yoda dies.
Now,
Can
they
they
can
recover?
res Yoda,
No.
but they unfortunately
it's
can't get
over.
threat back, so it is over. And Yoda's not even going to take that res. That is just the end of this key for Pedros per hour, locking them at 102 points at the end of our day. At best, a fourth place going into Sunday for Pedros per hour, but still a lot of Sunday ahead of them. Meanwhile, we still have Dratno's guild team, Mandatory, Mist Count, and Mage all working on their dungeons. Echo and Pedros have finished their day at first and fourth, respectively.
This miscount run, this mandatory run, by the way, if they are able to time this key, would be a world first level key. This is an incredibly impressive run if they're able to get it dealt with. We haven't seen them go past
So
Treemouth.
down for Mage. That's going to be one of their two battle reses used on this Gutshot pull. Gutshot has been unkind to all three of our teams that have been working on it.
This boss is sneaky hard.
Yeah. And nothing sneaky about it. This boss is hard already without pulling trash onto it. I die all the time when I pull this thing, but it looks like with the trash on it, it is another level of difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already difficult on the tanks, right? And then when you add in the fact that they have to worry about Sanguine for half of the boss as well, like there's just an extra added level of difficulty that just makes it a lot more difficult than I think we're giving it credit for. I mean, it's definitely sneaky hard. I think it might be a little bit more than that, especially when you get up to this key level.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where you're playing a lot of trinkets and stuff, and you're optimizing your builds for the last boss. And all of the times that you do that, you're making Gutshot last longer, right? Which can be okay. Mage, avoiding some Sanguine healing on Gutshot there. A couple of Sanguine ticks on those hyenas, not the end of the world.
Also sitting on the Lust.
Surgically pressing that sigil of chains. And yeah, they do have 2 lusts left in this dungeon, but they need to press this in the next 2 minutes in order to have that be true. At what point would they just decide to save it for last boss on pull, for instance, rather than
That's
getting 2?
a huge time loss, because not only are
It
you not
is.
getting the lust off, you're also making it so that your mage can't hit his extra lusts too. So, I mean, do they have the time to make this work even without that? Yes, but you're just making it harder than it
Oh,
needs to
Shelly.
be.
Shelly.
So
Unfortunately,
Shelly
boss is dead.
dies.
The boss is
Forgy
100%.
dies for Dratno's guild team. That's going to be a battle res for both teams. It looks like Shelly is actually not going to take the battle res, of course, going to get the slow res here. Crucially for Mage as well, they've lost the Defy Fate on Shelly. That procced before he died. So 6 minutes without a cheat death on their Evoker. Dratno's guild team, on the other hand, having to commit their last battle res. They will get one more at the end of this dungeon during the Decatriarch encounter, but no more room for error until then for the guild team as the timer is nearing the end for both Mage and Dratno's guild team. Less than 10 minutes left for the guild team, a little bit more for Mage. So they mind soothe and sneak around here. They need to hit this lust, though, like you said, Zyro, if they want to do it. It's now or never. LeMike is in
LeMike
some
gonna die?
danger here as well.
God.
No
A
cheat
nice
death
life.
trinket available either for him. So that last resort having been used, nothing left in the cheat death department for pretty much the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, he's alive. He didn't die. Demon
Yeah, all
Hunter
good.
is the most susceptible on the gather of a pull.
Mm-hmm.
So like once you actually get that pack gathered up, he's a lot safer. Like once the
rust.
pull gets going.
So they are holding this
still
lust
holding the
for
lust.
boss, which means we're gonna. So Frost Mage uses Bloodlust a little bit differently, but
Jay.
Dr. J actually goes down to Siphon Decay from the Ronhexer there. So that is going to be Mage's last battle res until the 30-minute marker of this dungeon as well.
Okay, so we'll get one on the last boss. Is basically
will.
what you're saying.
Yeah, both Dragon's Guild team and Mage will have a B-res recovering on the last boss. Both guilds, or both teams rather, will also have a lust on the last boss. The timer is looking okay for Dragon's Guild team. It's also looking fine for Mage. It's just a question of whether they can survive this fight.
The Dragon's Guild team is going to maintain combat for basically the rest of this dungeon, by the way. They're running a bunch of Desperate Invokers Codexes. It seems kind of unclear as to how teams feel about the Desperate Invokers Codex, but Dragon's Guild team is definitely going to be maintaining combat for a while. Yeah, Royven going
Royven needs to
down
run back.
with Mage.
Royven has to
No.
run back.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate here because Soda is playing Dwarf. Otherwise, the Meld res would maybe be a possibility here. But yeah, Royven does release.
She does release. Yeah, I mean, it's just so... What are the Wernstones on right now? The Wernstone could, in theory, be on Royben, and this run back's not too bad. This run back is really long, though.
Yeah, this is going to slow
Yeah.
Mage down as well. They have to be a lot more careful. They're going to have to be using a lot more defensive globals than they otherwise would have been. They're going to have to be a lot more aware of how they're setting up these pulls and maybe wait a little while as well. So Mage's timer potentially getting called into question here, although I think still should be a few minutes to spare at this Keystone level. But even something like using Valoralos, a little bit scary now.
Well, the big loss for them as well is Royben lost whatever stacks of the Desperate Invokers Codex
Yeah.
too, right? That's a big loss.
It is indeed. That might hurt their ability to kill these totems, which we've already seen be a big problem for Mage multiple times.
Not again. Get it done this time, Mej.
Oh no, Royben goes down once more.
She got
to
melee
Stink
by
Breath.
Stink Breath.
Stink breath.
They can't res her. Oh,
No,
dude,
now
she's
her
gotta-
body's in a bad spot, so having released, she's got to try it again and just sneak back. But getting past Stink Breath is very difficult, actually. You kind of need
Dude.
to wait for it to be at the other spot in its patrol.
It looks like
she's
she's gonna run
meld.
by and shadow meld it, maybe.
She's going to pull off to the side and then sneak around and then meld once past. So we're waiting for the Stink Breath. Yeah,
There you
okay,
go.
nice.
She's good
Maneuver
now.
around the side, and this is good.
That's good.
And then we just
You
have
want
to
to get
press
up on
meld
top of
once we're
this
far enough
little
away.
atoll here. This would work. You can meld right here. We're good.
This is an
Okay.
atoll.
Yeah, we need
not
a
a toll.
geography scientist.
Geography. Listen, if you didn't say anything, nobody would be questioning what I said right now.
An atoll
all right?
is in the
nobody,
water,
nobody
isn't it?
knows. Nobody knows what
Aye.
words are.
Yeah, an atoll is like a, isn't that little like a
like an
group of
island
reefs
formation.
that,
Yeah.
stick
Yeah.
above the
Little
water?
cliff, this
yeah.
crag.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Tettles did say
He's
codexes
Googling.
earlier.
It's a ring-shaped reef
What's the
island
plural
or chain
form of
of
codex,
islands
man? What
formed
is it?
of coral.
It's codices.
Is it
Codices
really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that
that's
cool?
true.
It is. He's,
Why would-
he's right.
Why would I know that, man?
Well, I wasn't going to call you on it, but now you're getting Zyro on a technicality. So,
Oh, I know what an atoll is.
well,
I just don't know what the plural form of codex is.
now you do.
What do you think I went to school for, like ancient literature?
What do you think? He's a geography scientist?
Dude, I didn't go to school for World of Warcraft like you.
Yeah, that's right. I've been in the school for the last 20 years of World of Warcraft, honing my skills in the dungeons as Dratner's Guild team are underway with Tekatriarch Rathai, 75% on the boss. I told you that was a sneaky hard boss. Says production.
Wow.
We're doing that again, though.
Ooh,
It's just
that
not
is-
going
so
well
this
for
is
her
okay,
here.
actually. Just don't release, right? We're nearly done with this pull. How long do you need for the last boss is the question, right? 5 minutes should be enough.
5
They should be able to
minutes.
Five
finish
minutes,
this pull,
probably.
get that
5:30.
res. Unfortunately, we do have some very high health War Scourges. I think maybe some Sanguine. No Sanguine, actually. Just some high health War
dude.
Scourges coming in late in this pull. So LeMike is in some danger of getting killed here, though. No healer. And the problem is when you're really low on health, it's hard to get in melee to then generate the healing that you need. LeMike is going to proc. It looks like he has actually got that cheat death trinket equipped for this dungeon. So is going to proc that cheat death at least. That's going to allow him to restore to full health. But sketchy times for Mage now.
Another DPS are going to have codex stacks now.
Exactly, because now they have to drop combat to res. So that is tragic for Mage. It looks like Royben has released once more. So a run back attempt here
How do you
could
get
maybe
back?
preserve their codex stacks, but she needs to get back so they can pull the boss in the next minute.
They have more trash that they need to do. That's not the last trash mob that they even have to pull.
Yeah, I mean they can be doing that while she's.
Dude,
doing
I think
this
this is depleted. This is depleted. This is definitely
time.
depleted.
They cannot play for safety.
This run back's
They
a
have
minute
to
and a
play
half,
for
though,
full
isn't it?
boss damage. She'll get back right at about the 30-minute mark, I'm pretty sure. They need to burn through this War Scourge and Rod Hexer as well, and they have to keep their trinkets, man. This boss has been causing so many issues for them. I don't think they can just decide to go into the boss without codex stacks. I think they need everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need the 5 minutes and the codex stacks, and it looks like you have to choose one or the other, right? Like, maybe neither. Maybe neither is a possibility here for Mage. I think they're in so much trouble. They will have Bloodlust at least. But I think they are in... Yeah, we need Roybin to be coming over the crest of that hill right now so that we can get into the boss. And this is just going to be heartbreaking for Mage. This boss has been just such a brutal boss for them. And this time around, it's not even going to be the boss, but the trash beforehand as Roybin does enter the screen. Okay. All right, time to pull. Let's go.
Gotta go.
Yep. No time for wasting anymore. Boss combat has to begin very soon. We can't drop combat here as well. We got to keep this Rod Hexer so that we can keep our Invoker's Codex stacks on at least the people who have it.
They've wiped this final boss twice before on a 21. They're not home free here.
No, they are not at all, especially because Roybin's Codex stacks are all gone, right? So they have to be able to do this fight with just the Codex stacks on the rest of their group. They also have to make sure they don't Sanguine the boss. Sanguine just to the side of the Catriarch, but is not actually going to land on the boss.
The guild team, in the middle of all that distraction, they're actually timing this key.
Yeah, Drano's guild team looking really solid here. 2 minutes left in this 21, so they're not going to have as fast of a 21 as Echo, but they are going to be somewhere around Mandatory's time in this dungeon, which is never a bad thing to be. You take Mandatory's time in any dungeon as pretty much any other team and be very happy with it at this point in the tournament. Drano's guild team do have to kill probably 2 more totems here, and then they'll be able to just commit to the boss, as not very many cooldowns are left here for them. So yeah, I think killing 1 more totem is probably going to make sense for them. They are spawning it. Ooh, it's kind of in a little bit of an unfortunate spot for Frosty to actually get access to, but it's okay.
This is during the AoE too.
To kill, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to kill this totem because if this totem goes off while the AoE happens, you just die anyways, and you like full wipes. I think that committing on that totem is safety. You just press every single button on it, then you just kill the boss passively.
If there's going to be a totem that Mage is going to have an issue with due to the non-reduced cooldown of Roybin's Trinket, it's going to be somewhere around like the 3-minute mark, right? Because you can still press your Trinket on the first totem that you would normally press it on without the reduced cooldown.
It's
the second you start to be a problem, but that totem does go off.
It's over.
That
they can't res both players.
Man.
And that is going to be a depleted keystone for Mage, a timed keystone for Drano's guild team, locking in a 3rd place going into Sunday for Drano's guild team. And at best, a 5th place for Mage at 101 points. But our day is not over yet. Mandatory are playing to advance their lead to 107 points up in the top left. They are making good time in this Bracken 22 that we've just seen several teams wipe in the 21. And Mandatory are trying to style on the field with a 22 here. Miscount, on the other hand, are potentially trying to 2-chest this 19 halls, although I think the timer for that... What do we need on Kajin to be able to 2-chest a 19? Probably like a 20-minute Kajin, something like that. Does that sound right? 21?
Pulling it up. Hold on.
All right, we'll see what the 2-chest threshold would be there. So these are our last 2
20 some odd minutes, 20:45 or so.
Okay, so Miscount looking like they're probably a little bit slower than that 2-chest in here, which I think only Mandatory were able to achieve.
Echo did it.
Echo and Mandatory, right? We're able to achieve of our teams. So still not a bad place to be in, as this will get them to 102 points, getting them past Mage at least and out of the 6th place position for the first time in a long while.
Okay, let's lay this out for the viewers for Mandatory. Basically, what Mandatory are going to do here, they're going to remain in combat for the rest of the dungeon after they pull Gutshot here. They're trying to stack up their Desperate Invokers codices.
Apparently either is allowed. So
that Desperate Invokers Codex trinket, they're trying to stack up because 4 of their players are running it. Mo's running it, Hopeful's running it, Mason's running it, and Stove are all running that Desperate Invokers Codex. Also, all those players are running the Bellarellos. Skylark is playing double offensive trinket. He's playing Signet Brand plus the Grief Torch. So he also has an offensive damage trinket as well. Now Mandatory is going to be grabbing an insane amount of trash. Skylark's going to Wurnstone across the gap. And they're going to be pulling all of this trash in a gut shot. This is where we saw them wipe last time. They've wiped to the first pull of the dungeon, and they wiped to this boss one time. They had a couple of casts actually go off on the boss and healed up the hyenas, but a big issue is like sanguine management on this pull. So making sure that you have the mobs knocked off of the boss whenever the sanguine's going to come out is like a huge deal for this point. And if Mandatory can get through this boss, they can probably see to the final boss. Decatriarch Rathai is going to be very, very dangerous. And in addition to that, what you're going to see is that whenever the boss is about 20% HP, Mode is going to run off to the side and tag one of the decaying slimes and then Wurnstone back to the group. What that's going to allow them to do is then chain that decaying slime into the remainder of the trash in the group. Again, like I was saying, they're not dropping combat for the remaining 15 minutes of this dungeon. They are going to maintain combat here.
Yeah, one of the big things about doing trash... The sigil of chains onto those traps actually damages the other trash, but you need one of the boss hyenas to be active in order to actually trigger the trap. So really well managed by them so far. You can see there's a lot of sanguine healing on the meters, but all of that has been landing on trash that doesn't really matter. And they've also managed to do a lot of free damage to that trash with all of those traps. So able to just focus on Gutshot Dam.
You know, the hyenas are healing. Those are okay. Those are the boss hyenas.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
This is just funnel for them. As long as they don't actually get to the tank to melee him or accidentally swipe at one of the DPS players, they should be fine. But so far, it looks like they're doing a good job of healing it. Yeah, and the thing you're mentioning as well, Dratnos, with the traps, that just instantly kills off those first 4 hyenas that you deal with, and pretty quickly deals with the birds as well. It's just really the bear that's going to stay alive for a long time. So good start to the pull for them. Skylark did get Last Resort back about 30 seconds into the pull. They've got the Lust Off cooldown, but like,
they're mass rooting them.
Need to press it?
Dude,
I don't think they do. And the mass root tech is insane. I don't have to worry about those at all.
Yeah, they actually came out on the same side, so Mode was able to keep those mobs that were landslid previously and caught them in a mass root. Looks like they might have gotten dotted by something. It's unclear as to what the dot was. Could be Adaptive Swarm. Could literally be anything, honestly.
Somebody could have tab targeted them.
We're all
and
trying to find the Shadow Priest that dotted these.
We're all looking for the guy that did this. It could be it could really be almost anybody, but
it could be Adaptive Swarm, like honestly. But yeah, okay. Look at Mode. He's gonna run off to the side here. He's gonna jump down. Somebody from his team is actually gonna have to CC that Incorporeal. It doesn't really matter, but now he's going to tag one of these decaying slimes and then Wurnstone back to his group again to maintain combat.
Yeah, this will keep those Invokers Codex stacks alive for them. Meanwhile, on the top right, Mist Count have engaged Primal Tsunami, and I think they're still a little bit shy of that 2-chest timer, but we'll have to take a look in as they do get to the end of that fight. They'll not have a Bloodlust, but Mandatory, like you said, at this point, are in perma combat until the end of the dungeon. For the next 12 minutes, they will be in combat. Mode's mana bar is a one-use resource for him. He's got to be very, very diligent with keeping that alive, while also doing big damage. That's the thing. Every single person on this group has to be doing a lot of damage for the rest of this dungeon just to make sure that they can meet the DPS check of a plus 21 Keystone.
It arrived.
Yeah, there it is indeed. Gutshot, 3%. As they have a bunch of a beautiful in-cap roar comes out from Mode to just keep them CC'd for a little bit longer, and that's all they need to get out of this fight. Mode now running off to the side here.
Is he going to grab those hyenas?
Ready. Yeah, it looks like mass fruit on those.
Okay.
Unfortunate patrol for the hyenas. Yeah.
They have the time to wait for the patrol, but you have to wonder if there's something better they could pull for count, but I really don't think there is.
It looks like
the mobs around the boss are not great for it.
What is Maystein doing? Looks like Maystein's going to be grabbing some mobs in the Wurnstone across the gap. No, it looks like the other...
It is this decay that they grab with the Wurnstone, so I'm curious to see what Maystein would grab.
Okay, there's the mass route. Yeah, it was just very unfortunate patrol timing for Mandatory. There's the mass route.
Why did everybody
to tag?
Why did everybody stand there just like watching them? That's what I'm kind of confused about. Everybody's just kind of looking at them as they were standing there.
The mobs are stuck and break the roots on all of them, which do take a little bit of damage to do. But he's managed to do it with the Starfire cast.
He doesn't have Wurnstone up, so he's just gonna have to run. I will say, you called Mode's mana like a one-time use thing. This dungeon in general has a pretty low healing requirements. So his mana, especially at this part, like, dude, he's not really healing very much. He'll have some passive heals on Skylark, but in general, not very many players are taking much. Like, almost all the damage here is avoidable.
Those aren't going to social the extra Rod Hexer, are they? Okay,
Nah.
no, they didn't.
No. He was kiting this perfectly.
Just curious, just in case. Now, this pull on its own is pretty easy to deal with. They have that Cauldron unlocked to help get rid of some of these disease debuffs. Shadow Priest can dispel one of them every cycle, so if somebody's Cauldron is on cooldown, they can wait for that. But generally speaking, should be able to deal with it by just Shadow Priest dispelling one, and everyone else on that cycle just uses their Cauldron. As long as you don't spread the debuff, but you can see they're spreading out pretty.
You can outrange it at 30 yards. The Siphon Decay cast only has a 30-yard range, so if you're in like a lot of trouble, when we've seen teams do this in the past, they'll just like run away from the mobs.
Yeah,
it's
big
kinda hard to
defensives
do that
also
with
can be working.
It's hard to do that with the Monstrous Decay in the pull, right? Because the tank's going to have to kite things around, in addition to having Sanguine. So, once that Rot Hexers are the only thing left alive, they can outrange them. But at the start of the pull, I don't think there's any good way to do that. Mandatory doing a good job so far, though. Skylark doing a great job keeping these mobs out of Sanguine. You can see it hasn't even peaked and set on the healing meter for them there yet, and
Ooh, missed count time the key.
Yep, they barely
Miscount
missed the
got
2-chest
their key.
timer. 10 seconds slow on the 2-chest. That is heartbreaking. But
Brutal.
it's not the end of the world. Miscount still have had a very good recovery today, moving into 4th place going into tomorrow. Much better than the last place they were in by a lot coming into today. So very strong performance from the Group B champions. But we are now watching the Group A champions mandatory as they are potentially in position here. But
Skylark died!
Res needs to res.
that's going to be hopeful as well. Everybody else now.
man.
Threat is on Stove. Stove does have Fade, but no Meld as he's playing Dwarf. Does have to kite here. Has to be really careful though. Skylark does have some taunts, but not as many. Not as many as he needs. He needs
He's going to wait
multiple
as long
taunts.
as possible to fade. Oh, it's just
No, it's over. This has got to be the end of this run for mandatory.
It was timeable. We were right there. This is what happens whenever you don't run the cheat death trinket, right?
Curse
Like,
of Ra.
Curse of Ra.
That's the
strikes.
Dranos effect, as they say. You know?
dude.
Well,
That was actually like perfectly played from
They
Stove.
were on
He
pace.
knew
Yeah.
he had to wait as long as possible to hit the fade there, because the second he hits
robot.
fade anything that Skylark doesn't have aggro, instantly will kill mode, and that's the end of the pull. They just ran out of time. Skylark wasn't able to get aggro on
Okay,
everything.
so they haven't reset yet. There is a savior that's going to try and
there
res them
time?
here. I don't think there's time.
They lost their
they can
codex.
get
No,
they can still
this
get an
is
attempt
over.
on the last boss, though. They can still get an attempt on the last. Okay, no, you're right. No codex.
I mean, dude, they lost their codex stacks and whatnot. They're just never ever able to kill that boss, I don't think.
All right, looks
Wow.
like they are town portaling out of that one as well. So that is it. All of our
Brutal.
teams done with their runs for the day. Mandatory in actually second overall as a result of time tiebreakers against Echo now. So going into tomorrow, they are under some pressure from Echo, who just had such a phenomenal day today.
yeah, this is great, though. I mean, things got mixed up a little bit in day number 2, right? Missed count, had a strong showing overall, really bouncing back, putting themselves within striking distance of first place at least. I feel like they came in today, and the main objective was we need to give ourselves a chance on Sunday. And I think they've done that. I think they've given themselves a chance on Sunday. It might still be a little bit of a long shot. It's obviously a long way to go before they can claim that first place, but at least they've got a shot at it. Echo Mandatory still neck and neck, but I don't know. I feel like we're still in this position where like pretty much maybe every single team on the list here has a chance tomorrow.
Legend has it that miscount still in that 19 halls of infusion.
I guess so. They never left.
The green dot would suggest they're there, but
Mandatory still in the
think we're good
it's
to go.
yeah. I think everybody's done for the day except us. We're almost done. We're wrapping things up here. But what a day it was. Let's go around. Let's take a look at the final standings for day number 2 as we are right now and get everybody's impressions on things. So one of the things that kind of stuck out to me is Pedro's per hour slipping a little bit today. We'll see if they can jump back into a stronger performance tomorrow. But Mage just having such a rough time in that BH, man. I think it was 2 wipes on the last boss, wasn't it?
3.
3?
They had 3 by the end of the
3.
day, yeah.
Yep, they had 3 to 21
Wow.
Decay Triarch. That is
Yeah.
it is just brutal.
It is indeed, but it's one of those things where you have to be like, all right, well, rough day, but it's 1 out of 3 days. We can still have 2 good days, and that might be enough.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yeah, any final thoughts before we finish things up today?
Mandatory, I have to give them award for the best day 1. Echo, I got to give them the awards for the best day 2. They looked
yeah.
really good, and they looked like the team that's going to win the TGP. If they have a day 3 as strong as their day 2 was, I think that there is a high degree of likelihood that Echo is going to be winning this Great Push season.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to what our dungeon is tomorrow, because I have a feeling like if it's something like Ruby Life Pools, that's probably great news for Miscount's hope of catching back up in this thing. They've looked really good in that dungeon. A lot of the other possibilities, I don't know. I feel like Mandatory have just looked like such a well-oiled machine in basically every dungeon that's been thrown at them. They've timed those keys in the fewest attempts out of any team, but then Echo have timed them fast as well, but with better timers, right? They've maybe taken an extra attempt in each key, but then they've come in with a better timer. And with our keys starting as high as they did this weekend, that is a more important characteristic for a team. And I think that's going to be why Echo are coming into tomorrow in the lead and the favorites to win this thing.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Mandatory obviously wants to, reclaim that top spot that they're carrying into this from the last MDI, but Echo wants to take it back again. They want to kick him back off the throne. So we'll see. Yes, Tettles.
I have a final question. Is that 22 Brackenhide doable?
Yeah. I mean, look at the timer they had going into that pull.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
We're
that
certainly
it's
going
doable.
to see.
Not easy, but
I think if
We're
you
certainly
compare
gonna
it to
see a
all
lot
the
of
other
attempts tomorrow.
keys, I think, yeah, exactly. Like, it is the most attemptable one. So the question is, at some point, will Mandatory look at it and be like, okay, we need to do time tiebreakers instead, and that's our best way of beating Echo? Because that, just deciding if and when to flip that switch is going to be a very, very important decision for winning this tournament tomorrow.
Well, it's important to mention, we just get one more dungeon tomorrow, right? And if we're following the same cadence as Cups, that's also going to be a super high key level where you're only going to have to run it twice to push it up to, theoretically, what would be a world first key level. So, maybe an hour and a half in today with the keys they already have timed, Echo and Mandatory are going to be looking at the same spot they were at the end of the day here, where you only have 22s to look at on the board, and all of them are difficult. They're going to have a lot of time to go for those ultra stretch keys and do things that we're not even sure are possible. It's going to be interesting key pushing tomorrow. Don't want to miss it.
yeah, and I believe for the first time ever, we might be in a situation where we're going to have a winner determined by those time tiebreakers. I think in the past, it's always been at least 1 point or 2 points between our first place teams and our second place teams. But tomorrow, I don't know. I think it's going to come down to who can push those highest keys the fastest.
If Mandatory has anything to say about it, I don't think it will be separated by time
Mandatory would
tiebreaker.
like to win by a point.
I feel like they
Yeah.
have to. I feel like they have to win by a point because I don't know if
Yeah.
they can win by time. That's kind of interesting. Is that Mandatory might be able to push keys farther, but Echo seems to be able to push keys faster. So that might be the determining factor if Mandatory can get it done.
I mean, all they have to do is go back into Bracken 21 and get that timer down to Echo's timer, and then we're tied on time as well. So
Sure, yeah.
Mandatory do have a path to winning on time tiebreakers. They're better in several of these dungeons than Echo. They're somewhat worse in the halls, but they've got, Neltharus and Algathar Academy that they're better in. So I don't know. I mean, I think they could win on time as well. It's just it's a dangerous gambit, because if you try and play for the time and another team gets that extra point, you're going to feel very foolish.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Skylark is just playing such a dangerous game, not playing Cheat Death Trinket in this dungeon as well. It just makes it so easy for, if anything goes slightly wrong, or if he's not he doesn't play perfect, he just I have no idea. He
It was 100-0. It looked like, or close
does
to
have-
it.
He might have got debuffed by the slime. I think that's... Oh, actually, slime's dead. No, the monster's case still alive. He might get debuffed by the
Still
slime.
casting.
Yeah, Feldev.
He dodges it.
It's one shot, man.
Yeah, some just...
He's
Hit
needing
him
to
hard.
avoid the Sanguine.
It's a Sanguine.
Oh,
He's got to be
maybe
looking
step-
at Sanguine.
I think he stepped in the Sanguine a little bit, maybe, yeah.
No, I think he's just
No?
looking at
He's not
it,
gonna
if I had to
one-shot you.
guess.
There's the cheat, insta-cheat.
Okay. Now he's in meta, getting hit in the back maybe, but doesn't hurt him there. And what happens? Here's the moment, it looks like. All of these mobs
Rotting
reaching him at the same time.
Surge. A Decay Surge?
Still in meta.
What-
Ultra slow-mo.
The anticipation builds.
Oh, is it
Oh,
the swirly? No.
No.
Dodges. Okay, meta's over.
What?
Demon Spikes is up.
That's a lot of damage coming in.
Feldev.
Steps on...
Feldev is good.
The
Man,
ground
we
will
started
kill
this
him.
clip like a year before he died, huh?
well, I mean, it just builds the suspense. This has become the most exciting part of the day now,
There's Sigil of Chains.
We're going to watch our entire last run in slow
Does he
motion.
pull the extra hexer?
Oh, a
okay, he
hexer.
does.
Oh, hello.
There it is. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean,
This Hexer's not going to kill
It's
him.
just
We still have
Coverable,
10
right?
minutes left in this clip, though. So,
then
okay,
dies.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah, just a lot of damage, yeah.
And he was out of defensives. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Just took the good old 1-2 punch.
Sure.
Yeah, that'll do
It's
it.
tough. I mean, that's winnable. Listen, if they run that pullback, I think there's a chance that he lives. I think that it's just like unfortunate, like
Yeah,
spikes, parries. If he parries one of those autos there, he just probably lives.
yeah. True enough. Well, again, there's the scoreboard as we have it at the end of day number 2 here. Just a minute 36 separates mandatory from Echo, so we're in for a very, very close finish in day 3 for sure. Missed count, again, bouncing back from a really poor day 1 performance. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going into day number 3. And there's a lot on the line. It's not just about the tournament, but it's also about this being the very last tournament in Dragonflight, right? Pre-patch for War Within hits on Tuesday, and along with that, the beginning of the, essentially it's the beginning of the next expansion, more or less, even though the official release is still next month. But pre-patch is when it all starts, right? That's when we get all the events going and all the fun stuff. So this is it, man. This is the final weekend for Dragonflight competition, so we'll find out tomorrow who will be that last champion in our expansion. So you don't want to miss it. Once again, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks production for doing a great job behind the scenes. Our players for putting on some great runs for us. And we will see you in less than 24 hours. So go enjoy yourselves, take a break, spend some time with friends and family, and we'll see you tomorrow for TGP, the final day.